This young man was stunned by the scene before him. He saw his parents, their faces still very young. Both were comforting Noanha with infant toys in their hands. What is going on? Noanha was confused, even thinking he might have been reincarnated into a star life. But when Noanha reached out and touched his mother's hand, he realized his own hand was tiny, and he could not move this body at all. It seemed like Noanha had not died. Instead, he had traveled back in time to when he was just 1 year old. This was so shocking that Noanha's eyes were wide open. He felt this made no sense. How could he possibly turn back time? He only remembered being barely alive in the Abyss dungeon, with Lai Yuzong crying and mentioning the words miracle. Could it be that she activated a miracle? Lai Yuzong had power rivaling those on the 12 thrones, so it would not be surprising if she really did this. But turning back time still seemed unbelievable. Noanha looked at his parents' carefree faces, feeling a sting in his nose. He never thought he would see them again. Before, they had all died from monster attacks when he was only 6 years old. Since then, Noanha lived with a grudge against monsters and became one who hunted them down. But now he was given a second chance. This time, with these very hands, he would change his fate. The life of baby Noanha was beginning, and although he kept all his memories from before rebirth, the truth was he was still just a baby. In other words, he could not do much, just eat, sleep, and poop every day. At least Noanha had a chance to live again. A chance to turn things around both literally and figuratively meaning he could avoid previous tragedies. Literally, today he learned to roll over for the first time, cheered on passionately by a special fan named Noanha, his adorable older sister just a year older than him. But his memories of his sister were vague compared to those of his parents, except for one clear moment: the day monsters attacked their family, when she held him tight, shielding him with her small body. Crying, she said, "Unha, I will protect you." This kid, Noanha, still had a loving sister. When she saw Noanha roll over successfully, she rushed to hug him, rubbing her cheek against his and praising him. "Whoa, you are amazing, my dear little brother," she said. Overall, Noanha was good at everything, just a bit over the top with showing emotions. Time passed like that. Soon, Noanha became a 9-month-old baby who could sit steadily and began to gather mana. Mana was everywhere, even in small amounts, existing in the air. Before rebirth, Noanha did not have much mana, so that period was tough. So if his body could handle it, he wanted to start absorbing mana from this young age. But the process was not smooth, because Noanha kept messing around. Seeing her little brother sitting cross-legged like a little old man, she could not help but want to tease him. But because of that, Noanha suddenly discovered something. His sister had a lot of mana inside her, which was not necessarily a good thing, because if someone had too much mana, they would suffer from mana condensation disease, which could seriously harm their health. Noanha did not want that to happen to his sister, so he needed to help her control her mana. Innocent Noanha had no idea about any of this. All she wanted was to cling to her little brother and grow up with him. Time flew by like a dog running through the fields. Before long, Noanha was 4 years old, able to do more things and spending more time outside than inside. And why? Because every time she went out, Noanha took him along. His sister was famous not just among kids, but with everyone in the neighborhood. Compared to his sister, he was not really welcomed by the other kids. "Noanha, what are you doing here? You did not have to come, but here you are again just after being mentioned. Look at this kid's attitude. Clearly he does not want to see you. I am the one dragged here. Minji." "Silly Minji. Hey, I told you not to call me that. My name is Kim Minji. Not silly Minji." The other kid shouted so loud it hurt Minji's ears. Once Minji got to the playground, she quickly proved she was the leader of these kids, so the whole group gathered, ready to play cops and robbers. Minji was not excited at all, because she felt she should not be playing with kids at 32 plus 4 years old. But seeing her sister smile, Minji thought this experience was not so bad after all. She decided to go along with it, and the two kids played together until late afternoon. When they got home, everyone else was exhausted, but Minji seemed really happy. Everything was calm until they passed an alley and heard growling from a wild dog. The dog's eyes were wild and terrifying, and Minji, who was only half a head taller than her little brother, did not hesitate to stand in front of him, saying, "It is just stay back." Her voice was clearly trembling with fear. Minji realized the situation was just like before. No matter how many times she was reborn, her sister would risk everything to protect him like this. He still remembered that phrase clearly, along with the comforting embrace of his sister, but this time, everything was different. Minji bravely stepped forward to face the dog. "I will protect you." As soon as she said that, the mana inside her was unleashed. Minji stared down the dog, then shouted, "Get lost." The dog was not scared by her face or her shaky voice, but by the mana she radiated. Without waiting for a second warning, the dog ran off with its tail between its legs. Minji was so shocked she almost dropped her jaw. After a moment, she regained her composure and ran to her little brother with an excited look. "Minji, what just happened?" "That was mana. Right? I want to do that too." Teach me. Minji was overly excited, but with her personality, that was normal. Finally, Minji agreed to her sister's request. After all, since she was 9 months old, she had planned to teach her. Minji seemed very happy and grabbed her brother's hand. Running home, Minji always wanted to protect her sister's smile, and to do that, she had to stop the family tragedy that happened when she was 6. To change that cruel future, Minji swore she would do anything. So after returning home, she became her sister's private tutor, teaching her how to control her mana from the basics. But for her sister, it was pretty difficult. Minji's repeated failures made her feel this world was really fair. Her sister was born with the blessing of mana, but had no talent controlling it. Meanwhile, Minji was not born with much mana, but was very good at controlling hers. Luckily, Minji was persistent since childhood. So many failures did not make her give up. Just wait and see. You will definitely get it. Patience is your strength, but impatience is your weakness. The exercise Minji set for her sister was to use mana to balance a spinning top, but she got impatient and used too much mana, making the top spin wildly out of control. Up to that point, their family was still peaceful and happy. One evening while watching TV together, Minji's mom mentioned that since she would be 6 next year, it was time to start kindergarten. I do not want to, Minji said. Minji quickly replied, I promised you. Did not. Before that, she had begged her mom to let her skip kindergarten, but she had promised to start school at 6. Minji could not believe that after living nearly 40 years in 2 lives, she was about to endure noisy, crying kids all day. Just thinking about it made her tired. Today was also New Year's Eve. The TV was showing a live New Year countdown program. According to the Mezi, the moment the new year begins is also when South Korea makes a new history for humanity. The screen shifts to a female reporter sitting on a plane. She says they are flying over the Jayamayotum, where their ancestors, the kings and queens of Great Joseon Yin-Yai, rest. A new chapter in South Korea's history is about to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, Noana feels the female Misi's voice is a bit stiff and awkward. A new seems like they had way too much hope. Ever since humanity learned to use mana, everyone's been busy mastering it because mana was concentrated in one place. They did not realize monsters had started spawning back in 1999, before the 21st century even began. That horror unfolded later, called the end of a century. Monsters broke free and began massacring everywhere. Because of that, South Korea lost 30% of its population. Humanity finally understood true fear. Some had to live in hiding, always afraid monsters could appear anytime. In the blink of an eye, governments and laws lost all their power because only strength could defeat the monsters. Or rather, only mana could establish a new order for the world. True power in South Korea then belonged to the rich, known as the noble class, and mana users like No-un Has group. The rise of this new power group replaced the existing government, but it took a long time before things stabilized. With heavy casualties along the way, people lost contact with each other. In remote areas, they had no choice but to wait for monsters to devour them. Yet amidst that despair, a glimmer of hope shone in South Korea. That hope was the goddess Lim Gaeul. This moment, Lim Yul's face appeared on TV. She was once a famous actress, and now the first-generation goddess protecting South Korea. Lim Gaeul became a goddess because she could stop mana surges and disperse them. This ability was called Silver Grace. All other players guarding the shrine became the country's protectors, known as the 12 Thrones, officially managed by the Mana Management Association. But most of the truly powerful formed their own guilds and operated independently, as a rare destiny bearer who could stop monsters and control South Korea's public opinion. Lim Gaeul was the first player to earn the 12 Thrones title. Then, the other names appeared one after another. Players holding the 12 Thrones title and guilds began leveraging both the Mana Management Associations and their own guilds' power to unite strength. From then on, they ruled over other players. Here, Lim Gaeul in traditional attire, magnificently made up, stands before a magical orb at the shrine. Solemn, praying to the gods of heaven and earth, please grant us the strength to protect this land. As she finished speaking, a dazzling blue light burst from the orb. The light quickly spread, covering the city, then gradually enveloping the entire country. The camera cuts back to the female reporter on the helicopter. Thanks to the high-angle shot, the glowing blue light looks even more impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, a protective barrier has just been created before our eyes. This hemispherical barrier can stop mana surges and now covers the whole sky of sun. No-un is thrilled and rushes to the balcony to see. No-un follows her sister. The view is truly stunning. Though it is night, the sky is bathed in a blue glow that outshines the city lights. Both her parents look up, clasp their hands, and begin praying. Now we can live in peace. Thank you, goddess. Countless families like theirs are praying on their balconies. No-un copies her parents, clasping her hands and even making her little brother do the same. But you know praying is useless, since there are no gods in this world. You still clearly remember your past life's memories. Back then, when the world was destroyed, all the gods had already perished. The blue light in the sky gradually faded away. Well, No-un beside it remained focused on praying, begging the goddess to let our family live happily together. No-un watched his sister closely, then smiled, clasped his hands, and sincerely prayed to the goddess of time to let him live happily in this life. Suddenly, another year passed, and Noen was now 6 years old. The event that would make him lose his family forever was drawing near. Noen could not escape starting kindergarten. On the first day, Teacher Tazo warmly welcomed him, and the first thing was always to introduce yourself. Noen stood on the stage, looking at the kids below, feeling very hostile inside. Hello, my name is Noena. I am 6 years old. Let us play together later. Noena kept his intro as short as possible. Tazo thought he had not finished speaking, but waiting for more. Noena stayed silent, so he nudged him. That was short. Do you want to say more? I think the kids would love to know more about you, he said. But Noen did not want to be friends with those brats and refused to continue. Then something interesting happened. He ended up in the same class as Kim Min-ji, the kid he always called Silly Min-ji. The moment Kim Min-ji saw him, she shouted, "Why are you in our class?" "It is Silly Min-ji. You also study here." Noen had teased the kid to annoy her. Kim Min-ji was like a tiny volcano, erupting with anger whenever she saw him. Teacher Tazo saw the tension and stepped in to make peace. After that reluctant truce, the kids had time to play on their own before lunch. At first, Tazo worried Noen would not make friends, but the other kids seemed excited about the new kid and quickly swarmed him, each asking questions about where he lived and how many people were in his family. They asked about likes and dislikes too, giving Noen a headache. This was exactly why he hated kids. After escaping the chaos, Noen wandered the kindergarten and discovered the children's reading corner. There, a beautiful girl was also reading a book. At first, Noen did not pay attention to her until a noisy group of kids showed up, shattering the quiet he had barely found. The 3 kids were led by Choyun Haik, followed by his 2 henchmen, Mabang Jin and Shan Song Jin. "Hey, reading books again. What is fun about reading anyway? Dung Hai, do not you have any friends? Why are you always alone?" Choyun Haik spoke loudly, and when Dung Hajiang saw him, she looked worried. She had obviously been bullied before. Choyun Haik seemed like a pro at bullying kindergarten kids, grabbing the bow off Dung Hajiang's head as soon as he appeared. "What is this ugly headband?" Dung Hajiang quickly stood up to get her bow back. "My dad bought this for me," but the kindergarten bullies were not about to let her off that easily. In the end, Dung Hajiang cried and begged, while Choyun Haik and his boys laughed happily. Such childish antics. Noen had been silent all this time, then suddenly spoke up, with the sky-high pride of a 6-year-old. He provoked Choyun Haik. "Look, this kid is furious. What did you just say?" Choyun Haik glared at Noen, but probably never imagined the kid he was provoking was actually a scary man trapped in a child's body. Otherwise, he would have fainted from fear. Noen slowly stood up and walked over to Choyun Haik. "I said you are too childish. What is so funny about that?" Choyun Haik got furious, clenching his small fists and swinging at him. Noen did not rush to fight back but tilted his head to dodge. Choyun Haik was clearly skilled at bullying classmates by now. Kids like him need to be taught a lesson. Then Noen kicked him, and the kid flew straight backward, crashing hard to the ground. Then he picked up the red bow and handed it back to its owner. "Here, this is yours. Next time, do not let them snatch it away." Choyun Haik was helped up by his 2 little underlings. The dull pain from his butt must have pissed him off a lot. I definitely want to let you off," he threatened. Noen could not believe a 6-year-old kid actually said that. He turned around and shot him a glare sharp as a bullet. Choyun Haik got scared stiff and hurriedly crawled away with his 2 little underlings. After the 3 of them left, Dung Hajiang timidly tugged on Noen's sleeve. When he turned back, he saw her crying and smiling at the same time. "Thank you for getting Dai Bang back for me." She seemed fragile, but both Kim Min-ji and little Choyun Haik had above-average mana levels, and most of the kids here had similar mana levels, so Noen got a little curious, wondering how much mana Dung Hajiang had, and it turned out he hit the jackpot again. After checking, he found her mana was even more abundant than his sister's. Moreover, compared to Noen, Dung Hajiang seemed better at controlling her mana, so her mana kept growing over time. Someone like her would definitely be among the top 12 throne holders when she grows up, or at least one of their prime candidates. But until now, Noen had never heard of Dung Hajiang's name, so he was pretty curious. Even if she did not become a player, her mana should be famous around here. To find out more, Noen took the initiative to befriend Dung Hajiang. He lived in a world where mana was the ultimate power, so it would be a huge advantage to get close to her, and she had no reason to refuse someone who just helped her. Just like that, he got his first friend in kindergarten. Seeing her well-behaved son not causing trouble at school, Noen's mom looked really happy. Even after he got home, she deliberately checked his backpack and found the paper carnation bouquet he had cut at school. Noen's mom wore a bouquet arranged by her son, along with a single carnation arranged by her daughter. But his sister really was not skillful. "Unha, you cut 3 flowers, right? One for Dad, one for Mom, and one for Inha, right?" his mom asked suddenly, and Noen's eyes lit up with anticipation. After a while, Noen struggled to answer that the 3rd flower was for her. In his past life, Elementary school students had to fold carnations on Parents' Day, but back then, Noan had lost both his mom and dad. Still, he had to do it and stuff that awkward carnation into his bag. Then his grandmother, who always packed his bag every day, took it out and carefully decorated in the entrance hall. Every year after that, Noan folded carnations, but he never gave one to his grandmother because he thought if he gave flowers to her, his longing for family and hatred for monsters would fade. And Noan would not allow that. He wanted to live like an emotionless monster to get revenge. So his feelings for his grandmother stayed deeply hidden until she passed away. That is why in this life, saying I love you to her was something Noan was determined to do. As that fateful day grew closer, on April 5th of that year, the goddess government opened restricted roads so people could visit relatives during family month. And to prepare for monsters appearing on the roads, they hired many player squads. But when the Kraken monster with destructive power suddenly appeared, there were more casualties than expected. And Noan's family caught this tragedy on their way to visit his grandmother. This life seemed to follow a similar script, with Noan's dad coming home from work and telling the family they should visit grandma tomorrow. But Noan could not let that happen. Absolutely not. More specifically, it was Noan's maternal grandmother, since his dad was blind to his mother's side. So the only grandmother he had was from his mom's side. In the last life, he grew up with his grandmother after the family survived the disaster. When the boy's spirit broke and he lived like a failure, she was the one who took care of him until she passed away. Noan's dad seemed excited. They had not been able to visit her for a long time because the outskirts of Yuzhen are pretty dangerous. But this year, the government repaired the roads and promised everything was under control. So everyone felt safe, including Noan's parents. Only he knew about that trial. Can we visit her next time instead? He reluctantly made the request, and his parents were puzzled, since Noan had even picked a carnation for her before. Yes, I want to see her too, but not tomorrow. Can we go another day? This was harder than Noan had imagined. After all, he was still just a kid. His words did not carry much weight, but he had to act like a kid so his parents would not get suspicious. If he forced them not to go tomorrow, they might start doubting. So Noan had tried to pull off his genuine childish act since Children's Day was coming up. I want to go to the amusement park and ride the Vikings. They say it is not far from our house. His suggestion quickly got the support of another kid in the house, Noan. His parents rarely saw both their kids this excited, especially since before, neither Noan nor Noan wanted to go to the park because of all the monsters outside. So there was no other choice. They had to change their plans. Instead of visiting grandma, they would go to the park tomorrow. Mom will pack lunch to take along. Is there anything you want to eat? Awesome. I want a fried chicken sandwich. Noan had jumped up with joy. Noan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The plan worked. Even if he could not stop the Kraken from escaping, at least he could prevent his family from running into it. This would be the first step toward changing the future. But Noan had never thought about the butterfly effect. It seemed his small action had accidentally changed a lot for the future. Not long after, Noan's mom suddenly got a phone call. No one knew what was said on the other end, but she was so worried she almost cried. After hanging up, she said Grandma had suddenly collapsed. This felt so unreasonable to him since Grandma's health had been fine in the previous life. Anyway, this messed up all of Noan's plans. If Grandma had fallen like that, his mom had no reason not to visit her, and his dad insisted on taking his wife home. Seeing his son's face darken, Noan's mom thought he was upset about breaking the amusement park plan. She knelt on one knee, looked him in the eye, then gently comforted him. Unha, I am not feeling well. I know you really want to go to the amusement park, but can we wait until next time? Noan was extremely embarrassed. Because he had tried to change the future, Grandma got hurt, so if he tried to interfere more deeply, something worse would definitely happen. Was there really no way to keep his family from facing that Kraken? If not, then what is the point of him coming back to life? Noan was so tense he struggled to breathe. After thinking it over, he realized the only difference this life was himself. He was different from before. He would loved Mana since he was just 9 months old. Plus he had battle experience from his past life, so if he could not stop his family from clashing with the Kraken, there was only one option left. He had to fight that monster himself. The Mana Management Association classified all monsters by how dangerous they were. Rank 9 were monsters that polluted the environment or spread disease. Rank 8 were monsters that brought physical hazards to daily life. Rank 7 were monsters committing mid-level crimes like robbery and murder. Tier 6 monsters are creatures that paralyze administrative tasks in the city, whether they operate in groups or alone. Monsters that invade human territory or have a threat level equivalent to that are classified as Tier 5. Tier 4 monsters control packs, harm humans, or threaten the global economy. Tier 3 monsters can paralyze government-level administration and cause damage equivalent to a disaster. Higher up, Tier 2 monsters can paralyze government-level administration and cause damage on the scale of a catastrophe. And at the top, Tier 1 monsters threaten human existence themselves. Kraken is a Tier 3 monster. In the past life, around the time Noon had graduated from the Player Academy, It was downgraded to Tier 4 due to the overall power increase among players, but now, players in the Kraken zone only face monsters ranked from E to C tiers. They definitely can't defeat that monster, of course. Given the current situation, you could not beat it either. There is only one way to survive. You have to stall until the Golden 12 arrive and defeat this monster. Even worse, the only weapons a 6-year-old like you has are scissors and a craft knife. Noonha naturally wants to bring something else, like a kitchen knife. But his parents would notice. With fragile weapons like handmade scissors, if you coat them with mana, they can still deal some damage to the monster. Noonha, are you done yet? We will leave that day. Noonha responded. The readiness you mentioned is about being ready to face Kraken. Today, since the roads just finished maintenance and it is a holiday, traffic is jammed solid. Noonha's parents in the front seats are getting restless, yet their youngson shows no sign of tiredness or anger. Noonha has even fallen asleep drooling. But actually, he's not exactly relaxed for Cam. The further from the city center, the more tense he becomes from his jewel memories. Noonha recalls the Kraken appeared when his family crossed the old sand bridge, but now they are already halfway across and the monster is silent. Could the future really have changed again? Please, let us cross the bridge safely. He silently prayed, but it seemed Kraken mocked his desperate wish, saying humans can change their doomed fate. Because right after Noonha's silent prayer, the Tier 3 disaster class monster appeared. Its tentacles moved, destroying everything around. Nearby vehicles were smashed to pieces. A giant rock fell on a car, completely wrecking it. Terrified civilians scattered in panic. From afar, a group in black rushed over. What are you players doing? They are here, the blonde leader shouted loudly. Protect everyone. Charge! Suddenly, he noticed something above the bridge. A tentacle smashed directly into the blonde man. He was covered in wounds, raising his hands helplessly. Seeing this, his followers panicked and fled. Someone shouted angrily, "Damn players! If you run, then what are we supposed to do?" Scene shifts to Noonha's family inside a car. Noonha's father's voice was tense. "We should get out too. It is chaos outside. So be careful when we leave. It is Trust me, if we stay calm and move carefully, we can evacuate safely." Noonha and Una hugged each other in fear. Noonha's parents turned back to reassure them. "Kids, you heard what I said, right? Stay calm getting out of the car. The players will protect us, so do not worry." The family of 4 left the badly damaged car. Una's face went pale as she stepped out and collapsed to the ground. Noonha was startled, calling, "Sis." Una's legs trembled. "Why can't you stand up? You have to stand up. You have to get up and keep moving." Noonha's dad looked at her with worry on his face. He stepped closer and offered, "I will carry you." "Unha?" Noonha's dad turned to you and asked, "Unha, are you okay?" Unha replied, "Yes, I can walk." A player pointed and shouted, "This way. Please follow me to evacuate elsewhere." Unha ran alongside, thinking that even though a level 3 monster, the Kraken, had appeared and players were panicking, the veterans quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating civilians. But the Kraken is not the only threat. We need to get off the bridge before more show up. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the lead person. He did not have time to react and was stabbed right there. Unha's family gasped in shock. A hand with sharp claws grabbed onto the bridge railing and climbed up. You thought silently. They are here, the level 7 monsters. The Abyssals started attacking. A creature pulled a spear from a player. Its eyes were bloodshot, teeth sharp as a blade, staring at the humans. One lunged and bit hard into a woman nearby. Players were in trouble as the Abyssals appeared. Someone carrying an injured girl shouted, "Anyone here know healing magic?" A woman ran over but was stabbed through by a spear after just a few steps. Then countless Abyssals charged and attacked the two. Unha's whole family stared in horror at the scene around them. Unha's dad yelled, "Kids, do you trust me? No matter what happens, I will protect you, so do not look back. Just run." They all ran with everything they had. A tentacle coiled around several cars, then lifted them onto the monster's maw. The tentacle flung the cars forcefully toward the fleeing people. Una stared in shock at the objects flying overhead. You shouted urgently, "Dad, it is dangerous." The cars crashed down hard on those nearby. One car fell onto a fuel truck, which exploded loudly from the impact. A huge fire broke out, blocking the road ahead. Despair filled Noonha's dad's face. Someone shouted, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" "The fire's blocking the road." The person across answered, "Just a few minutes away. We have to hold out until then." You thought, reinforcements from that Ning-A. Before I reset, that Ning-A arrived here 30 minutes after the Kraken showed up. Can the players protect everyone with the escape route blocked? They might hurt the Abyssals a bit, but if no one deals with the Kraken, we are all dead. Unha took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You dropped your backpack. From the start, you prepared for this. Even if it means risking your life, you will protect your whole family. Noonha's mom saw you pull out a knife and grew anxious. You told them, "Please do not move until the rescue arrives." Noonha's dad asked in a thick voice, "Unha, what are you doing?" Your eyes filled with determination. The players will hold off the monsters, but if something dangerous happens, you will protect mom and dad. You thought, if I leave, The only one here who knows how to use mana is Unha smiled and said, "You can do it, right? Unha?" She got flustered and called your name. "Seeing you run?" she shouted. "Unha?" You gripped the knife and dashed forward. Unha ran with incredible speed, channeling power into your legs as you went, pushing off hard. You soared, stumping over the cars like a comet. Suddenly, your body ran through an electric current. Pain biting. Teeth gritted as you endured. This is the speed boost I used in my last life. It is the first time using it in this body, and it is a bit much for a kid, but if I use it, I will reach the Kraken soon. Ignoring the pain, Unha kept pushing the skill. You slammed down on the hood of a car and shot forward again. The two nearby were shocked. What is that kid doing? It is dangerous there. Hearing the noise, the two side the fish turned their attention. They saw Unha and immediately blocked the path. He gripped the knife tightly and unleashed his mana. Power burst from the knife in Unha's hand. He tilted his head to dodge a claw from the side of the fish. Unha took the chance to slash off its head. As one fell, the others lunged forward. He jumped up to avoid a deadly strike from a side of the fish. Unha landed and stabbed hard into its neck. Another side of the fish rushed at him, swift as lightning. Unha slashed off its head. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly realized there were more. One side of the fish struck, sending him flying. Unha slammed into a nearby car but quickly got back up, exhausted. He raised the knife in front of him. This time, four side the fish attacked all at once. Unha pulled the knife back and charged with all his strength. He slashed across, cutting off one of its arms. Unha ran quickly toward the front of the side of the fish. His eyes flashed as he turned to look back. Unha slashed fiercely at its arm. The side of the fish's arm was severed cleanly. He thought to himself, I am clear-headed again. That feeling of killing monsters before I revert. Unha gritted his teeth, mana radiating outward. Now, I will be unbeatable again, he roared fiercely. Full of fighting spirit, a flurry of slashes struck all side of the fish down at once. Landing, another side of the fish hid under a car, opening its jaws wide. Unha quickly jumped up to avoid its bite. He swiftly stabbed hard into its head, while another approached from behind. It lunged but Unha spotted it and charged. With a powerful strike, the side of the fish was cut in two, but his serrated knife broke into many pieces from the blow. Maybe could not take much more. Tossing it aside, Unha pulled out a spare pair of scissors. No problem. He snapped them into two small knives. Using his speed skill, Unha dashed forward again. He stopped on top of a car's roof. Ahead of Unha was a huge tentacled monster. He took a stance, ready to fight. I will use this to battle. A tentacle rose high, swinging cars as weapons to attack. Unha used a speed skill to dodge. He stepped onto the tentacle, carrying it as he ran straight up. Getting close, he leapt high. From above, the monster's terrifying face was visible. Unha stabbed hard with both blades, sliding down and leaving a long wound. He pulled out one blade, then plunged it in with all his might. From afar, a tentacle quickly approached. He let go and dropped to avoid the strike. Unha landed without a scratch, looking at his bent scissors. He thought, one blade is broken, no choice. Unha tossed it away. He focused all his strength into the remaining blade. Is this all I have left? Unha ran to avoid a tentacle swinging down. He stepped on the tentacle and ran upward. Unha crouched low to dodge another tentacle. He jumped down, raising his scissors high. Unha summoned all his strength and shouted. Suddenly, a tentacle reached him. Unha did not have time to react and looked over. He was hit head-on and fell, landing. Unha quickly backed away. He clenched his scissors tight. Damn. My mana's almost gone. The Kraken suddenly shifted its attack toward the bridge. The tentacle slammed hard, damaging the bridge's main support. As a result, the spot where Unha stood also shattered. You are panicking. This damn nuisance. Run, stepping over the broken stones. After a while, part of the bridge collapsed. You managed to reach the part still intact. Without letting you rest, Kraken brought a truck to attack. The truck cracked under its grip. Kraken threw the truck with full force. You were nearly out of strength. You pushed yourself to the limit, shouting, take this. You mutt. You raised the scissors, gathering all your power. Suddenly, the truck was sliced in half, and it was you who swung the blade. The truck exploded behind you. You stood there, breathing hard, looking at your hand. It was covered in wounds. Suddenly, you collapsed from exhaustion. Your head hit the rock hard. You lay still, motionless. You tried to get up. Damn it. I can T-move. I have run out of mana. If I lose consciousness, if I pass out here, everything I have built will fall apart. Your eyes on Kraken blurred more and more, then snapped shut, leaving only darkness. Suddenly, you punched the ground hard. You used your last strength to stay awake. Not yet. I am not ending like this. I want to live. I want to live happily with my family in this life. A tentacle raised high, preparing to strike. It lunged at you with all its might. You struggled. I do not want to die here. So suddenly, hands reached out from behind you. You were grabbed and lifted up. Don't hurt my little brother. A massive energy burst erupted from her. It formed a shield blocking Kraken's attack. Nearby fish monsters took notice. You were blasted away by the light of your energy. A beam of energy shot straight into the sky. You were stunned. Impossible. This is a miracle. A miracle. A talent who can reshape the world's structure by changing its laws. Before reincarnation, you knew of 4 people said to possess this miracle talent, and the only one you could trust everything with was your colleague, La Yujung. After seeing the huge mana she had, You thought, what if she also has this miracle talent? You held her close to reassure her. Now it is safe. You were amazed to see your wounds healing. Not only that, this light also protected us from Kraken, but using the miracle talent comes at a cost. Those who wield it pay a high price to reshape the world. You worriedly asked, are you okay? Do you feel any pain? She smiled and said, but I am so sleepy. Then suddenly collapsed into your arms. Saying that, she fainted in your embrace. A light glowed from within you. You smiled faintly at her, knowing she had just enough mana left to keep her alive. Was her mana the price paid? You gently laid her down and whispered, good night. The rest is up to you. Your eyes filled with determination as you unleashed your mana. The tentacles attacked again, Kraken's eyes turning blood red. You sneered. So you are finally awake, ready to face her as your enemy. It swung a tentacle fiercely, but something solid struck back with force. The tentacles got injured instantly. No one can get close enough to touch her. This time, Woonha is no longer at a disadvantage and confronts head-on. He slashes across, cutting two tentacles and causing them to bleed. With just his mana, they have already started to heal. I can defeat the Kraken right now, but the future has changed. My family is still alive. There is nothing left to lose. I just have to hold on until the 12th arrives. When the Kraken appeared, he was on Manhwa bridge not far away. Someone annoyed spoke up, saying this is really troublesome. This person is Hun Qian. Completely immobile. Are you sure you are driving? Not dozing off while pretending to drive. The young driver mumbles. There are so many cars on the road, and at this hour, every street in Seoul is like this. He is annoyed. Does he have to ask to leave the 12th? Why work on his precious days off? I joined the 12th just to fight strong opponents, not to save civilians. Suddenly both of them sense something at the same time. The young driver speaks up. That is a huge amount of mana. Hun Qian raises his hand to stop him. Got it. At that moment, his phone starts ringing. Hun Qian answers. You felt it too, right? The voice on the other end does not deny it. Yeah, he asks. What is it called? The other replies. According to the info, it is a rank 3 Kraken. Kang Hyun Qian repeats. Rank 3. He smiles with interest. Where is it? The young driver is scared. There is a monster, and he looks so happy. Anyone seeing that face would probably freak out. The voice on the phone explains. Obviously on Ozen Bridge. Come deal with it. Some players are already at the scene. I am not clear on the damage yet, but the situation there is chaotic. He sounds uninterested. Is that? I will meet you there later, says the other side before hanging up. Hyun Qian opens the door and gets out. The young driver panics. Captain, what are you doing? He stretches and smirks. What else? Running there. Of course. With this traffic, when will I even get there? He unlocks a tightly sealed suitcase and pulls out a sword. The young driver is shocked. On foot, it takes 2 hours to drive there. He laughs confidently. 30 minutes is enough. Hyun Qian uses mana to boost his power. His whole body radiates immense energy. Hyun Qian lowers his center of gravity and pushes off with his legs. He stumps hard, cracking the ground, then launches forward at incredible speed. The young driver watches Hyun Qian leave. He sighs. That is the captain for you, fighting like a maniac. His only wish is to battle strong opponents. Captain of the Sword Guild. Fire Demon. Kang Hyun. 30 minutes later, a terrifying sea monster rushes in, but Hyun Qian slashes with his fairy sword. The flames burn the creature to cinders. Suddenly, he notices a giant pillar of light ahead, created by Woonha. That is magic. There is no one else at the scene who else could cast such powerful magic. Meaning, Hyun Qian's lips curl into an amused smile. A newcomer, standing before Woonha, protecting him tirelessly. You slash hard at the tentacles with both hands. Woonha grits his teeth, focusing mana into his hands. From afar, Hyun Qian charges with his flaming sword, fiercely cutting off the tentacle attacking Woonha. You see this and breathe a sigh of relief. They are here. After attacking, Hyun Qian lands on the ground. Fire Demon Hyun Qian. The severed tentacle burns endlessly. The Kraken writhes in pain, slowly sinking back into the sea to escape. The massive Kraken is no longer visible. Fire control ability, the power that lets him freely control flames. That is why he is called the Fire Demon. Hyun Qian turns his head, surprised to see Woonha. Just 2 kids. I can see the mana flowing around the girl. These kids cast magic earlier. The girl must have lost consciousness after using up all her mana, while the boy protected her from the Kraken. These 2 kids are strong. If they grow up to be players, it will be really exciting. Hyun Qian spoke up. Don't worry. I am not going to fight you guys, at least not yet. The wary, dull eyes watched him carefully. Hyun Qian raised his sword high and shouted, there is only one reason I am here, to cut this Kraken down. Step back, kid. It is about to rise again. Just as Hyun Qian said, it was slowly surfacing again. Before resetting, Hyun Qian smirked. So you are the immortal one. You have been pretty famous lately. Hyun coldly looked at him, then after a moment asked, what do you want? He smirked. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you are as strong as the rumors say. Fight me, Hyun replied coldly. No thanks. Move away. Hyun Qian blocked him. I do not want to either. But you can leave the school without fighting me first. Exhaling sharply in frustration, Ainha drew his sword. Don't regret this. Hyan Qian pulled out his flaming sword as well. They both charged with full force. Back in the present, Ainha watched his retreating back. Hyan Qian, the fire demon, kept rushing in before resetting, always eager to fight. I have never beaten him. The more I fight, the stronger he gets. He is truly a monster born to fight. Hyan Qian was furious. You bastard. Why have not you run off yet? Just a little burn and you are scared. He swung a tentacle, smashing the bridge's pillar where the three stood, making it shake as if it was about to collapse. He gritted his teeth. Those bastards are breaking the bridge pillars. Hyan Qian glanced at Hyanha, thinking, I can fight and protect the kids at the same time. Suddenly, a staff slammed down hard, and two magical pillars appeared, supporting the bridge. Hyan Qian chuckled coldly. Perfect timing. Buck, look, a dozen ships are coming. Who said a dozen ships? Buck Hering, I told you not to call me that. I am not that noble. What noble nonsense is this? Honestly, you could have just flown here on one of those ships, who runs all the way to the Sanez bridge. He laughed, pointing. As long as you get to the rescue vehicle, that is enough. Buck Hering sighed. Fine, fine. You are always right. The rescue team is arriving soon, so the evacuation will start shortly. Focus on taking down the Kraken with her power. Hyan Qian felt strengthened immediately. He grumbled. I do not need any help. Shut up, Buck. You are getting help and still complaining? Hyan Qian shouted. All right. The kids are on you now. She immediately focused on Yunhe and Una nearby. Buck Hering replied. Got it. Beneath the water, the calm surface began to stir. The Kraken surfaced again, swinging its terrifying tentacles wildly. Hyan Qian charged forward with a loud laugh, finally showing your face. He sprinted to the edge of the bridge and leapt forcefully. Hyan Qian plunged into the sea, causing a huge explosion. Below, a faint light began to glow. It was Hyan Qian's flame, burning even underwater. His face slowly surfaced, covered in flames. Hyan Qian walked on the water's surface. Each step he took left behind a small flame. The Kraken attacked repeatedly with its tentacles. Hyan Qian looked up at the two tentacles above him. The tentacles wrapped around from multiple directions, attacking all four sides at once. Hyan Qian sneered contemptuously. Pathetic. He raised his sword high. Get lost. Hyan Qian swung his flaming sword down hard, the fire burning at an extreme heat, engulfed the Kraken's entire body in flames. The Kraken howled in pain, screaming miserably. Hyan Qian's cold gaze fixed on the Kraken. The flames surrounding his body slowly began to fade. Yunhe cheered. Finally, the Kraken is asleep. The ships landed, and Buck Hering hurried over. Hey, are you guys okay? Don't be scared. I will heal you right away. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. These kids, none of them have any injuries at all. That magic just now, was it a miracle? Did it really heal the kids? Amazing. Witnessing a miracle firsthand, Buff Hiren could not resist her curiosity and reached out her hand. Eunhu's voice turned cold. Don't, your eyes are full of mischief. Do not touch her. Buff Hiren went pale. Mischief. How could a child have such a strong mischievous gleam? She could not hold back her curiosity. Who are you? By then, the helicopter had arrived at their location. Buff Hiren spoke up. The rescue team is here. Let us get you all to the hospital first. Ina looked up at the sky. Today at 5 a.m., a giant white turtle suddenly appeared on the Extong Sand Bridge, causing many casualties. Rescue efforts have been underway for some time. The goddess authorities have spoken about this tragedy. Ina sat dazed on the hospital bed listening to the news. His face darkened, looking very sad. Seeing Inha still unconscious on the bed, the girl will recover after taking a dose of mana. So do not worry too much. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It is all over now. No one? I have changed the future. Suddenly a voice startled him. Ina? No, Ina. He turned his head to look. The callers were none other than Inha's parents. They looked at him, faces twisted as if about to cry. His face broke out in sweat. I am due. Ina lowered his head, not daring to face them. No, Ina's mother spoke. Are you hurt anywhere? He avoided her gaze. I am. No, Ina's father asked. What about Ina? He pointed. She is sleeping due to mana deficiency. She will be given medicine. Hearing this, he sighed in relief, then grew angry. No, Ina. Why did you run outside and not listen to me? He shrank back, only able to bow his head and apologize. Ina thought silently. Sorry for what? My family survived. This is the best outcome. Everyone is alive. I do not feel guilty at all. He slowly looked up. Inha was stunned, eyes wide with shock. Ahead were fearful eyes afraid of losing him. His mother's eyes were the same, as if about to cry. Inha furrowed his brow, not understanding what was happening. They did not care about the outcome. They wanted to know why he risked everything to run toward that giant white turtle. I understand how terrifying it is to lose family, but I only did what I wanted, ignoring their feelings. He stammered. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Yuna cried as he spoke. A warm hand reached out. No, Una's mother smiled and said, Come here. He ran into her arms and hugged her. No, Inha's father hugged them from behind. Don't he do that again. Do you know how worried we were? Tears streamed down his face nonstop. Yes, I do not have to fight monsters anymore. Now I can live like a normal kid. That is probably what my parents want from me. The next morning at the hospital, where his family stayed, No Ina's father said, Ina, we are going to handle your discharge paperwork. So please wait here for us. He happily replied, Yes, no matter what happens, I will wait right here. Yunha thought. After this, my parents' trust in me has hit rock bottom. Am I really going to just sit here? Ina lay on the bed, still not awake. He sat by her hospital bed. Ina fed her some food. Blushing happily. Delicious. Ina looked around and realized there was no more. Probably because I used too much power. But I still crave sweets. As he pulled back, someone handed him a cookie. Eat this, kid. He happily accepted. Thank you. Seeing Yunha up ahead made him stop in his tracks. Surprise filling his face, he unwrapped the cookie and said, What, kid? Do not you like chocolate cookies? Yunha bit the cookie and thought, Is he about to pass out? He does not look like he is about to die at all. He should have freaked out by now. He was already gone from the start. Ina gave a dry laugh and said, How old are you, kid? He answered plainly. He crossed his arms. The kid's still young. What about his sister? Yunha replied, She is 10 years old. Hunchian asked again, What is her name? You are too suspicious. Why are you asking her name? He pointed. Not the girl's, the kid's name. Inha was a bit cautious but answered. No, Ina. Hunchian made an offer. No, Ina. Do you want to join the academy? I will recommend you. Jun thought to himself, This bastard wants to get me into the academy, turning me into a fighter for when I grow up. Could it be he is raising others just to fight them, because he has no more rivals? Hunchian stood up and said, Well, you are still young, so take your time thinking about it. No, Ina. I will remember your name. Outside, Park Hyun is already waiting. She spoke up. Are you really going to leave just like that? That is definitely magic. Magic that has not appeared in Korea for a long time. Hunchian pulled out a paper and replied, I do not care if it is magic or not. The question is whether it is strong enough. Park Hyun was angry. You idiot obsessed with fighting, I am older than you. Now that you are one of the 10 thrones, you should watch your words. Besides, if magic really is a rare power like you say, that kid would attract the world's attention once we announce it. If that happens, she will never live a normal life again. You do not want that either, right? She hesitated. About that, Hunchian pointed and said, If you understand, then do not get involved. Just go to the cave for some sweets. Park Hyun's face turned pale at the thought of desserts. Crazy guy. You are too much. Didn't I tell you to watch your words? I just want sweets because I lost a bit of my strength. We arrived at Grandma's house one day after the giant white rabbit disappeared. Getting out of the car, No Yunha's parents spoke up. Mom, why are you outside? You are still not well. Grandma smiled. I missed you kids, so I came out here. I also wanted to see my grandchild. Looking into the car, she realized, oh my, they look exhausted. Good. Sleep well. My grandchild. I came to Inna, who was half awake, still tired on his face. Turns out it was Yunha, his sister, sleeping right on top of him. Inna sighed deeply. How bad is her sleeping habit? Suddenly he noticed across from him his mom was also sleeping exactly the same way. Yunha's mouth twitched. She has the same sleeping habit as mom. He gently covered Yunha with a blanket. Inna slowly stepped outside without waking them. Outside in the yard, he sat alone at the big table. Inna looked at his hands, thinking silently. His mana had increased. Did his eyes darken because of his power? His power before reincarnation was madness. With that power, the more mana he used, the stronger his body and magic became. But as the name suggests, the more mana used, the easier to lose his mind and fall into madness. Inna fell into deep thought. But back then he did not lose consciousness. It would be the ultimate power if it did not come with a penalty or cause madness. Maybe he did not understand the true nature of his madness. Suddenly, Inna's grandma appeared beside him. Why are you still awake? He was surprised. Since when have you been here? He had not even noticed her arrival. Inna scratched his head and replied, I already slept a lot in the car. She smiled gently. Really? Grandma placed a warm cloth on his shoulder. But if you want to become an adult, you need to sleep more. Inna thought. That is just how grandma is. When my mind is lost, she is still by my side. She waits for me to talk, whether it is a problem, my feelings, or just a small conversation. Thinking that, he asked, why are not you sleeping? She smiled and said, because you are not sleeping either. Inna shyly looked away, thinking, I get it now. This is what I want. Seeing her, I turned back into a child without realizing it. Grandma Inna asked, do you want some warm milk? Dear, he waved his hand, refusing to drink. Suddenly, Inna's mom appeared, holding 2 glasses of hot milk. Surprised, Yuna asked, really? Since when have you been here, Mom? She pointed at the glass of milk. Who is going to drink this? He took the glass and obediently drank it. Inna's mom spoke. But Mom, Do you know how shocked I was when I heard the news? Grandma Inha replied, that is why I told you I am fine. You know how nosy the neighbors can be. She worried. Even so, do you know how worried I was when I heard you fainted? He thought it over. She slipped but woke up with just a scratch. She recounted, I lost consciousness. But Inha's mom doubted it. Grandma explained, maybe it was sleepwalking. She was going up the stairs but then saw him. Mom was not that far gone. Dear. Just listen. He kept waving his hand, telling Mom not to come up. Thinking back, it was not him talking to her, but to me. Inha fell silent, rubbing his chin deep in thought. Calling it a dream would be weird. If something happened, the whole family would have followed Grandpa. If that were the case, she should be told us. Grandma Inha cheerfully added, but is not it amazing? Mom dreamed of him just recently. He said there was a beautiful deer lonely out there, but when Mom went out, it was Yuna. Inha's mom was surprised. A deer? Grandma. Why's that? Grandma recalled. You once dreamed of him while Dad was left behind. A deer. Grandma Inha gasped. Oh my. She blushed and waved her hand, then quickly turned to him and asked, Ina, what do you want to be when you grow up? Inha paused mid-drink. Behind him, something dark seemed to follow. They were demons constantly screaming. Save me! Save me! Help me! They filled Inha with intense fear. Seeing his expression, she worried. What is wrong? Dear. Inha instinctively looked behind him. He forced a smile. It is nothing. I do not know either. Grandma Inha's voice rose. Not knowing is okay. Inha turned surprised. You are still young, so just take your time. Go through joys and hardships. Collect many stories. Then fight through them. Study and play. And one day, you will know what you want. If you still do not know, just live until you do. Inha broke out in a sweat, thinking, she is telling me to just live freely. Huh. Mom and Grandma Inha hugged him together. She is right. Time belongs to our Yunha. Inha, you can do whatever you want. Yes, you can. Inha Inuha means from the universe, a place full of endless potential. Yunha blushed. That is what my name means. She looked at him warmly. I will cheer for you, no matter what you do. Grandma Inha added, I will cheer for you too. Grandma. Suddenly, Inha called from inside. I want some milk too. They laugh happily. Inha, you are up. Come here. Want some milk? Grandma's been drinking. Antu smiled. Yes, yes. Inha smiled happily at them, chatting until he suddenly remembered. Inha brought over the flower cloth. Grandma, here it is. Grandma Inha was surprised. Oh wow. Thank you. I will put it on the cabinet to show it off. He thought to himself, putting it near the entrance means she wants to show it off to the neighbors. She does not know about that, right? I do not care if she knows or not. Let us just make beautiful memories together in this life. Grandma, thank you for raising me. The image of Grandma Yunha appeared in his mind. One afternoon in a house, Yunha's dad called out, Ina, Ina, you are going to have a new sibling. Both were surprised. Really? Auntie? Yunha was happy. I am going to have a little sibling. Ina's parents replied, yes, you are going to have a new sibling. Ina's parents looked at him and saw him trembling. She worriedly placed her hand on his shoulder. Ina? He looked up and cried loudly. Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me since I was born. The greatest thing, Ina's dad shyly said. If you act like that, people will think you are the father. The whole family laughed happily. Scene shifts to In's nursery school. From afar, 3 little girls ran in. Puchi's here. Do you miss Mom? Ina, tired, wore a dog bracelet. Yunha's nanny, the goddess of the calendar, 2 years old, 7 years old. The kids approached Yunha. Or rather, Puchi, why are you crying? Don't cry. Puchi. Ina blushed angrily, thinking, I am not crying. Damn it. Suddenly Minji nearby spoke up. Don't you guys think Puchi is cute at all? I wish we could just throw it away. That mutt. He gritted. Damn Minji. Always mocking me whenever she gets the chance. The girl sneered coldly. Want to get scolded? Want me to tell the teacher? Unha recalled being caught sleeping by the teacher. This is driving me crazy. Sleeping and then getting thrown into this monster's den. Another little girl came in. Kids. Dear. Dad's home. But while the kids were distracted, Ina quickly slipped away. Outside, Ina took off the bracelet and sighed tiredly. His gaze suddenly caught someone nearby. It was the girl Dung Hajiang sitting alone reading a book. Ina hid his hand and asked, What are you reading? She smiled and replied, Sherlock Holmes. I have been addicted to it for a while. He rubbed his hands. Sherlock Holmes. Huh. Sherlock and Professor Moriarty fell over a waterfall and died. Hajiang suddenly turned pale and asked, What? Inha was startled. Realizing he would spoiled it, she lowered her head like a crying squirrel. You are so mean. I have not finished reading it yet. He forced a smile. Sorry. But they come back in the Sherlock Holmes sequel. As soon as he said that, Hajiang's tears fell. Ina, you are too cruel. She cried, and he quickly left. Sorry. I really am sorry. Inha walked away to another place, then suddenly stopped. A voice caught his attention. It is nothing. Just wasted blood again. That is not fair. Damn it. Next time I will take you down. A boy's gaze suddenly fixed on Yunha. I was just about to see who is the strongest in class. Perfect timing. The kids whispered around. Yunha and Yoonhik are finally fighting. Who is the strongest? He smirked. What are these kids watching on TV? Seriously. The kids started gathering around the two. Yoonhik made a move, pulling out a sword. He pointed at Inha. There can be 2 tigers in 1 forest. I am going to end our fate here. He raised the sword. Inha was speechless. Really? 2 boys behind Yoonhik urged. Take him down quick. That is right. Show him who is strongest. Inha smiled. These kids. One shouted loudly from outside. Take down you. The girls keep clinging to him. Inha thought. Is that what you care about? Minji cheered. Inha? Yeah? At least you are still around. Neighbor. She made a threatening gesture. Watch out. Yuna sighed. Right? This is me. Felt a little sad. No one's cheering me on. Inha suddenly noticed a Jiang, but she burst out crying. I hate you. Inha? Hearing that he was startled, Inha picked up a plastic sword. Right? I am alone in this world. He became fierce. It is all because of you guys. Yunha imagined himself and Yoonhik standing in an arena. The boy shouted loudly. Come at me. Demon. Inha stood firm as Yoonhik approached. Inha gently blocked one of the boy's sword strikes. He used a strong force to knock Yoonhik's sword away. The sword spun above his head as the boy just looked up. Taking advantage, Inha quickly dashed past and slashed across Yoonhik's waist. At the same time, the sword spun several times before falling to the ground. Inha stood tall without looking back at the opponent. He slowly sheathed the sword. Inha clutched his stomach tightly, thinking, no way. I can still do this if I can tap into the sealed power. The kid coughed repeatedly, then collapsed. Inha stood proudly amid the admiration of everyone around. He turned and smiled. This really is an exciting fight. The kids cheered happily. You really did it. That is our Yuna. See? He is good because he is playing for his family. Exactly. If anyone can pull out Excalibur, it has got to be Yuna. He blinked. Huh? What? Ahead was a toy sword stuck in a pile of gear. I have never seen Excalibur pulled out before. But you can do it. Yuna scratched his head. Maybe I should give it a try. He stepped forward, grabbed the hilt, and easily pulled the sword out to the kid's astonishment. Inha got Excalibur. Inha's the best. Go Yuna. He shyly screamed inside. Please stop. Just stop. Scene shift to somewhere in the park, near a phone screen showing news. Breaking news. Goblin Rank 7 has appeared. The Macroneer Knights are at the front lines. But reports say 2 goblins escaped the scene. According to the Mana Management Association, they are likely hiding in crowded areas. Report immediately if spotted. Outside. Kids are running and playing. Freeze. Freeze. Minji taps a cheerful girl, removing her freeze. Inha exhales deeply watching the kids play. He sits tiredly under a tree, thinking, I'm exhausted or not they tired. Inha sits cross-legged, hands clasped together. Since the future changed, I need to gather mana whenever I can. Over time, the world will recognize mana as a power, so I better stock up before that happens. Since that incident, I am sure I will have more space to accumulate mana. 2 kids spot him and call out, Hey Yuna, you done resting? Come on. Come play with us. Inha thinks silently. Are they okay? Their stamina is insane. Just then, Teacher Teo arrives with a bag of snacks. Kids. Ice cream. Everyone stops playing and runs over. I want watermelon ice cream. I want cantaloupe. He smiles at the scene. Kids will be kids. After a while, Teo is covered in mess. Alright. Anyone without ice cream, come get some. Suddenly, 2 hands reach for the same ice cream. Yunha and Minji both wearing glasses. They look at each other. Let go. You pig Minji. That is mine. I grabbed it first, so drop. I got it first. Drop it. You are a boy but acting so petty. Just because I am a boy does not mean I get the ice cream. Teo watches them. Exhausted, he snatches the ice cream and says, Hey kids, did not you hear? Friends do not fight. Then Teo breaks the ice cream in half. He hands each half to them. See? Problem solved. Share? Okay. They ignore him and start arguing. Winner takes all. Rock, paper, scissors. Teo sighs. You guys should share. Do not be like this. Both turn pale. Yes, sir. Behind them, Hajiang approaches and asks, Teacher, where's Yoonhik? Startled, the teacher replies, Yoonhik. Not sure. Maybe in the moon garden. Minji calmly says, I guess he is still struggling with his sword over there. Why does he keep playing alone like that? Hajiang thinks, special training should be done in secret. Minji wonders, what? Why do you want to bring him ice cream? If you want to, go get it yourself. She hesitates. But I think he would be really sad if we left him out while we eat together. Minji shakes her head. Hajiang, your one mistake is being too nice. Teo suggests. So want to bring ice cream to Yoonhik? He nods eagerly. Yes, Minji asks. Want me to come with you? Hajang shakes his head. It is, Teo loudly reminds. Kids, throw your trash here after eating. Anha frowned slightly as he watched the girl walk away. Who wants to keep playing tag? Come on over. Minji stepped closer. You should go out there too. Anha refused without hesitation. No thanks. I have played enough today, the girl warned seriously. Then no one will want to play with you anymore. He did not care much. You do not have to worry about that. Just go play out there, Minji snorted coldly. Anna said I have to play with you. Anna scratched his face. Thinking. She really is something. The girl tugged his sleeve and pulled him up. Come on. Get up and go. The kids gathered to play rock, paper, scissors. Anha lost and stood up. Leaning forward. He gritted his teeth and led the chase back toward Minji. He did not hesitate to run after her. Anna sprinted full speed, almost catching Minji. But she stopped, crossed her arms, freezing in place. Minji stuck out her tongue teasingly, and he turned his attention to another friend. Suddenly, Anha ran right past a friend without noticing. The friend looked surprised to see him running toward Minji. The girl got distracted and suddenly frowned. Anha darted past like a flash, then turned back with a big grin. Anha tapped her shoulder and broke the freeze. Minji finally reacted and exclaimed, You. The curly-haired boy ran over and patted her shoulder. Come on. You are it now. Minji laughed loudly. Okay. I am the one chasing now. Minji's eyes burned fiercely. Catch Anha. She looked toward him with a fierce glare. You are not getting away from me. Anha. Anha tilted his head and smiled faintly. You really think you can catch me? His eyes suddenly went blank in shock. And Anha stopped completely. Minji ran up and tapped his shoulder. Gotcha. Anha. You are caught. Seeing his reaction, she asked curiously. What is wrong? Why are you so quiet? Anha suddenly blurted out. What is going on? At the daycare. This is, suddenly. A sharp green hand grabbed him. Nin Jiang turned his head to look. The nearby kids froze, staring wide-eyed. Huh? What is that? On the fence appeared a monster carrying weapons, a goblin. It jumped down into the daycare. The twin-tailed boy stammered in fear. Mom. The goblin opened its terrifying mouth, raising its weapon to attack. It swung its huge weapon down with force. The girl looked desperate as the goblin raised its weapon high. At that moment, it slashed horizontally at the girl. Suddenly, a timely hand shot out and threw an object. The object hit the goblin's hand hard, causing it to drop its weapon. The goblin stared angrily toward the attacker, and that person was none other than Anha. Behind, another goblin was slowly approaching him. Anha nimbly dodged silently. He let out a sharp shout. These guys are really annoying. Anha clenched his fists and spun around. Have to take them out fast and call for backup. He struck the goblin with a powerful blow from his core. In the distance, Teo's footsteps came pounding closer. He swung a broom, hitting a goblin's head. You are not escaping. Teo turned to Anha shouting loudly, startling him. Anha. Stay still. Without hesitation, he threw the broom hard. The broom flew like the wind, hitting the goblin near Anha in the stomach. Taking advantage, Teo grabbed Anha's shirt, and with the girl from before, ran off holding tight. Two angry goblins chased after them. He yelled, Are you okay? Anha stayed calm. Yes, in the air. A goblin almost caught up, ready to swing its axe down. Anha, on Tiego's shoulder, gathered mana in his palm. A mana orb quickly formed. Don't even dream of it. He threw it with all his strength. The mana orb hit the goblin's stomach, making it cry out and fly back. The giant goblin's body fell right onto the goblin behind it. Anha sighed in relief, glad he was okay. The three of them panicked and ran into the house. Just arriving, Teo collapsed, breathing heavily from exhaustion. The principal worriedly called out, Teacher Teo, he hurriedly asked. Principal, what about the other kids? She reassured him. They have been evacuated. But are you sure goblins appeared? Teo nodded. There were 2 of them in the area. Looks like they have been here for a few days. And Anha glanced around. Observing, the principal spoke. I will go report this immediately. We have to wait for the players to arrive, he suggested. Then I will block the exits with the other teachers. Suddenly, Minji's panicked voice rang out. Teacher, I can find Hajiang or Hick anywhere. Teo lost his composure hearing this. What? He just saw them in the garden. The kids nearby chimed in. Yes. They said they were going to get us ice cream. His face turned pale. Go save those 2 immediately. The principal stopped him. You can't. Around them, the teachers and other kids were trembling non-stop. Teacher Teo, you have to stay here. He hesitated, but 2 nearby kids cried out, Please save them. Teacher. They spoke without noticing someone had already left the room. Outside the garden, a terrified scream echoed loudly. At that moment, Zun Hudhof was grabbed by a goblin raising its axe to strike. Hajiang raised her hands forward, channeling mana. Stop! She rushed forward and struck the goblin hard, sending it rolling several times. Hajiang caught the boy anxiously. Him, are you okay? The goblin quickly stood up growling. Hajiang and Heap scrambled away from the axe. The boy bit his lip in determination, and Hai grabbed her hand with all his strength and ran. Hajiang, run! The goblin opened its mouth drooling, staring at the 2. Running to the playground, Hajang asked, "What should we do now?" Enhai quickly reassured, "Adults will come to save us. Let us hide until then." The boy pointed to the climbing frame. "Quick, climb up there," and Heck quickly helped Hajang up. "You go first." A growl behind made the boy turn back. The goblin had completely caught up to them, and Heck urged, "Get up there first." Hajang. The girl panicked. "What about you? You have to climb too." The boy turned. "I will fight them until the adults arrive." From above, Hajang shouted, "Don't he do that. Climb up first." Seeing Anne Heath trembling with fear of the goblin, she was confused. The boy gripped his sword tightly, eyes full of determination. En Huk recalled the scene of Hun Qian on TV. The boy shouted excitedly, "He defeated it. He is so cool. I will be a hero like him too." Zan Hiki's hands tightened on the sword and his heart pounded. "I will be strong too." The boy's face turned pale. Charging in. "You weakling." The goblin's full mouth chewed loudly. It opened wide. Screaming fiercely, the goblin lunged to attack. "No problem. Just like I trained." And Hike shut his eyes tight and swung the sword hard. The sword barely grazed off and was knocked away, and Hike fell back sitting in fear, taking the chance. The goblin raised its axe again. Behind and has stepped forward and picked up the sword. The goblin swung its axe down hard. Hike cried, raising his hands to block. Suddenly, time passed but nothing happened. The boy slowly opened his eyes to look. Hajang sat atop the climbing frame looking down, and Ha had appeared just in time to save Inhaif, and Ha praised him. "You did great." He turned back smiling. "A real..." And Hike sat dazed on the ground. "What?" Suddenly, the goblin lunged to attack Inha. The boy panicked and yelled, "Watch out!" A beautiful sword slash came down. A beautiful sword slash came flying. The sharp blade sliced clean through its arm. The goblin's severed arm flew up into the air. It stared in shock at its arm spurting blood continuously. Unha's cold eyes glared up at the sword. He swung with incredible force, cutting the goblin in two. Its body instantly dissolved, dropping a magic stone. The magic stone, shaped like a diamond, fell to the ground. And Ha lightly wiped blood from the blade and sheathed his sword. He tilted his head to reassure himself now he could finally relax. And Hugo ran over crying and hugged In Ha. "You really are a hero. Need to pull that kid away. What is going on with you? Get away from me." Suddenly Hajang also ran up and grabbed Inha tightly. The two kids clung to him, crying, scared out of their minds. And Ha's face twisted as he tried to push them away. "Cut it out. Cut it out." Earlier, "Hey, what about those two friends?" While everyone was distracted, and Ha sneaked outside, he took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and Ha's eyes widened and glowed bright. His mana radiated around him, helping him sense his surroundings. Hajang had plenty of mana, and An Hagu was fine too. They were already escaping, and Ha suddenly noticed a goblin and thought, "Wait a minute, I need to handle the one heading toward the training room first." The goblin prowled around, growling. Suddenly, and Ha's voice caught its attention. "Hey, what are you looking for? Ahead?" Anha stood blocking the way with a paper-cutting knife. He wrapped mana around the blade, making it gleam with power. The goblin roared and charged. It swung sideways, but Anha ducked to avoid it. Using his leg strength, he pushed off the ground and launched himself forward in a flash. And Ha was behind the goblin, swinging his knife straight down. And Ha's strike was so strong it pierced through the goblin. The goblin angrily turned, ready to strike back. Anna quickly jumped up to dodge. Once again, Anna kicked off the ground to dive down. He slashed straight from head to toe. Like before, the goblin's body turned to dust and vanished. Another magic stone dropped in front of him, and Ha sheathed his knife, muttering to himself, "This won't work anymore." He tossed it aside. "Whoever dares set foot in this kindergarten, I want to spare them." And Ha dashed off quickly. "Please, everyone, stay safe." Ha activated mana in his eyes. Hajayang. You. I am back in the present. The two kids still would not stop crying. He sighed deeply, thinking to himself, "Whatever." Teo suddenly appeared. And Ha. You. Hajayang, are you all okay? He was startled. "Teacher Teo." And Ha looked down at the two kids still crying. He replied tiredly, "Yes, sir." A while later, the players arrived at the daycare. Someone standing opposite Inha asked, "Did you really defeat it?" The girl blushed. The goblins were badly wounded, so after a few stabs, they were already defeated. He showed a magic stone. Even a goblin ranked 728 is not weak enough for a 7-year-old kid to beat. The only way to take down a monster is to destroy its core, using weapons enhanced by mana or a super strong physical attack. He raised his eyebrows. "What about the goblin in the hallway?" And Ha explained the situation. "Probably the goblin outside finished off that one. The two of them fought. No wonder it was badly injured, and then you defeated it. Maybe those two kids are not that close." The player guy is still unsure. Probably. Scene shifts to the award ceremony. The Seongbuk U office sincerely apologized to Doan Kindergarten for the recent ordeal they had to endure. "From now on, we promise to do everything we can to protect the school." And today's main character. "Thank you. No thanks necessary." The certificate for the Brave Child Award. Teachers and friends below clap and cheer, remembering the moment his parents scolded him. "The Kraken incident was not enough for you guys. Write an apology letter yourself and talk it out." Unha holds the certificate, feeling nervous, so embarrassed. Someone reminds him, "Unha, smile." He forces a weak smile. Doan Kindergarten's festival is bustling with parents dropping off and picking up their kids. Long ago, There was a princess named Snow White with a fair and beautiful face. Snow White a dung. Snow White also had a warm heart. So the 7 dwarfs in the forest adored her deeply. The kids are fully immersed in the scene, and teacher Teo stands leading the story. In a corner of the stage, Unha and Onhyu are waiting. The kid is panicking. Captain, what should I do? I can't remember a single line. Hey, you. What is wrong with you? You only have one line, right? You are not supposed to eat it. Onhyu suddenly remembers. Okay, that is right. Captain, you remember everything. Unha sighs. He has changed so much after the monster incident. Remember before when Onhyu kept calling him a warrior? We agreed to call me captain instead of warrior. Onhyu points at himself confidently. Princess, look at this red apple. Is not it delicious? Hajang as the princess is excited. It is beautiful and delicious too. The dwarfs quickly intervene. Princess, you should not eat food from strangers. I am sure that apple is poisoned. Princess, do not eat it. Onhyu grows more nervous. The kid panics loudly. That is right. Onhyu points dramatically, startling the kids around him. Teo is leading the story but freezes at the scene before him. The surroundings fall silent for a long moment. Suddenly, the audience bursts out laughing. Unha sighs on stage. He acts like a robot. Minji angrily throws the apple. Eat it and get lost. The apple flies straight into Onhya's mouth. The girl screams. Not you. A nearby kid cries. Onhyu is doomed. Suddenly Tiego's voice rings out. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He waves his hand signaling. But the queen refuses to give up. The queen forces the princess to eat the rest of the apple. Teo signals again. Minji turns pale, unsure what to do. The girl shoves the apple into Hajang's mouth. You. Eat it and get out of my life. Hajang reaches out calling. Mom. Minji yells as she runs off. Who is your mom? I am your stepmom. I told you not to call me that anymore. After a moment, the girl's cheeks flush red. Hajang's head spins and she collapses, while the others pull Onhyu off the stage. Teo pats Onha's shoulder with hopeful anticipation. Unha. Tears well up in his eyes. Now. The teacher only trusts you. Let us see who in class will do the best today. You curse silently in your mind. Damn this teacher. It is your turn now. Unha slowly steps outside. You slowly approach where Hajang is lying. Suddenly, a voice from below makes Unha freeze. Is that him? That kid is really terrifying. He is the one who defeated the monster. No way. The city even rewarded him, but a child handling monsters. The monster does not hesitate to sacrifice humans. So it is just like a player. Immortal. Strange. The scene in Unha's mind becomes chaotic. Suddenly, your sister calls out loudly. Unha, you snap back to reality. Below, Unha stands with his parents waving. Unha is your sister. Your parents cheer for you too. Son, you are amazing. So handsome. Unha, mom's here. Hearing your family's voices, you hesitate a moment. Then you break into a happy smile. Sorry about that. Your body relaxes and your legs start to move. You stand tall in front of Hajang lying peacefully on the flowers. You take a deep breath and exhale. Sit down and touch the girl's forehead. How can someone be this beautiful? You gently place a kiss on Hajang's forehead. Her cheeks flush red as her eyes slowly open. You hold Hajang's hand and gently help her sit up. The crowd below keeps applauding your performance. You and Hajang bow together to the audience. Onhyu and friends head outside. So cool. No, come here. Everyone. They lift you up high together. Your face turns pale. Damn them. This is dangerous. I am gonna fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands catch you. It is your dad. Son, you did great. He carries you on his shoulders. Of course. I am my dad's son after all. He laughs loudly hearing that. That is right. Huh. Your mom brings your little sibling over. Unha, you look confused. It is wrong. Mom, she smiles gently. Have you found what you want to do yet? You think it over. Mom said the same thing last year. What do you want to be when you grow up? Your eyes darken. I do not know yet. I still do not know what I should do. Looking at everyone gathered in front. But I want to be happy. Do not want anyone to destroy that happiness. You smile and say, return it. You grab your dad's head, maybe a warrior. Huh, dad. Put me down. Your dad teases you, of course, as the warrior wishes. Your mom's face softens, looking at you with pride. That is right, Maya. Do whatever you want. We'll always cheer for my son. Time quickly passed, and Junhai advanced to the next grade. For the students enrolling at the elementary school, we sincerely congratulate you all. And in this season, the trees and flowers are blooming beautifully and do not act out. Junha entered at 8 years old. Minji, standing behind, spoke up. Why would you do something so embarrassing? The principal is giving a speech. You are being rude. Then why do you even care about it? Hajang stood nearby and reminded them. You guys, the teachers told you to be quiet and do not act reckless. The kid immediately turned to start, just like a boss. You are worried I might get hurt. You are speechless. It is just that, about this, the teachers hope you will enjoy your time at school. John Hikyu's constant interruptions are making you tired. Already feeling exhausted. A classroom down the hall. Minji stood up confidently to introduce herself. Hello? I am Kim Minji from Heiho District. I am here at Jeon Press School just like all the other kids. I want to play and make lots of friends. I like watching movies and listening to music. Dunha thought silently. Why is she talking so long? The teacher on stage forced a smile. Minji, we do not have much time, so please save the rest for next time. The first boy. 4th grade homeroom teacher Georgina. The girl took a deep breath and sat down under the watchful eyes of her classmates. Yes, I could not hold it in. Georgina spoke up. Next is Nonua. Please introduce yourself. He immediately stood up. Yes, My name is Noton Ha and I am enrolled at Jion Press School. Let us get to know each other. She smiled and asked, Yoon Ha. Is that all? He nodded. Yes. Georgina flipped through the list. Next is Doong Hajang. Hajang. Please introduce yourself. The girl, quite shy, stood up. Hajang closed her eyes and tried her best to speak. Her head was spinning. I am Hajang. Yunha sat next to her, watching quietly. Recalling the time in Hajang's house, Sugan spoke up. Nice to meet you all. I am Hajang's dad. Anen and the kids from the nursery came to visit. Hello, sir. He smiled. Was it hard getting here? I will make you a delicious lunch. Want something to drink? You looked at Seokan suspiciously. This really Hajang's dad. Feels like I have seen him somewhere before. The little ones happily surrounded him. I want mango juice. I want mango juice too, sir. And pointed at himself. You want? I want a shot of espresso. Oh no? Banana juice. A table full of food and drinks was beautifully arranged. One kid could not resist and took a bite. This is so good. Is this smoked pork? This is delicious too, Minji said proudly. Now do you get it? Hajang's dad is a great cook and he'd you. Confusing. So why are you proud? The girl scoffed coldly. Hajang is my friend. After all, the two immediately started arguing. Got it? Silly. I told you not to call me that. All right. Len Anha glanced over at the two who kept bumping heads. You took a sip and thought, what is so good that these kids are this happy? Right after one gulp, your eyes widened in surprise. What is this? What did I just drink? My mana is flowing again. Unbelievable. This is a mana potion. A mana potion. Energy drinks that restore mana inside the body. Monster hunters always carry these potions because mana is closely linked to their lives. Seeing the strange expression, Hajang asked worriedly, what is wrong? Is it? Anna smiled gently. Not all. It is really good. Hajang. What is your dad's name? The girl was surprised. My dad? He is currently in the kitchen making potions. His name is Seokun. Hearing the name, Anna suddenly remembered and was startled. His eyes lit up. Hajang. Let us be best friends. Anna chuckled quietly to herself. Seokun. He is the one who revolutionized the mana potion market. With his refining skills, he can select the best ingredients to maximize mana efficiency. In the future, he will become a giant in the mana potion market at Alice Corporation, one of the top 3 companies in South Korea. But wait, I thought he did not have a daughter. You are forgetting something. His daughter is alive because I saved her. Anna placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Hajang, if anyone bullies you at school, just tell me. I will protect you. Hearing this, Hajang blushed shyly. Then, thank you. Back to the present. Hajang struggled to introduce herself. The girl regained her composure. I like Onhan Minji. We all went to the same kindergarten. And I like reading books and drinking tea. Although I am shy when meeting new people. Let us be friends. Onha gave a thumbs up. Nicely done. Very good. That is my friend. Regina smiled happily. Well done. Hajang. Next up is Jinseona. Everyone turned to look at the girl. Even Onha could not help but be surprised. Jinseona had a pair of cat ears on her head. A tail swayed back and forth behind her. Are those real? Is she a monster? A half-breed? Half-breed. It is a term for kids mutated due to uneven mana distribution in their bodies. Those whose family members were killed by monsters. Hate half-breeds because they look so much like monsters. The girl spoke shyly. I am Jinsi. I do not go to kindergarten. Please befriend me. Whispering started around. My mom told me not to go near her. Why? No one knows. Just told not to play with her. Rule is no playing together. You think to yourself. Seems like there is a lot of prejudice against half-breeds. So Gina gets ready to read. Inez, at noon, Unhike stood straight to teach. Hello? I am Choi Eun-huk. I love swordsmanship, and I am learning mana control from the boss. A friend asks curiously, who is the boss? The kid acts mysterious. You guys do not know the boss. Eun-hike points toward Eun-ha. Eun-ha? The one sitting over there is the boss. The strongest person in our class is the boss. So think about fighting the boss. The boss is incredibly strong. Absolutely the boss. The boss is number 1. She quickly tries to stop him. Eun-hike. Can you please sit down? So Gina's face suddenly turns angry. And more. Eun-ha, we will invite your parents to meet with me too. You sit and cry. I did not do anything. Seriously. Eun-ha sighs in the corner. What a pain in the neck. Hike's voice keeps shouting. The boss is number 1, ranked number 1. So Gina immediately got angry. No, come to the teacher's room for her. You are grinding your teeth. Choi-eun, from now on, you will face hellish training at the cafeteria. Eun-ha speaks up. This is already the 3rd time. The lunch lady will remember your face for sure. And Huck is startled. How do you know that? She even remembers my name now. Minji stands up and shouts. Eun-ha, want to get some more? Was planning to ask for a little extra too. Eun-ha flashes a wicked smile. Yeah? Go get more food, you little glutton pig. The girl gets so angry hearing that I am not a glutton pig. It is just that I took less food than usual earlier. Hajang speaks up to explain. That is right. Eun-ha, this time you are wrong. You smile coldly. Alright. Alright. The two of them stop fighting suddenly. Look there. That is her. Right? Amazing. She really has a tail. How does someone like that even go to our school? Be careful not to make eye contact. Jinseona carries her tray, looking for a seat. She suddenly notices an empty spot. That table has 3 pretty arrogant girls. Jinseona hesitates. Can I sit here? Jinseona smiles coldly. You can tea. And sighs. Of all people, she goes to ask Jinseona. The girl looks down on him. What is your problem? Are you crazy or what? Jinseona looks confused. What? You need to take a good look at yourself and your clothes. 2. What is wrong with his clothes? Where did you get those? You brat should just stay at your temple. The girl struggles but tries to speak. I am Minji is furious. Jinseona. You think saving the rich makes you better. You are really mean. Hajang starts crying. She is so mean. Seeing Anha's unhappy face. And Hai calls out worriedly, "Big bro?" The kids around keep mocking. "Look, he is crying." Remember the last episode. Not all half-humans are good. You think the poorer and more outcast someone is, the kinder their heart must be, right? Asks. So what? Jin Parang sits across and says, "You are wrong. Sure, some are good. Some kids are kind. But there are more bad ones." Ha asks again. So what? Making you confused, so what? What I mean is, you should not treat them better, just because they are half-humans. Lately, it seems you are caring for them because of me, and have interrupts. Enough? Jin Parang. Why do you think I am good? He replies, "I did not mean that," and he draws his sword, startling Jin Parang. So you do not see me as someone weak who can tell right from wrong. You think I am some weakling who can tell right from wrong. He is the one who scared the elder. That was not my idea either. Why suddenly so tense? Enha? It is because you sneaked into my tent at midnight and disturbed my sleep with nonsense stories. Get out and stand guard or something if you do not want to get beaten. He is all fired up now. Alright, the Abyss Rotten Pit. Jin Parang just took down a monster. The monsters here are pretty tough, typical Abyss monsters. Suddenly, Jin Parang's gaze shifts sharply as something strikes him, badly injuring his stomach. What hit Jin Parang was a sharp limb. Ahead is a giant scorpion-like monster. Seeing he is still alive, it keeps attacking. From afar, a foot rushes forward. It isn't who swings his sword and cuts the monster's leg in two. It has eyes blaze with fierce energy. The monster screams in pain and backs off after losing a leg. It growls angrily and charges again. Enha struggles but dodges, gripping his sword tightly. The monster's body is slashed with countless wounds. Enha flies past it, launching multiple attacks at once. The monster's body breaks into many pieces. He rushes to Jin Parang, calling out loudly, "Parang!" Enha supports his weakened body. Jin Parang urges, "Hurry up. Enha, you have come this far, but you still have the boss to face." From afar, Zojun runs over. "Parang?" Enha's voice turns cold. "Zojun, heal him quickly." He nods, moving carefully. "Enha, did you forget? I know my wounds best. The reason I almost died, the reason we fight, is so we can defeat the boss here for the peace and happiness of our homeland. So what else do you need?" Ha snap. "Alright, got any last words?" He repeats. "That is more like you. Remember what I said before? Not all half-humans are good. What I meant is, do not treat them better just because they are half-human." You nod. "I remember." Jin Parang. Jun stands up. "Because I am not much different from them. I am actually a very evil person." No sooner had I said that than his body stopped moving. Unha looked at the blood on her hand and Jun. Jin Parang. Back to the present. She examined her hand carefully. "Why am I remembering that now?" Unha stood up and said, "Minji." The girl was surprised. "What?" He turned to leave. "Hey, sorry. I will be right back." The boy hugged her chest. Knew she would do that. Unha called out, "Big bro? Want me to come with you?" Unha calmly said, "Just sit there and eat." What is wrong with him? What is he planning? This is ridiculous. Jin Siona was standing at the end of the table when his hand reached out. He took a food tray and guided the girl. "There is a spot over there. Come on." Jin Siona was startled. Speechless, the girl grabbed Unhe's sleeve. "Hey, it will be okay." Jin Siona flinched. "Sorry." He turned back and smiled softly. "It is let us. My friend already saved you a spot." Girl hesitated. "Sorry, but it will only be harder if you help me," Unha said coldly. "I do not care." Someone asked, "Which kindergarten are they from?" The two girls earlier answered, "Do in kindergarten. Should I check other schools about them?" Jin Siona laughed. "No need for that, because judging by their actions, they are just from the lower class." Minji pointed and said, "Welcome, the stubborn Ina. So please forgive him." He was angry. Cursed Minji. This brat. Unha ate while greeting. "The food's really good today." Jin Siona politely greeted back. A glass of water was handed over. "This is barley tea." "Thank you." The four of them looked at Jin Siona. "It is really good. It is hot, so drink slowly." Girl carefully held the glass with both hands. Jin Siona gulped the whole glass in one go, finishing it all. She kept scooping food into her mouth continuously. Unha spoke up. "Eat slower." Seeing Jin Siona, Hook said, "Do not worry. We are not eating your food." Minji and Ajang also spoke up. "Do cry. Are you crying? Here's a tissue. Wipe your tears." Scene shift to the playground. Unha said, "I will go first. From now on, you have to hide your mana to stay hidden or use mana to boost your body. If you keep confusing me and running like this, I won't be able to catch you." Jin Siona raised her hand and said, "I do not know how to control mana." He replied, "But you know how to hide, so you can play, right?" Minji gave a thumbs up. "That is right." "Beat him." The boy forced a smile. "Impossible." Unha thought to himself, she does not know how to use that unique skill. Extrasensory ability. I will teach her later. Thinking that, he said, and no hiding in the house. Only play in this area. Anna covered his face. I will start counting to 100. 98. 97. 96. 3, 2, 1. Reaching 1, Anna slowly opened his eyes. He loudly declared, I am coming to find you. Anna quickly caught 3 people. Got you. Caught you. Got you. He rubbed his chin calculating. Only Hajiang and Siona left. I can sense Hajiang at all. Hajiang controls mana too well. Then let us find Siona first. Anna sensed it and quickly dashed. Here it is. He ran behind a bush and found her. He got her. But Jin Siona quickly dashed away. Anna saw and ran after her. Over there. Jin Siona. Stop. He reached out, almost touching the girl. Suddenly Jin Siona jumped high onto the roof tile. She landed on a roof. Not good. The 3 caught watched as the 2 chasers shouted. Really? Unhyuk laughed coldly. We just got spotted. Not caught. Minji slammed her hands. How dare you trick me? Dumbest move. Let us. Anna got excited. Alright. I want to play again too. I will run faster if I use mana. Seeing the 3 of them run off, Anna panicked. He grabbed his head and yelled, What is this? How did it end up like this? Anna still chased Unhyuk with mana. I will catch all of you. Stop right there. Jin Siona looked at the scene before her and smiled happily. Earlier, a small pair of feet had just stepped into a house. No one else but Hajiang. Where should I hide? Anna's voice rang out loudly. I am coming to find you. The little girl gathered her strength. I have to throw mana back first. Mana all around her body was thrown back into her palm by Hajiang. I can hide inside. Better go outside. Suddenly, a bookshelf upstairs caught the little girl's attention. Hajiang saw it and eagerly climbed up. In front of the little girl was a room filled entirely with books. Hajiang went deeper inside. Constantly peeking around, the little girl picked up a book and beamed. This really is heaven. So many books. Hajiang realized. Wait, where is this? I should head back outside. A red book caught the little girl's eye. It was so pretty. How do I read this? Suddenly, a voice answered. Alice in Wonderland. Without knowing when, a man stood behind Hajiang, his cold gaze fixed on her. Hajiang looked up, startled and scared. After a moment, Unhes group arrived. Sir, let us see. Alice turned back to chase the rabbit. The boy angrily raised his voice. Inside the little girl was sitting on his lap reading a book when she was suddenly startled. Anna stepped forward to greet. Hello? This little girl came to play with us. So I came to pick her up. Hajiang jumped down and said, You should tell me where you are going first. I forgot. The other 4 whispered. Our brother's so cool. He is... Captain, do not get angry. Unha became furious. Forgot, the little girl trembled. Sorry. He flicked Hajiang's forehead hard. Hajiang, next time you go somewhere, you have to tell me first. Got it. The little girl's eyes welled up. Okay. Sorry. Unha thought quietly. She will cry if I push her more. He turned to Jun Chik. Sorry for bothering you, sir. The man smiled. No problem. The little girl brightens my mood. Come play again next time. I love friends who like to read. Hajiang beamed. Really? He ruffled her hair. Really? Hajiang excitedly said. I will come again tomorrow. I will finish this book tomorrow, sir. Unha tugged her hand. Let us go home now. It is getting late. Junchik spoke up to stop Yun, making him suspicious. Wait. The man raised his phone and suggested. We should take the kids home. Right? Outside, a luxury car arrived. A black-suited bodyguard with a gun opened the door for the kids. Here, anyone who wants to go home. Get in. The boy was amazed. Who is this old man? Unhik exclaimed. What a fancy car. So smooth. Unha was startled. Hey, this is an expensive car. Getting in the car. Junchik immediately ordered. Let us... Unha? Unha? And Minji watched them leave. He exclaimed. I have never been in that car before. Unha felt a pang of jealousy inside. Outside the school, rain kept falling. Unha sat dazed, staring out the window. Suddenly, the teacher's voice startled him. All right. I will put Unha's name down as a candidate for class president. On the board was the line Class 4 president election. Seeing his name on the board made him jump in surprise. Unha raised his hand to speak. Teacher, why did you put my name there? Minji beside him spoke up. What do you mean? Someone said you wanted to be class president. He nervously pointed to himself. Ooh. The little girl pointed toward Unhik. Anyone else? Seeing the boy's admiring face, he turned dark. Unhik waved and laughed loudly. Big bro. Unha ground his teeth. Watch out, Unhik. You will pay for this. The boy continued. Big bro is the lucky one to be class president. But before that, Unha raised his hand again. Teacher, I do not want to do it. Zozina tried to persuade. Unhik already nominated you. You should not disappoint your friends. He replied. I am not strong enough to be class president. Teacher, she teased. What do you mean? You are capable of doing it. Unha turned to Minji and shouted. Silly Minji. You should have told me sooner. The little girl laughed and turned away. I did say it. Who told you to act all brave? Zina quickly reassured. Okay. Has the only candidate so far. Anyone else want to join? Zina raised her hand to speak. Teacher. Unha could not help but notice her. Zina turned around and whispered. I want to nominate myself. Unha looked at her expression and frowned. The next day, large boxes of cakes were brought to the classroom. Zinsina spoke up. My dad bought these. Everyone dig in. The kids rushed over. Whoa, Senna really is the best. Hamburgers. Lunch today is hamburgers. The two girls started handing them out to those around them. Senna said if he becomes class president, he will treat us to hamburgers once a month. Vote for Senna. Heskroop stood aside watching them. A hamburger was handed to him. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, silently watching Zinsina. The girl pouted. Thanks for your vote. You are cold and annoying. I am not eating. Saying that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Zinsina called out. Everyone. If I become class president, he sighed. She has really stepped up her game. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Hess' attention. It was he holding a hamburger with eyes shining brightly. The kid tried to hold back and gave it back. You eat it. Minji and Jiang both refused. I'm not begging. And I am not eating it either. You stood aside watching and exclaimed. You guys. Hess' eyebrows raised high. Thinking carefully. All right. Then let us give it a try. Scene shifts to nature. Mountains and green trees. The elementary school is on a spring field trip. Zinsina called out loudly. Kids. Time for roll call. When I call your name, raise your hand. She looked at He and Zinsina. Class president and vice president helping her out. Class 4's president Zinsina. The girl smiled proudly. Yes, Class 4's vice president He. He gritted his teeth. Yes, after a while. Jajina finished the roll call. She led the kids up to the higher ground. They stopped to visit a temple. After walking for a while, everyone got tired and spread towels to sit for lunch. He opened his lunchbox. A bit jumbled from the long walk. A girl was amazed looking at Hess' lunch. So delicious. He blushed silently. Did you write this? Minji teased. I feel so sorry for you. Hess' face turned bright red. Be quiet. What about yours? Opening it revealed Japanese-style dishes. Someone noticed a Jiang. Jiang. Your lunch looks so pretty. A well-balanced lunchbox beautifully decorated. He rubbed his hands. That is a Jiang. Hike suddenly said loudly. When visiting, you gotta eat cup noodles. He and Minji glared at him. Cup noodles. You did not bring real food. The kid pulled out a cup noodle jar. Yeah? My mom says cup noodles are the best. The two looked at Hake with pity. If your mom wants tea cook for you, then yeah. He patted the kid's shoulder. You are right. He thought to himself. I will cut back on training from now on. Scene shifts to somewhere in the forest where a young man in black is running. He cursed as he ran. Damn it. What is this? While running he tripped on a branch. Why the hell are there monsters here? The young man in black fell face first onto the ground. Battered, he painfully tried to crawl away. Suddenly a foot appeared in front of him, filling him with despair. In front were two level 7 hound monsters. The young man in black backed away terrified. Shouting, help! Suddenly behind him appeared a level 6 hellhound monster. He looked desperately as the pack of dogs charged at him. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. The hounds kept biting and tearing at the young man's body. One of them suddenly stopped near the edge. A sharp electric strike passed between the two hounds, causing them pain. They retreated in fear. Hellhound commanded, and the hounds obeyed. It bared its full, sharp teeth and growled. Down, the hellhound lifted its head howling toward the south. Meanwhile, Hess' class was still happily unaware of anything. Hiju excitedly said, all right. On 3. Open them. 1, 2. I did not care, and thought, luckily I have clothes to change into. After Hiju said 3, everyone simultaneously held their papers up in front of them. Hiju looked disappointed and said, I do not have it. Hiju said loudly. No way, boss. I have to find the treasure. Seeing that, you replied, what? Are you a pirate or something? Turning to Minji. She clenched her paper with fiery determination in her eyes. No way. We need to go deeper. Hearing that, Hagu regained his spirit and replied. All right. Let us. Unha looked at Minji thoughtfully. You too. Minji. Silly. Deng Hajiang overheard the four of them talking and said, I will go too. Deng Hajiang overheard the four of them talking and said, I will go too. Jinxiona replied. Yeah, I am fine with that. Unha walked away coldly. Not me. Nice knowing you all. Minji, seeing him want to leave like that, wanted to ask where he was going but stopped herself, making Unha silently curse. Moments later, all 5 of them moved deeper into the mountain. Unha thought to himself, I want to go home. This is not a picnic. It is mountain climbing. Why come to Bukan Mountain when the electric tower is much closer? Besides, past this mountain is Yi Jiambu district. While moving, a shout from behind made the whole group stop. Jinxiona, worried, asked, what is going on? Deng Hajiang also said, what is wrong? Unha, serious, raised his hand and said, everyone, be quiet. A large figure rushed out from afar, breaking through the bushes right in front of them. Minji, scared, pointed at the creature and said, What is that? Her trembling hand kept pointing at the hunting dog. The image of a large hunting dog slowly appeared before their eyes. Unha thought, damn it, today of all days. The protected Bukan Mountain in Seal is well guarded. But for some reason, monsters from Ijayambu district broke through the defenses and moved south. It is a serious disaster with many casualties. The hunting dog fixed its predatory gaze on the group. Seeing its bloodthirsty look, Minji instinctively stepped back in fear. Seizing the moment, the dog jumped toward her. It lunged to attack Minji, who kept backing away terrified. Suddenly, Minji lost her balance and fell backward. The hunting dog immediately pounced, baring its teeth to attack her. Minji screamed with eyes closed just as a figure behind her sprang forward. Unha kicked hard into the dog's side, sending it flying. The hunting dog slammed heavily onto the ground. Unha did not let the dog get back up. He rushed over, his face fierce, holding a fork in hand. He channeled magic into the fork and stabbed it hard into the dog's head. What followed was a bloody scene. Unha repeatedly stabbed the hunting dog with the fork. The other four watched him in horror. After killing the dog, he threw the deformed fork aside and used magic to burn the dog's body. Boss, it is us who should be asking you. Unha replied. What? And Hike continued. Do not know how to say it, but that is not the boss I know. Unha wiped the blood off his face and said, I am just a bit worried. He thought, Hike is right. When I kill a monster, I am a cold-blooded killer, a player driven by hatred and obsession to wipe them out. Unha looked at his bloodied hands, thinking, I showed them a side they should not see. Suddenly, countless screams snapped him out of his thoughts. Hike asked Yun, Boss, what do we do now? Minji quickly answered, What do you mean? Run? Of course. Unha thought, I was thinking the same thing. He analyzed, but hunting dogs move in packs. They are pouring down from the mountain peak. I probably can save everyone. There is only one way, Unha said to the kids. Everyone. Seriously. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Scene shifts to somewhere mid-mountain. A hand carefully places a cloth on a rock and says, I will rest here. Jin Sena took out her phone and said to the others, You guys go find some newspapers. The three others answered in unison. The chubby girl answered awkwardly. The glasses-wearing boy scratched his head and said, Can we rest together? Jin Sena glanced at the three with irritation. Immediately, the three turned and continued searching for newspapers. The blue-haired girl said, We are heading out now. The chubby girl quickly replied, You sit and rest. Sena, seeing the three of them still diligently searching for the treasure, Jin Sena kept tapping on her phone. Suddenly, Jin Sena heard the three shouting. She looked irritably toward the noise. Jin Sena saw the three with terrified faces, running down the mountain, shouting nonstop. Her face darkened as she frowned at them. What is going on? Suddenly, she saw a pack of sand dogs wildly charging toward her. Jin Sena panicked, thinking, Monster attack. Before she could react, the three ran past and left her sitting there alone. A sand-dotted Jin Sena frozen and lunged to attack. Terrified, she screamed loudly. Anyone there? Jin Sena's eyes welled with tears, filled with despair. Shouting for help, she closed her eyes as tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Right then, a bullet flew and struck the sand dog's belly. The sand dog collapsed, twitching violently on the ground after being hit. A voice rang out. Is that you? Jin Sena heard the voice and looked up. Standing before her was Yunha, holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. Stepping closer, seeing she did not respond, he added, If you do not want to get hurt, move now. Still shaken, Jin Sena replied. Ina calmly said, You handle the rest. Two sand dogs were still growling at them up ahead. Inha was about to move when Jin Sena grabbed his sleeve, shouting, Where are you going? You have to protect me. Seeing no reaction, she put on a pitiful look to plead with him. Inha gave her a cold, intimidating look and said, Don't hold me back. Get lost. His face darkened. A cold voice came from him. From now on, listen carefully, all of you. Run down to the foot of the mountain. If you see any adults, tell them to call for help. Hearing this, Yunhook beside him whispered curiously, Big bro, are not you coming with us? Without hesitation, Yunha answered, I will stay and find the other kids. Immediately, the boy tried to interrupt. Then I will come with you. I have learned mana too. I can help. Before he finished, Ina sternly interrupted Yunhee. His gaze turned fierce, his threatening tone clear. Stop joking around. Focus on surviving. Yunhaik's face froze in shock. Then he bowed and apologized, ignoring the boy. Ina pointed at the others and commanded, The four of you form a team and keep this in mind. Sand dogs have an excellent sense of smell. You must suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do this, right? Hurry. They are already closing in. Ina then headed alone into the forest. At that moment, he threw food from his box around, thinking, There is a small amount of mana in the food my dad made. Sand dogs are very sensitive to the scent of mana. I will use this to distract them. Suddenly, he whispered, Now, let us use mana to track their current position. Immediately, a blue light surrounded him, spreading in all directions. Ina closed his eyes tightly. A glowing map appeared above his head showing everyone's locations. He told himself, "All right, I can buy some time for the kids to escape." In a blink, he darted swiftly from one side to the other. Enro looked up at the sky. A dark aura was creeping closer. Surprised, he thought, "Whoa, it is really crowded. We can't mess with them." Suddenly, he noticed a water bottle tucked in his backpack, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Right now, I only have half the mana I had before resetting. I still have my orange tea, but it is better to save it for later." Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the dark aura, startling Yunha. The sand dogs were feasting on corpses, even amidst their ravenous growls. Cries for help could be heard. One sand dog with tear-filled eyes looked terrified at the others baring their teeth, screaming, "Help me! Help me!" Instantly, the other cried out in pain despite being brutally attacked, while the sand dog quickly licked its bloody mouth. But it did not stop there. They continued tearing apart the remaining bodies with savage ferocity. Suddenly, one of the wild dogs in the pack froze, and he grabbed his weapon and charged at them, striking relentlessly. At that moment, one wild dog collapsed, causing the others to quickly back away. Then he turned his head toward the man who had just groaned, making the nearby wild dogs hesitate. He studied the man before him and suddenly noticed a small glowing sword at the man's side. Thinking to himself, just as he suspected, the man must be a player if he is carrying a weapon. Right then, Enha took up a weapon, grabbed the sword, and heard a voice in his head saying he could not use a long sword because it was too heavy, so this would do. As soon as he held the sword, he examined it closely, feeling its mana-infused blade. Even without using mana, this would be enough to take down those bastards. Without hesitation, he pointed the sword at the wild dogs, his fingers flicking at them, taunting, "Bring it on." Seeing his confident smirk, they could not hold back and howled loudly. A large wild dog charged straight at Ha. His eyes locked onto the dog's belly. Without hesitation, Enha gripped the sword firmly, aiming to strike that spot with determination. A sharp sound rang out as the sword plunged powerfully into the dog's belly, but the attack did not stop there. The other wild dogs launched ferocious counterattacks, and Ha's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared them down. Instantly, he moved with lightning speed, slashing through the wild dogs, making them howl in pain. Suddenly, one dog came charging from behind. Luckily, he reacted just in time, ducking down so the dog's attack hit only air. Quickly, Enha stabbed the sword hard into the wild dog's body. Without delay, he pulled the weapon out, worsening the wound, but it was not over. The other wild dogs looked at him hungrily and charged again. Suddenly, a stream of light burst from Enha's hand resting on the ground. Immediately, a powerful force lifted his entire body as if flying into the air. Enha showed no fear, his gaze fixed on the wild dogs below as he soared skyward. At that moment, he placed his hand on the sword, and a surge of power quickly radiated out. In a blink, he directed that energy down toward the wild dogs gathering below. Suddenly, a whooshing sound sliced through as countless beams of light shot out, like shooting stars, toward the wild dogs. Soon, they howled continuously, struck by those beams, their fearsome faces twisted in pain, wounds appearing as their screams grew louder. Enha gradually descended back to the ground, but it was not over. He swiftly slashed through the wild dogs again. A bright streak of light made them flinch. The light even folded into a sharp crease. Soon, a star-shaped magic circle appeared quickly among the wild dogs, while Enha ran off into the distance. In a flash, a massive explosion erupted, sending the wild dogs flying everywhere. The space suddenly fell silent again. Senna stood before the burning wild dogs, unable to hide her shock. Her face showed fear at the scene before her when a voice called out from afar, "What is going on? Is that you?" Enha stepped forward, still holding the gun and sword from earlier. He softly said, "If you want to live, get down the mountain fast." Senna sat trembling on a nearby rock, staring at him, but Enha turned his head toward the distance, his voice carrying, "I have done my part. The rest is up to you." Meanwhile, the wild dogs in the distance watched angrily. Enha turned to leave, but Senna quickly grabbed his arm, yelling, "Where are you going? You have to protect me." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Enha, commanding him, "Yet you barely care." My eyes darkened. Voice cold, "Do not bother me again and get lost." Hearing that, Senna quickly pulled her hand away, even adding a threat, "They are almost here. The uncle you brought is in critical condition. You should hurry and treat him." After saying this, Enha gave a final word and quickly ran off, saying, "I am leaving now." Suddenly, Senna whispered, "I want." Her eyes darkened, showing Enha's retreating back. "I want to go with him." Meanwhile, Enha kept running with big strides, pushing forward. His whole body radiated a cold aura. Heading straight into the darkness ahead, he dashed forward fast, when suddenly a black energy blocked his path. But not scared at all, Enha smiled confidently. "Found you." Below the ground were packs of hell dogs, led by a massive one, a level 6 hell dog monster. The moment it saw him, the hell dog growled fiercely, surrounded by a black aura. In the blink of an eye, that aura spread and surrounded him. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced the black aura, while Enha's voice echoed, whether marked or not. Before finishing, his eyes turned terrifying as he smirked. Well, you are done for, dog. Quickly. Beams of light shot down to the ground. The hell dog sensed danger and leapt back. Immediately, the light beams struck the hell dogs, making them howl in pain. On he landed, grinning slyly as he eyed the hell dog on the hill. He stood up, watching the huge dog atop the hill. Instantly, it howled angrily. Moments later, the remaining hell dogs charged from behind him, reacting quickly. Anha dodged to the side. Avoiding the hell dog's attack, he stabbed them fiercely with his sword, then drew out the blood-stained blade. Gun raised ahead, he kept shooting the hell dog before him relentlessly, then spun around. Suddenly, the hell dogs rushed at him like hungry prey. Anha's eyes burned with intensity as he gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to attack. He ran through them fast, stabbing as he went. The hell dogs screamed in pain from the strikes. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted, burning them. Anha slowed his pace. He looked up at the hell dog on the hill, surrounded by fierce hell dogs still snarling. Anha slowly raised his gun, muttering, "This is real." Meanwhile, 4 kids were running down the mountain. They remembered Anha's words. Do you understand what you need to do? Hell dogs are strong monsters. You must suppress your mana as much as possible. Can you do it? They answered together, yes, but then suddenly froze. Hesitating, before them appeared forks in the path that made them hesitate. Anha quietly asked, "Hajayang, where should we go now?" Hajayang did not reply yet. Still panting, but thought quietly, "I am so, but I have to keep going." Anha's voice echoed in Hajayang's mind. Dung Hai. Jin Siona. You two will lead the way. Hajayang will be the main guide because of her sharp senses. Siona will assist. You must follow Hajayang. Suddenly, Hajayang's eyes shone brightly as she resolved inwardly, I can do this. Then, from one side came a black aura. Hajayang whispered, "Left side." Something's wrong. At that moment, Siona also recalled Anha's words. Siona, your senses are sharp, so if monsters are near, you will sense them. Nodding, Siona agreed with Hajayang. Yeah, the sounds from the left do not sound good. Just then, Minji spoke up. All right, even though we are tired, we have to keep running. With that, the 4 continued moving forward, a thought crossing their minds. Why? Unhaika's face showed exhaustion as he wondered aloud. Why? Why are not there any other players? Suddenly, a fierce sound rang out, making the kid quickly turn his head toward where it came from. Quickly, another small hand firmly grabbed Anhaik's hand. Minji shouted at the kid, "Don't look back. Just run." At that moment, Minji recalled the earlier conversation and, after making sure the others would not do anything reckless, whispered curiously, "Is it?" Anha quickly patted the girl's head teasingly. "Minji, you are slow." Annoyed, Minji snapped back. "You jerk." And he softly replied, "Yeah, it is." Ending the flashback, Minji was still tired, running with a frustrated look, clicking his tongue. Suddenly, something appeared ahead, radiating a terrifying black aura. Hajayang immediately said, "Wait, there is something in front of us." The 4 of them froze, staring at the source of the black aura and the growling sound. Suddenly, a hairy foot stepped out. Large horns remained on its back. Minji saw the monster and almost panicked, quietly letting out a cry. Before them appeared a huge wild dog, fiercely opening its mouth and howling loudly. The strange howl caught Anhaik's attention, and he quietly asked, "What is it doing?" Minji, looking scared, replied, "Look." Instantly, in the distance, more wild dogs were approaching them. Around them, it seemed they were surrounded by the howling wild dogs. They steadily closed in on the 4 kids. Anhaik watched anxiously, trying to find a way out. The kid remembered what I had said. "Choyun, you are the only one who can protect everyone. You are the strongest, so you are the main damage dealer. You have to fight the monsters on the way." Right after, Anhaik bumped fists with Ha, confidently declaring, "Got it." Now holding a long sword, Anhaik quietly thought, "Big bro, I can really do this." Quickly, another scene flashed in his mind. Ha standing beside him, supervising his training, reminding him loudly, "Don't close your eyes. Hurry up," repeating over and over. 567, 568, snapping out of the memory. Anhaik now faced countless wild dogs rushing at him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword to attack. Just one strike made the wild dog yelp in pain. Moments later, it stumbled and fell. Anhaik felt thrilled. "I did." Minji behind him shouted, "What do you mean, idiot?" But not for long. The wild dogs kept howling angrily. They lunged quickly toward Anhaik. The kid did not hold back, gripping his sword to attack again. Blinked. Some wild dogs got hit, yelping in pain. But unfortunately, one wild dog scratched the Anhaik's back. The kid panicked and let out a small cry. Immediately, the wild dogs charged fiercely. They rushed past Anhaik and snatched the sword. At the same time, they clawed at the kid's body with sharp nails. Anhaik silently thought, "Those monsters, they are ganging up on me." But stubborn, He shouted back at the wild dogs. I won't give up that easily. Before he could finish, the wild dogs lunged again. Aha clenched his fist, radiating power. Gritting his teeth, ready to strike, a wild dog suddenly jumped right in front of him. Instantly, the kid spat out the last words in his throat. The main damage dealer of the group. Huh. He threw a powerful punch straight at the wild dog. The dog was sent flying, teeth broken, looking pathetic, and Hike was stunned, staring at his hand, thinking, what did I just do? Suddenly, another wild dog rushed at him, but Hike was still lost in thought, feeling like the big bro did earlier, quickly attacked the kid decisively, catching Hike off guard and knocking him back. Immediately, the three others looked at the boy flying off into the distance, panic rising as they shouted. Hyuk was in pain now, hand on his wound, struggling to sit up, but before him, the hellhound approached, placing its paw on Hyuk's body at the entrance. It was fierce, its snarling face like it wanted to devour the boy whole. Instantly, the three girls stared in horror, worried, shouting out loud. Siona's tears streamed down as she cried out. They all recalled their happy moments together, a desperate plea crossing their minds. Please, someone save us, please. Suddenly, the fierce hellhound opened its mouth wide and lunged forward. Quickly, Hyuk raised his hand to shield his body, trapping his arm inside the beast's jaws. On the other side, the girls raised their hands, casting magic attacks at the howling hellhounds. From Siona, her hair glowed brightly. Suna clasped her hands together, seemingly channeling something intense. The girl kept calling out, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth powerfully. It spread to everything around, filling the space. A gentle energy began to radiate out. It slowly moved toward the hellhounds, making them stop their fierce stares. The energy grew stronger, swirling like a vortex, sweeping the hellhounds away. Soon, it formed a barrier around the four of them, pushing the hellhounds far off. Seeing this, Suna softly said, "What is this vortex? Looks like it is not here to hurt us." Suddenly, the space seemed to realize something and let out a sound. The girl quickly rushed to Hyuk, shouting, "Hyuk!" The three quickly helped Hyuk stand up, and a voice echoed, "You must have been scared." A pair of legs appeared alongside the voice. At that moment, a woman hovered in the sky, surprising both the children and the hellhounds. She stepped lightly on the wind, gently approaching them. Her red hair revealed itself, leaving the four amazed. Without hesitation, she softly spoke. "Close your eyes for a moment, kids." Zodiac Sensio. Magic room. Seo looked at the hellhounds, holding a fan over her mouth as she said, "I will punish these troublemakers for you." Meanwhile, had destroyed almost all the hellhounds, surrounded by burning fires consuming them. He reached for his water bottle and tossed his backpack aside. Anna quickly opened the bottle, silently thinking, "When on the mountain, you gotta drink some rice wine." The bottle opened and he took a few sips, thoughts running through his mind. "I have not created it yet, so I can't do anything." After drinking, Anha threw the bottle behind and started moving, holding his sword, a smirk on his face. He said, "You are all dead meat now." As he spoke, the water bottle hit the ground. Anha rushed decisively toward a hellhound. In a blink, he struck, sending it flying far away. From behind, more hellhounds sneaked in to attack. Reacting quickly, Anha kicked them away, shouting, "Stop barking like dogs." In no time, he smoothly dodged from side to side, attacking the hellhounds. Suddenly, one charged at him. Anha raised his gun, sneered, then dropped low to the ground until it died. Without hesitation, he shot it decisively, not stopping there. Anha spun around to fight the approaching hellhounds. His sharp gaze and glowing sword ignited with their black blood. In a flash, the hellhounds were sliced into pieces, their bodies shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Once again, Anha swiftly closed in on each one, smashing them fiercely. Suddenly, he stopped, face tired as he tried to catch his breath. Anha looked at the hellhound, raised his sword, and said, "You are next." His eyes flashed, and he quickly lunged at the beast, murmuring, "Heavens strike." Suddenly, his whole body felt an electric surge running through it, and his face twisted in pain. Silently thinking, "Have I really done all I can?" But his legs still pushed off the air and sprang up, his heart urgently shouting, "Yes, that is right." At that moment, the hellhound stomped hard on the ground to gain leverage. Unha did not hesitate, quickly lunging at it to fight, quietly wondering, what about this move? Suddenly, the hellhound bit down on the sword in his hand, seizing the chance. Unha quickly fired several shots at it, 2 bullets flying through the air. The hellhound seemed to sense something. Its fierce eyes locked on Unha. At that moment, he stumbled back, cursing silently. "Damn it!" Instantly, the hellhound opened its mouth wide, spewing a large flame toward Unha. Reacting quickly, he dodged to the side. The hot blast shot out just as Unha evaded, but not stopping there. He grabbed the gun and fired continuously at the hellhound again. Bullets struck its body, making the hellhound howl in pain. At that moment, Unha landed on the ground and quickly tossed the gun aside. He stared at the hellhound before him. And so, man and beast faced off, clutching his sword tightly. Unha told himself, I have used all my bullets. It is close combat now. My mana is running low, but I can handle it. The hellhound still glared fiercely at Unha, and the air around it began to fade away. Surrounding the hellhound now were black orbs radiating out, accompanied by a chilling voice. Arrogant human, seeing Unha's eyes flicker in surprise. He whispered, It still has enough strength to attack again. Unha sweated. It still has some energy left to unleash another strike. What is that? It is not just smoke. It is something else. It is about to attack me with it. Hellhound, I am going to destroy you. Angrily, he charged forward. Not caring what it was, I am going to cut it all down. He swung his sword fiercely, when suddenly a dark shadow appeared ahead. Unha was surprised, did not expect it to be poisonous. I should just blow it away. He swung his sword hard at the hellhound. This damn thing. He boldly charged at the hellhound without hesitation. The sword in Unha's hand was thick with scratches. He worried. I'm out of mana now. Golden lights flashed fiercely as the battle between sword and hellhound threw Unha back. Slowly getting up, Unha breathed heavily. I have used all my remaining mana to defend, yet it still hurts this much. Leaning on his sword, Unha recalled that bastard. He looked sharp and fierce. Jin Pairing sighed, telling his story. No one knows why they call him mad, because the true power of madness only shows when, suddenly, blue light appeared around Unha. This inner power only activates in critical danger. He stood up with inner strength, shaking the ground. The hellhound, scared, backed away. Unha shouted, then charged like the wind. He lunged straight at the hellhound. You are done for. Unha's face was fierce. The hellhound sensed something. Unha cut off one of its legs. The hellhound fell, terrified, staring at him, preparing to strike again. Unha readied himself. The hellhound desperately tried to defend, but was weakening. Suddenly, it created a black orb to push Unha away. The orb grew bigger. Unha laughed. Can you really call that stealth? If it is only this hard, I can smash it. That is why I told you from the start. Do not know if you remember. Shrimp head. He swung his sword to tear the black orb apart. Inside, the hellhound appeared. Unha stared inside, opening the orb. Did not I say it? You are finished. Unha swung his sword one last time at the hellhound. He sliced across its neck. The hellhound's head fell to the ground with a thud. Unha sat down heavily, relieved. Looking up, he exclaimed, It is. He quickly collapsed as golden light surrounded him and dispersed. Xiaojun laughed. You guys close your eyes. I will take care of them. Xiaojun turned away with a sly smile and closed her fan. Xiaojun cursed. Damn it. If you can protect yourself, then what the hell are you doing? She opened the fan again, and Xiaojun summoned a whirlwind. Calmly, she said. Still no report at this time. Xiaojun reached out her hand. She smirked. Assuming you guys have already left. The two whirlwinds intensified fiercely. Suddenly, a purple streak flew into the two whirlwinds from nowhere. It darted back and forth between the two whirlwinds. One whirlwind carried a deep, dark color. Xiaojun looked at it confidently. She folded her fan closed. Xiaojun glanced back at the kids behind her. She waved the fan shyly. The whirlwinds quickly dissipated. Xiaojun awkwardly apologized. Sorry kids. You are really scared, are not you? Dun T cry. No need to be afraid. Thanks to Unhook, you are so cool. Hajiang's eyes sparkled. You are amazing, Suna shyly said. Thanks, Unhook asked. So who exactly are you? One of the 12 stars, Minji reassured. Thank her first. Unhook nodded. You really are one of them. I just met one of the best, Minji reminded her. Don't be rude. Xiaojun chuckled quietly. Are the kids okay after all this? I guess they lost their cool out of fear, Xiaojun observed. The kids look pretty bad. Need to check for internal injuries. She noticed Hajiang glowing. Xiaojun was surprised. What? Hajiang turned to look at Xiaojun. She ran up and hugged Hajiang tightly, leaving the girl stunned. Xiaojun flirted. Want to become a player? The girl hesitated. Player? She nodded. Yes. A player, Unhook said firmly. You are the one who will become a player. Xiaojun examined the boy. This kid's got potential. Suddenly, Xiaojun hugged them both tightly. You are so adorable. You all connected with sister telepathically. Great job. Thanks to you. I know where you all are. Minji was happy. I thought I could not do anything, but I did it. The girl ran up and hugged Xiaojun directly. Xiaojun instructed. You all need to head down the mountain. The rescue team is here. Minji worried. Aren't you coming with us? She smiled. I have others to save, but I won't leave you alone. Xiaojun turned her head. Just as she said that, a shadow appeared from the mountain. Kang Chang strode forward powerfully and said, Why'd you leave me here alone? Do you know how hard it was for me to get here? Unhook said casually. The boss still has not returned. Both Xiaojun and Kang Chan were surprised. Boss? Right now, Unha is unconscious. He recalled. When will you learn to take care of yourself? Unha, if it were not for me, how many times would you have lost? Zuzong scolded. You know the damage from the monster is big. Do not want to lose your mind so you hurt yourself. He sighed. What is she angry about with my body? She gritted her teeth. You brat. Then who is going to heal you? It is Lai Zozong. If I manage this body, it is unannoyed. What are you mad about? I am okay, Zong said. Sorry. If you want to apologize, spend some time this weekend. Unha was curious. What? She said calmly. Just listen. Wanna die? He was scared. Okay. Unha opened his eyes tiredly right then. He sat up in the hospital, looking curiously at his wrist. No injuries. There was a knock on the door. Xiaojun entered. Hello? Unha turned. Hello? Xiaojun smiled brightly. Awake now. Any pain anywhere? He was suspicious. I am just here to save me. Unha observed. A member of the 12 stars. She already knows something. Xiaojun sat down. Yeah? Just found out, so got you to the hospital right away. Your name is No Unha. Right? He smiled happily. That is right. And you? She want to know you are a monster slayer. Right? She was confident. Call me Xiaojun. Just call me that. Unha smiled along. I need to watch my words. He realized something. Unha. Seriously. How long have you been here? And what about your friends? Xiaojun casually asked. About 6 hours? My friends are all fine. Sana and Hajiang are really worried. I have contacted their families. They should be on their way now. You look uneasy. Luckily, they are safe. What are you going to tell their families? Xiaojun relaxed. Unha. This is just an investigation. Can you be honest with me? Unha firmly replied. Yes. She resisted. First of all, why were you there? And who killed the monsters there? Unha remained silent. The girl gave a bitter smile. I do not remember. I was so scared I just ran straight up there. Right before I fainted, someone appeared and saved me. I think, Xiaojun curiously said, that is lucky. But you knew there were monsters there. Right? Xiaojun slapped the hospital bed. Glaring. I thought you were the one who killed them. Were not you? Xiaojun stared at Unha. I thought you were the one who wiped out those monsters. What is your excuse? You waved your hand. How could I kill the monsters? I am still in elementary school, Xiaojun argued. I believe you can. When I searched your name online, Unha, I saw you won an award for bravery last year. You dodged. It is just luck. Just luck, she smirked. So this time, did you happen to defeat the pack of hellhounds by chance? Unha sent a glare. This woman goes on too long. You stammered. Anyway, it was not me. Xiaojun interrupted. We found your fingerprints on the knife. Still denying it? You looked flustered. You can make excuses this time. This is tough. This woman is certain you are the culprit. No way out now. You spoke up. Let us make a deal. Xiaojun grinned. I have got nothing to lose. Why make a deal with you? You calmly said. I will give you some important info. She looked surprised. Info? You will give her that? What info? Unha looked at her. I can't say yet. We are still negotiating. Xiaojun guessed. Seems like she is not denying killing those hellhounds anymore. This kid's planning to give me info. She asked. So what do you want? You shook your head. I do not want anything. Xiaojun was surprised. Nothing at all. Unha shook her head. I just want to live peacefully. Night fell. Xiaojun left. The driver and staff were waiting by the car. She quietly stepped in. Investigate the hair of Dangon Corporation. Xiaojun recalled. Especially the female hair. Unha was serious. And their connection to the head of your association. The Ocean Society. Xiaojun added. She said. I am not one to joke around. Are you ready to take responsibility for this? You casually said. If nothing happens, I will join your society. Xiaojun sneered. Not everyone gets into the Ocean Society. Unha countered. Didn't you believe I killed the hellhounds? She replied. So you are saying you will benefit no matter what? You said. This is your chance to test your husband's loyalty and gain a useful asset. Xiaojun sat in the car. She looked outside. Can you investigate the female hairs of Dangon Corporation? The driver was curious. The female hair of Dangon. Xiaojun agreed. Investigate everyone connected to my husband. And also prepare a report assessing the monster levels in Gangnam area. She recalled. Unha reminded. One more thing. You are also involved in maintaining balance in Gangnam. Right? She glanced. So what? You calmly said. Be careful of new monsters. If you reward them as low level, you will face a huge backlash. Xiaojun was surprised. How do you know? Unha smiled slyly. Oh right. I should mention I have taken responsibility for this case too. She ordered. I will manage the Hellhound pack at Bukun Peak now. The driver was confused. What? But that is... You glanced at her. Unha grinned mischievously. It is not something harmful to you. Right? Also, I will still be just a normal elementary student afterward. Xiaojun praised. That reckless kid's interesting. Is not. Unha was sitting on the hospital bed when her friends came to visit. This afternoon at 2 p.m. at Bukun Peak, a pack of hellhounds appeared. Players asked Xiaojun of the 12th Society, who has conquered the hellhound pack leader, now investigating all over Bukun Peak. Currently, among the 34 identified deceased, there were elementary students on a picnic at Bukun Summit, and the head of the Ocean Association, Guts Jun. Sorry about this incident. The article disbanded families of the deceased protesting after the ceremony, detained due to the Bukun disaster. sparking controversy over GUC's resignation. He resigned. A suicide note was found in the vice president's cabin, confirming a tragic decision. A few months later, under the blazing sun, everyone shouted, "Happy birthday, Siana." The little girl happily thanked everyone. "How did you all know today is my birthday?" Minji confidently said. "How could we not know your birthday?" Ha teased. "Do not act so proud, Minji. You keep pestering the homeroom teacher anyway," the girl said. "Can't you just be quiet? Wanna know why?" Hajang laughed loudly. "Happy birthday, Siana." Ski did it themselves, Sana shyly said. "Thank you." Hayu suddenly sneaked off to do something. He stood up excitedly. "We decided to throw a birthday party at Happiness." Ha pulled him back. "Did you even say hello to Hajang?" Hayu confidently said. "Of course, big bro. Why did you bring me along?" Minji worried. "Everything's still on track, right?" "I am just worried since you are in charge of this," Sana curiously asked. "Where are you guys going?" Ha froze. "It is nothing like that." They ran off. "You do not need to know." Minji went back. "Morning class has started." Hajang got ready. "I am heading back." Sayana surprised. "What is going on?" Everyone sang together. "Happy birthday." The girl blushed. "More," Haju shouted. Surprised, Ha laughed. "Happy birthday." Sana was touched. "I wondered what secret everyone was planning." "Thank you all." Minji laughed. "Stop crying. We even prepared a birthday cake. Now you have to blow out the candles and cut it. Right?" I shouted loudly. "Count to 3 and blow. 1, 2, 3. Sana's 8th birthday. Hagu was worried. "But you will be fine, right?" Minji said. Jin Xiana mentioned that his dad is an office worker and even threatened we have to attend his birthday, too. Ha hesitated. About that, the group ranks 7th in the financial sector in the Republic of Korea, with main businesses in real estate, construction, and advertising. The pharmaceutical branch is not a key company in the group. Besides, using mergers they can monopolize the pharmaceutical market. Afflict Minji. "Stop whining," calmly said. "If you want to inherit the group, your family name has to be Kim." "Got it, but Jin's family name shows he is not from the main branch." "Stop worrying and just eat." Chubby Minji shyly said. "I am just worried about you." The girl ran off. "Forget it." Sitting and eating alone, Ha pondered. "It seems things are getting complicated again, but it is okay. Whether it is the pharmaceutical company or the group, if you mess with my family, I will crush you. Hey, check out the results of my training." Ha sighed. "No need. Just do not slip." He ran off. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. I guarantee our team will win." "You worried? How can you be so confident?" "This kid." "Huh. What is this feeling?" Ha worried. "Hey, what is wrong?" Minji angrily said. "It is Gina's fault." "Explain." "The teacher said she would buy fried chicken and pizza if we win." She was upset. "Find mine. Everything should be fine." "Not fine at all." Ha looked at Gina. "I get how it feels to raise this bunch." Trung shouted. "Ready. Hyped sweat. We will do everything perfectly." The starting gun fired. Hike dashed off like lightning. The whole class cheered. Ha predicted. A play Hike. "That guy on Huck is confident. I will come in first." "Did you see that, boss? He feels weird." "Huh, but why does my body feel so heavy?" When On Huck runs over, he collapses to the ground. You and Minji look worried. Jinna rushes to On Huck. "Hang in there. Wait for the earth to balance, and life will grow." On a side, "I knew it. He really does not know how to conserve his energy. I guess I have to teach him how to pace himself." Anna rushes over and hugs you from 100 meters away. You are surprised. "Really? She is your sister? That means she beat all the 5-star players." "Amazing." On a lap, "I have to keep competing with others. See you later." "Be careful." You are happy. "So do not be so gloomy." Minji teases. "This guy is not a mama's boy but a sister's boy." Siana shivers. "On a run so fast, you congratulate your sister more than our whole team. On how is unbearable." "I was just thinking about what to eat for lunch." Minji objects. He is genuinely happy for his sister. The two of them quietly watch you. Anna tries to change the subject. "What about Ajang?" Siana points. "He is over there." Ajang excitedly says, "Found you guys. Julieta and Bruno are glad." "Hajang?" She asked. Says, "Can you help me?" Hajang pulls Julieta. "Come on." Says, she is nervous. "Huh, what is wrong?" Julieta stands chatting with the referee. The two sisters laugh and joke. Hajang sighs with relief. "That is a relief." On asked, "Did you ask Sis Julieta for help?" Hajang takes a water bottle. "An American. You are confused. Is not she Italian?" Julieta laughs. "So I used English. Because I speak English." On has surprised. "Really?" Hajang explains. "The first person I thought of was Julieta." "You worry. What is her nationality?" Unexpectedly. Deng Hai, on our first meeting, was such a crybaby. Now she can handle situations on her own. Growing up so fast, On the other hand, Unha collapses. Unha is dazed. This is the feeling of drinking a magic potion. Please try to keep up with Hajayang at least halfway. Unha, let us regroup after lunch. Everyone, you approach, and everyone says, hi. You reply, hello, you sit down. My mom told me to give this to you. Hajayang accepts. Thanks, Anna quietly asks. Hajayang, who is that? She explains it as Sis Sujin. She has been coming around here a lot lately. Anha comments, she looks familiar. But I can remember where we met. Sana shouts, Omut. Hello? The girl confidently says, if you are hungry. Want some? Anha leaves, wondering what to eat for lunch. Sena chases. Wait. Sena points at you. Dad, this is the boy I told you about. Janal is surprised. So you are Unha. He seriously asks, are you the one bullying my Sena? What does your dad do? You sigh. She snitched to her dad. You sigh again. Like father. Like son. Just owning a pharmaceutical company and already so arrogant. Janal stretches out his hand. This brat, approaching but Anha stands still. Janal is shocked. What? How can a kid have this kind of strength? So much like the chairman. Anha pushes his hand away. I am scared of him. Janal is startled. He swings his fist. Brat. Anha dodges quickly. Stepping back as he senses a strike coming, your dad rushes forward to punch Janal. He confidently keeps hitting Janal. Anha's dad brushes off his hand. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Son, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? You are scared. I am. Enough. You are already too soft. Janal sits up. How dare you? You dog. How dare you? Call that guy quick. Unha is furious. Oh man. I have to take care of all these guys. If he touches my dad, I will finish him. Anha's dad smiles softly. It is Unha. He stands firmly. I will protect you. John in. How dare you? How can a nobody like you hit me? He orders. Catch him. Unha predicts. If he dares hurt my dad, I will destroy him. Your dad Tranan says. It is I can handle it. Janal shout. You. Who are you? Do you know who I am? He is dead. I know exactly who he is. Janal was surprised. Auntie, Uncle Unha explained. He is Jin Janal, the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. If that is the case, do you remember who I am? Janal feared. You. You are the head of the serious slave department. Janal worried. Why is the serious slave department head here? So that is why that kid was so excited. Unha was surprised. My dad is the serious department head. He is so mysterious. Why is he so shocked? Sirius Corporation, Korea's second largest conglomerate, mostly produces gaming equipment. Unha's dad is dead. Now you remember. Right? Janal pointed. How are you here? He is almost close. How come? Janal timidly said. Sorry. I did not know the strategic management head was coming here. Unha was stunned. It is the department in charge of equipment at Sirius. Unha's dad looked at him. I came to watch my kid compete. But it seems you have a problem with my son. He was embarrassed. So you are the son of the Sirius slave department head. Janal thought. Better hold back my anger. No way encouragement can compare to a big corporation like Sirius. Besides, he is also a key member in Sirius equipment department. Janal bowed. Please forgive this uncle. Can't afford to anger him. He is the heir to the corporation. He pointed. My Sena wants to apologize too. Sheesh. He ordered. Jin Sena. Apologize quickly. Sena was stunned and turned around. People murmured. Are they fighting? Jin Sena fought no Unha. But it seems Sena lost. Serves you right for bullying others. Hey, do not stare at her. You might get caught up in this. Sena, Jun, get up. The girl ran away, exhausted. Goodness. Unha's dad said casually. Then we will be going. We are even after that punch earlier. Janal cursed. What punch? I was not hit at all. He bowed. Safe travels. Head of the slave department. Unha worried. Am I about to get scolded? Dad put his hand on Unha's shoulder. Unha looked up. Yes. He is worried if this happens again. Do not handle it yourself, tell me. He was serious. Unha, you are still young. You still need me. It is okay to lean on your parents sometimes. Wind blew. Clouds drifted. Unha reflected, feeling something from his dad's warm words. Cheerful. Yes. Thank you, Dad. Determined not to lose this warmth. Dawn broke. A man in a vest smoked. Turning around. I had to come all the way here to recruit you. I want to make a big move. Some people are blocking my way, and I want your help. The man with a slouchy hat asked straight. What about the money? The vest man signaled calmly. I will pay 1.5 million up front, and another 1.5 million if successful. The slouchy hat man turned, showing a blue light from his hand. Got it. Suddenly the money case shook violently. He pulled it closer. The vest man sighed. Oh man, then laughed loudly. The cigarette ash fell in the shopping center. Unha ran happily while Unha stood watching behind. Worried. It has been a long time since I have been here, but I am still so tired. Julieta cheered. Unha, you are not even tired yet, we just got here. Bruno smiled. Sorry. Unha sighed. Buy me something tasty to eat, Bruno replied. Okay, Anna glanced. I always feel uneasy around him. How can a normal office worker hide mana so perfectly? Bruno spoke up. What is wrong? Anna turned away. Where's my sister? Julieta too. He is definitely not an ordinary guy. Bruno pointed. They said they are on the 5th floor, Anna tiredly said. This will be hard to find, Anna cheerfully said. And now you can also hide mana. Bruno pulled out something. Don't worry. We have got this, Anna was surprised. A phone, it is tracking their location. Worried. Does Julieta know about this? Bruno put away. This is a secret, Anna suspicious. This brother's pretty sketchy. Bruno cleared his throat. Let us. Both of them walked in turn, passing by a suspicious hat-wearing guy, and laughed savagely. Let us start. They moved apart by some distance. Unha felt something and quickly turned around a guy with a strong green mana aura. He remembered. In the ruined city, he held a sword and fought. Unha faced the hat-wearing guy. He had the same tattoo. This was Vodan. Unha turned in surprise. Vodan radiated a powerful mana aura. Unha recalled the tattoo. This was definitely the Vodan from his memories, and laughed wickedly. Vodan, Unha was worried. Why is Han here? Bruno spoke up. What is going on? Unha? You run. Don't you find this strange? He was curious. Huh. Bruno turned around and back again. 3. Unha worried. Strange, Bruno explained. 3 people carry a strange scent. One is bald. The other's Vodan. Unha raised his hand. 3 blue flames appeared. He cast a spell. And the 3 flames shot out. The flames immediately hit those 3 figures. Unha was surprised. He just stood there. He observed. Just as he thought. They were players. Moreover, these players were well trained. Unha looked at Bruno. What about the last one? Han is watching us from where he stands. The 2 players stood not far apart. They signaled and then went opposite ways. Unha watched. This is suspicious. He followed the bald guy and pulled something from his leather pouch. Could that be? The bald guy accidentally dropped a blue crystal. Unha was shocked. Is that a mana shard? Don't he tell me those bastards. A blue light beam covered the entire supermarket. Everyone was shocked. Staring at the scene. The blue light beam grew stronger and more intense. It formed a deep pit. People murmured. Omut, what is that? Mana distribution error. Bruno nervously turned to look. Dogs came rushing toward everyone. They seemed to hurt people like prey, wanting to eat them. More and more monsters appeared. An announcement sounded. Emergency. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station, Vodan said calmly. Everything's going exactly as planned. Anyone in the way, eliminate them all. Unha observed. Terror at the flying grocery store. Before I was reborn. This happened, I had to admit it, but since that day, the future began to change. Unha remembered the terrifying city scene. Unha hugged tightly. Everything exploded and faded away. The dogs charged. They quickly lunged at Unha. He turned back. Right? Bruno lunged to attack the dog. He put his hand on Unha's shoulder. Unha? Snap out of it. We have to find Julieta and Unha. Do you think you can manage? He regained focus. Right? Saving Julieta and you is our top priority now. Unha shouted. Where did they go? Bruno explained. They are still on the 5th floor. Hopefully. Nothing happened. A voice from above said, So you are the one who unleashed the mana earlier. Vodan sneered. Standing above. Why panic and run? Unha guessed his rank. I am in a hurry now. Suddenly Bruno lunged forward. Throwing a punch at Vodan, a thunderous punch sent Vodan crashing to the ground. Unha note, without any withdrawal tools. Bruno was already this strong. Bruno is just as I thought, no ordinary guy. He spoke up. Bruno. Wait. We can just kill this kind of person like that. Vodan's face was bruised and purple. Unha kicked him. Sorting these guys out is just too much trouble. Before the rebirth, I got bitten a lot because I did not confirm Nameless identity before he died. Unha? What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? Bruno was startled. You came here. He is worried. Kids these days are really scary. I just wanted to hit him lightly just before that. Emergency situation. Monsters appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearby fire station. Julieta was surprised. What is going on here? Unha could not believe it. Monsters. Monsters escaped from the portal. Miss Tran. Stay calm. First, we need to see how many monsters are here. Unha opened her eyes wide. She noted 3 on the left side, 2 on the right, 1 in the middle. Luckily, none are on our side. 6 total. We just need to pick a path to avoid getting caught. Unha turned around. Do not worry. I will protect you. Julieta shouted. Unha? In front of you, a hunting dog is about to pounce. Julieta pulled her back and launched an attack. Unha cracked. Sister Julieta. Julieta took a ready stance. She hit the hunting dog with a clothes hanger. It flew back. Unha was surprised. That was mana. Sister Julieta is a pro player. Julieta ordered. Unha? We should evacuate quickly too. Bruno and Unha are probably waiting for us. Unha replied. Yes. Sister Julieta, you are amazing. The hunting dogs charged. Julieta hugged Unha. She pulled Unha. Runna. Julieta reached out to heal mana. She attacked from behind. They are faster than I thought. If it is this pack, I will run out of mana. Is there anything here we can use as a weapon? Unha shouted. There is a spiral staircase over there. Sister, Jelena stopped her. Unha, do not go there. Unha looked up in surprise. A hunting dog jumped at her. Unha turned back. Unha froze in place. She remembered, compared to before. I am not scared anymore. Unha quickly dodged. She kicked the hunting dog, which slowly fell down. Hunting dog did not understand what happened. Unha slowly landed. She breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly twisted her ankle. Unha painfully leaned on Julieta's chest. She was worried. Are you okay? You look like you might faint. Unha smiled. I am. The hunting dogs around howled everywhere. Julieta looked toward the stairs. She ordered. Unha, can you run to the spiral staircase right in front of us? Unha hesitated. Okay. Julieta sighed. Then let us run. Saying that, the two sisters dashed toward the stairs. Both jumped off despite the hunting dogs chasing them. The two nearly reached the stairs with the hunting dogs close behind. They got there quickly. Julieta ordered. Go down quickly. Unha? She nodded. Yes. The hunting dog signaled and turned away. Julieta worried. I do not have the means to kill them, so I need to find a weapon I can throw. A hunting dog jumped down from the stairs. Julieta quickly grabbed a model and swung it hard at the hunting dog. The dog dodged scared and was knocked off balance. Julieta attacked the others at the same time. They stumbled and fell. All of them were defeated at once. Unha admired. You are so cool. Julieta smiled. I am your big sis. Things scattered everywhere. Unha grabbed something. He got ready to throw it. The guy with the tied hair was stopped by that object. Henta dodged the attack and quickly jumped to Unha's side. He prepared to sweep the tied hair guy's legs. The tied hair guy lost balance. Unha lunged forward and hit Henta hard in the face. The tied hair guy's face was bruised. He calmly said, How about you? Bruno twisted his wrist. Me too. Let us head upstairs. Unha suddenly remembered. Wait, we can see them here. There they are. She was surprised. A wolf dog fell from above, then 2 or 3 more followed. Unha and Bruno looked up. Bruno noted. Looks like both are fine. She agreed. Unha looked at the fallen ones. Let us find some weapons and go upstairs. Bruno asked. Do we need defensive gear? You pull out the sword. This one will do. Man. Unha held it tremblingly. Bruno called out. Unha? He turned around. The nameless guy was still radiating mana. You stood up to look. Is he the one behind all this? Bruno stayed calm. Right? He is entrusting this to you, Unha said coldly. I will handle the one behind this myself, the smug smoker said. Woo. A foreigner. Huh. The Thai guy laughed. Looks like fun. Stirring up trouble is not enough. Who would turn down fat like this? Julieta stayed calm. Come here, how? The Thai guy said. Now's the time to quietly back out. The smoker bent down. Let us flee fast before the brat gets here. But before that, why not have a little fun? Julieta gritted her teeth. Damn it, the Thai guy said. Should we just back off slowly? The smoker replied. Yeah, we gotta escape before those brats arrive. But first, let us enjoy ourselves a bit, Julieta sneered. Disgusting bastards, she ordered. Unha, find a place to hide. I will come find you later. Ha hesitated. Says, I want to stay with you. I can fight too. Do not worry. Julieta shouted. It is too dangerous. The smoker spoke up. Hey, who said we would just let it go? The Thai guy stood behind. Exactly. Who said that? Julieta quickly grabbed the model. Ready to strike. A gunshot rang out. Blowing up Julieta's weapon, the Thai guy turned his head. Mocking. You should not have done that. The smoker sneered. You gotta play with me. How can you lose focus like that? The Thai guy sneered. One-on-one fight. Then we get out of here before the brats show up, and shouted. Get lost. Get lost now. He advanced aggressively. Do not be scared. I know. You do not have to be the bad guy. And he quickly dodged and ran away. The Thai guy reached out. He absorbed mana. Then grabbed Anha's hand and screamed. She quickly absorbed mana and pushed the Thai guy away. 2 protective shields clashed. He hesitated. What is this? Such a child already has this much mana. If he tightened his shield and lunged forward, selling this girl might bring a big payout. The sword hit the shield and bounced off. The Thai guy scared. Why is it so hard? Inside, Ha thought. I can stop him. And Ha taught me. I can do this. The Thai guy frustrated. At this rate, even I give up. She smiled. Did I do it? The shield reached out. Of course I broke it. He grabbed Anha's hand. The Thai guy gleeful. Got you now. Then, the soldier shouted. Everyone hurry. Put aside the tribe's pride to save lives first. Everyone turned around. Huh, what is that? A Slim is escaping? Which squad does it belong to? Hurry and call the ranged players here. The pointy-headed guy urged. Captain, no need for that. Captain, stop, stop. All monsters are the same. We just need to cut them down. Slim grabbed a weapon. Pulling the pointy-headed guy in, Slim slowly punched him. Announcement sounds. Everyone back off. Physical attacks do not affect Slim. Report the situation at the mall. We will wait until the mages arrive, the smug smoker said. Perfect timing. So many and we got extra time. Then let us quickly finish this and get out. Julieta looked at and asked, how? The Thai guy calmly said, if I had not broken that, I would not call myself a player. Suddenly a fire burst nearby. They quickly attacked him. That was Julieta's fire. She shouted, hurry, run, the Thai guy in pain. Bastard. Then there was clapping. The smoker praised. You really can do all that. Julieta quickly jumped back to defend. She shot fire from her fingers. The smoker mocked. That is useless. Give up. Bookworm. Why not do something fun with me instead? Julieta bit her lip in frustration, took off her shoe, tore her dress in half. Donnie, call me bookworm. The smoker sighed. That again, that stuff does not work on us. Using power all cute like that is a bit. He glared. Suddenly a red light cut through the shield. The smoker stepped back a few paces. What the hell is this? Has her power suddenly increased? No way. Is that some kind of innate power boost? The guy in the tie chased into the toy store. Sweating, he is exhausted. Is not. Anna turned around. The guy yelled, giving up on running away. Play nice with me. Virtual armor. Anna activated mana in her legs. She quickly jumped onto a shelf. Anna grabbed a box to throw. She was about to strike, but the guy in the tie stretched out to block. Damn it. Stubborn as ever. Suddenly Anna missed her footing and fell. The guy was smug. Got you now. I will break your legs. Then he panicked as Anna used the moment to activate mana and attack. He defended. You think I am holding back? Now you will see what is real power. Anna counted. 1. Attacking as she counted. 2. The guy almost collapsed under Anna's strength. She quickly kicked the block aside and leapt out. Anna soared high. The guy yelled, you annoying brat. This time you won. T escape. Anna recalled. Just then, was this the same feeling? Mana flooding through her body. Mana bomb. Anna unleashed a huge mana sphere. The guy in the tie panicked. What the hell is that black thing? An explosion burst out. Everything blew apart. The smoker turned to look. Everything was destroyed. From the wreckage, Anna ran out, calling for Julieta. The smoker was shocked. No way. That idiot got beaten by a kid. I wasted too much time, and I am out of ammo. I can't control both of them anymore. Damn it. Running away is the best plan. Julieta shouted. Anna, do not come here. Get out of the way. She looked down at that power. Julieta was scared. What is this? The smoker hesitated, seeing her fear, then grabbed Julieta's neck. The smoker sneered. You did not expect this, did you? Anna screamed. Julieta, he is ordering you do not move. If you dare move, I will smash your pretty face. She was terrified. Suddenly a hand reached out. The guy in the tie quickly slammed Anna's head down. She was shocked. How did you do that? The guy laughed. Thought I was done. No way a player like me gets beaten by a brat like you. Anna thought. I can keep falling like this. Suddenly Anna released inner mana power, pushing the guy back. He panicked. What? This insane amount of mana. If it keeps going like this, it will explode. Anna shouted. Julieta. She stirred. Anna. Really? The smoker stabbed Julieta in the stomach. Anna cried out. Julieta, the smoker said to the guy in the tie. You want to take them all out? Anna whispered. I will save you. The guy in the tie knocked Anna to the ground. She opened her eyes. Just a little more. The smoker said. Forget it. Let us get out of here. The guy in the tie. What a waste. But her mana just now was so beautiful. Wish she was a bit stronger. Anna woke from the dream. She said. Who is there? Do you want power? Anna was surprised. Power. Can you really give it to me? Suddenly a voice said. Dunty, listen. Making her turn around. Someone scolded. That was too dangerous. You got through it this time. But who knows next time? I will do whatever you want. So you have to live a normal life. If that voice comes again, you must not listen. Promise me. Anna looked up. She reached out and smiled mischievously. Yeah? I promise. Anna sat. There are things I have to protect too. She remembered everyone happy with these hands. Anna stood up to save her. She really needs strength. So the guy in the tie grinned. You can still get up. He threw a punch. Go back to sleep. Anna, please. Grant me strength gently. Open your eyes. Grant me power. The big guy shouted. Stay still right there. Anna pleaded again. Please. Grant me strength. Anna quickly punched the big guy's chest. He was immediately thrown back. The smoker yelled. You bastard. Damn you. Anna looked up. Bruno. He placed his jacket over her head. Bruno praised. You did great, Anna. From now on, leave everything to me. The smoker gritted his teeth. This damn bear of a guy. Bruno lunged forward in a flash. Grabbing the smoker's head and pushing it down, Bruno slammed hard, cracking the surface. Bruno worried. Julieta. The big guy tried to grab the knife. The man flinched. Grabbed it. And struggled. As Bruno held Julieta anxiously, the big guy charged. Bruno quickly struck to push him away. He stepped forward. For everything you have done to Julieta and Anna, the big guy panicked. Please. Spare me. Bruno threw a punch at the man's head. You will pay for this with your life. A few days before the terrorist attack at the department store, Kai Kwon shouted, I did everything you told me. What more could you want? He struggled in fear as Kian Kwon prepared to draw his weapon. He charged, I will destroy you in that Gilseong Jun too. Kian Kwon lunged but missed. The man sweated nervously. Suddenly, a sword pierced him from behind, a talent capable of disrupting the enemy's perception. He turned, betrayal in his eyes. Unknown calmly said, You are overreacting. Kian Kwon was shackled. Unknown threatened, Here's a message from the guild leader for you. I will take care of your family. No need to worry. Especially your wife, I will treat her well. Kian Kwon struggled, then gradually faded away. Unknown praised, Thanks for your hard work. Farewell. News. A farewell letter was found in Vice President Kim Ki-ang Kwon's cabin. Investigators believe he chose sorrow. The distant department store's logistics warehouse. Unknown said, There is no one here but those guys. Manago replied, The Sin Ho Guild arrived. But we can't reach the others. Unknown thought, They are faster than I expected. We should retreat quickly. They are probably up to pointless business again. Mango nodded. But who is that kid behind you? Unknown turned. What kid? He looked nervously at Unha. You smiled. It took you forever to recognize me here. Unknown worried. What is wrong with this kid? How long has he been hiding behind me? Mango hesitated. What is up? Are they acquainted? Or is he just a lost child? If so, he spoke up. Why are you aiming at that kid? I will take him out with one strike. Mango laughed. You should not blindly follow strangers. Kid. There are some truly terrifying things out there. He stammered. What is happening? Unha swung his sword, slashing Mango's head. The others raised their guard fearfully. You hesitated. Right? I should not take him out. The soldiers surged forward. That damn brat. Unknown blocked. Don't let your guard down. He is no ordinary kid. Unha laughed. Look at you all hesitating just because of this gorilla. What is the matter? Afraid of a knife wielded by an ordinary kid who is not even a player? You look like a bunch of chickens. The soldiers surged. I will destroy you. Unha chuckled quietly. Bloody battlefield. A scene of carnage. You handed the knife politely. Hey, why are you still standing there? If you do not move, I will. Got it. Unknown feared. No way. He took down a rank player instantly. I can fight him head on. I do not know any players on the same level as the P Nong A. But this kid won be recognized. Unha charged at him, quickly swinging the knife toward Unknown. Unha kicked, striking Unknown directly. Unha calmly said, Seeing you now. Unknown. You are nothing. The reason no one recognizes you is probably because you lack a strong presence. Nameless angrily summoned Mana, then charged at Unha. You quickly dodged to the side. Nameless was surprised. How did you do that? How could this brat dodge all my attacks? Unha said calmly. I felt the same way before while tripping Nameless. You explained. But like I thought, there is nothing left to see because your power does not work on me. But do not worry. Unha jumped up. I will make sure not to kill you. You grabbed Nameless by the neck, and Unha stabbed hard. Sion commented that they had almost destroyed this place. Unha laughed. Please say this time she also managed to defeat them. Sun covered her mouth. You know you still owe me. Right? You glanced over. I will pay you back fully. I promise. I swear I guarantee it. She asked when then? You smiled. Well, someday. Fine. I will leave dealing with that guy to you. Soon went inside. Well, this time I will let you off. Unha ran over. Wait, she was surprised. Huh. You are worried. I have been curious about what he looks like for a long time. Nameless was scared. Please. Not this. Unha pulled off his glasses. Both covered their mouths. Thrilled. They gagged. His face looked like a pomfret fish. So disgusting they could not hold it in. A shout came. Unha turned around. It was Juliet. Unha. And Bruno. You were delighted? Unha ran over. And at 3 p.m. today. September 17th. At the Sabayak department store, a group of terror monsters was attacked by a mercenary player, whose name spread widely in the media as Nameless. Alongside the Sinla Guild, Sandstorm Sinsian, one of the 10-year thrones, subdued the attacking player, terrorizing the monsters, resulting in 23 casualties total. Myron's eyes lit up. 23 casualties in total. The government of the Celestial Maiden expressed condolences for the victims. Myron coldly ignored the news and zoomed in on the image. Julieta. Bruno. Unha. And Myron smiled wickedly. Found them. Outside the house was a barricade. A barricade had been set up around the cafe so ordinary people could not recognize who we are, just as expected from Saint Storm. Sin Sian, the best mage of Dayhan, Unha seriously said. This is the first time you have called me that, Sin said calmly. I want to express my gratitude. You laughed? I do not think you called me here just to say thanks. So what happened? Sun set down her glass. The Nameless group will be executed. This is the first time since the Celestial Maiden government was established. Unha replied. I see. But who hired them is the important question. Xian refused. Sorry. But I do not have the right to share this info. So I have to keep it secret from you. You sighed. So we have no choice then, Dune said. Is that all? Anna, seriously. Right? What happened to the Exabaya group? Xian explained. Chairman Li Junhee has returned, and the Heer decided to leave everything behind for now and focus on social welfare issues. You nodded. I understand. She stood up. Well then, I have to go now. I have things to do. You said goodbye. Oh right. See you next time then. As predicted, the future of the Exabaya group has also changed. Ahetarang asked. The young master is coming soon. Do you plan to go out first? Anha nodded. Yes. Thank you, uncle. Before I reset, a power struggle broke out among his 3 sons, and in the end, the eldest son seized the succession immediately. My family. Those who survived the Kraken. Nuna showed her miracle. That little kid did not die, and the disaster at Bukan Mountain saw significantly fewer casualties. The terrorist attack at the department store did not happen before the Exabay of Group's ceremony. The future is slowly changing. If so, now it is almost 1 p.m. Nuna excitedly looked at her glass. It was nearly sunset. Nuna shyly said, Dad, Mom, I want to become a player. Nuna looked puzzled. You feared? Has the future really changed? Nuna bangs the table. I object. She is worried. Nuna, but you interrupt. Becoming a player is dangerous. And that does not suit you at all. Nuna snaps. How will you know if you do not try? I told you. You have a talent for it. Nuna interrupts. That is right. You have talent. But I never taught you how to control mana to become a player. I taught you to avoid mana contract disorders and things like that because I wanted you to live a happy life, healthy and free from pain or sickness. Nuna sulks. But I want to be a player. Nuna bangs the table. Why would you want to leave a normal life behind? The life of a player is neither noble nor free. It is like a ball and chain hanging from you. She shouts. But you want to be a player no matter how troublesome it is. I want to be someone who can save others. I hate hiding behind others and watching without helping. Mom smiles. It is Unha. You should do what you want. Unha cries sadly. Mom scolds. Unha. You should not do that. You made Unha cry. See, it is Unha. Your brother's wrong. He was wrong. Right? Reason, Mom, Dad. I am asking to become a player. Are you both sure you are okay with that? Mom calmly. Of course not. We all know that is extremely dangerous, but if that is what Unha wants to do, I want my daughter to do whatever she wants. Dad laughs. Daughter, you can do it. Right? Unha runs to hug Mom. Yes. Thank you, Dad. Mom, Unha ponders. Even Dad feels that way. Evening. The lights are on. The boss. Tired. Seoljong. Please present the prearranged facts. Jonghun projects. The terrorist attack happened at Sabayoff department store. And it was not a random attack, but the result of internal conflict within Sabayoff. This chart shows the power ranking within Sabayoff. As everyone knows, power is divided among the 3 sons of Chairman Li Junhee. Ignoring the youngest son with the least power in this circle, the 2 candidates are actually just the eldest and second sons. The eldest, Labat, is a notorious hot-tempered thug, but many think he won't bring Sabayoff to success because he is the eldest son. On the other hand, the second son, Li Jung, unlike his brother, has a very kind nature and excellent management skills. A man folds his arms suspiciously. Do not tell me the last terrorist attack. The boss sighs. Yes. That thug, Li Bayan, incited the terrorists to attack Sayeok department store, which was under the control of his younger brother, Li Jung. Curious? Chairman, did you know about this? He presses his chin. Of course. Thanks to that, he decided to pause his retreat and return to manage everything. Zhang Hun points at the board. But that is not the only issue. Please look here. The force led by Li Bai-in is not just an unknown mercenary group. It is very likely the Aozen Guild. Everyone gasps. Well, what did you say? Mutt. Is not that a bit of a stretch? Zhang Hun explains. Including the Hellhounds. A total of 92 Hellhounds were found at the Bukan Mountain base. Though the Aozen Guild took 70% of the magic stones, only 30% of them are currently on the market. And it has been discovered that magic stones were used in this terrorist attack. The boss wonders. What if they are just waiting for magic stone prices to rise before selling? He answers. Unrefined magic stones are not rare items. The boss seriously asks. What about the possibility that the Aozen Guild used the 30% of magic stones released on the market? Zhang Hun confidently replies. All information collected by the Scylla Guild has been investigated, including the origin of the magic stones on the market. So that is impossible. Dulé turns around. But that is just speculation. Right? There is no concrete evidence yet. Zhang Hun agrees. Yes. It is just speculation. But I am sure everyone here has heard about this. Everyone is silent. The boss spoke up, saying that in April this year, when Shin Seojan found out that Ryu Seohong-jun was involved with the Dangun group, She was furious, something Ryu Sehong-jung clearly anticipated. He probably wanted to cut ties with the Dan Gun group and focus on the Saba IOC group instead. That is why I called everyone here today. Long Dai asked, war. That is ridiculous. War is not such a bad option after all. Curly Hair worried. The Holy Storm is in the European Guild. Isn't that the only place where the top guys hang out? We are even dragging the God Emperor into this. Curly Hair hesitated. No way. The God Emperor is still too young. Even if he is a genius, going against the Holy Storm is still incredibly tough. The boss stood up. We are not planning on declaring war, but we can't let the European Guild run wild either. We will back Li Zhongin from the Saba IOC group and start reigning in the European Guild. Fourth guy under the grace of Lady Yunha. Does that even make sense? You smiled awkwardly. So it is them again this time. How can entire class be loyal? Minji happily said. This is so interesting. Are we all in the same class? Siona looked down and said, You are right. I was worried we would be separated. Yunha realized. But is not that class 1? It is a relief we won't be tangled up with that group anymore. She smiled. Really hoping this year will pass peacefully, Yunhaik said. Big bro? Those kids have been staring at us this whole time. Yunha noticed. Yunhaik angrily asked. Big bro? Should I teach them a lesson? You waved your hand. Yuk, do not be so impulsive. Ina looked over. The kids turned their faces away. Minji worried. Do not you think you should clear up this misunderstanding? You pushed Yunhyuk. Misunderstanding, the girl explained. Do not you know? There is a rumor that your dad beat the pharmaceutical principal to a pulp. Because of that, even the Pain Guild is wary of you now. Inho was shocked. Beat him to a pulp. Who did you hear that from? That is not exactly a misunderstanding. Siona was scared. But is that really okay? Yunha said. Whatever. I am fine with it. But still, you looked up. What have you been eating to grow so fast like this? Yunhek proudly said. Haha, I just trained like you told me. Plus drank the juice from Mir Hajangstad during practice. Yunho was surprised. What? I told Minji and Siona to drink it to recharge their mana. But it does not just recharge it. It actually helps me grow. Then I should have a glass every day from now on. Someone announced. Hey, the teacher's coming. Footsteps hurried into the class. Inhut greeted. Big bro, I am back in my seat. Dahun introduced himself. I will be your homeroom teacher this year. My name is Indahun. He released a strong mana aura. Yunha observed. That is not the mana flow of an ordinary person. Who is he? Junsik touched the red notebook. The man ordered. Report. Underling. Yes, sir. He reported. The request to expel Jin Siona by the parents has been executed as ordered. Junsik praised. Well done. He looked out and said, even though I tried to separate the pharmaceutical-related kids into another class, I ended up putting those kids, including Junga Jiang, in the same class. Pharmaceuticals. Huh, that is the company Kim Gwon's family runs. Right? The underling confirmed. Yes, that is correct. Junsik was surprised. How dare he mess with the girl I consider my own granddaughter? The world's getting a bit better. And what about Hajiang's class? How did you handle that? The underling bowed. Although he is a retired player due to injury, he is still capable in that field. Junsik casually asked about his background. The underling answered, the Regulus Guild. He realized, Regulus is that tops-ranked guild. I guess he is pretty reliable then. Junsik recalled. Hajiang, you want to be in the same class as me this year? Hajiang happily said, it would be great to be in the same class with my friend. But my dad said it is hard for everyone to be in the same class like that. Junsik interrupted. Really? Don't worry. Your grandfather will make your wish come true. The girl turned around. It is Grandpa, I am old enough to understand things now. He smiled. Sorry. I thought Hajiang was still a child. Then, can you just predict for me? Hajiang was curious. Guess what? Junsik confidently said. Yes, even when Hajiang was in 2nd grade. She was still in the same class with her friend. The girl happily went to school with her friends, while Junsik touched a notebook. He laughed. How fascinating. My dear, even my brother has a kid he thinks of and cherishes like his own granddaughter. At dusk, Yina looked around. Look at all this dust. She better have come here early. Yina smiled. But how do you know about Annie? He dodged. Well, we got to know each other after meeting at Happy News. Suddenly the wind picked up. Yunha said, she is here? There is a lot of dust here. The whirlwind is even shaking the house. Yunha anxiously looked at the windows as Sejin entered. She held a fan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yunha looked. Not just a bit. Actually quite a while. You are late. Nuna. Sejin retorted. You are really picky. Others have to wait just to see me too. Ina suddenly bowed. Hello. Sujin glanced over. Hello kid, don't call me some holy thunder goddess. Just call me Sujin Annie. Okay? She observed. As expected, She has an enormous amount of mana. She has so much because she is controlling it. Right? If word got out, everyone would be scrambling to recruit her. But now she is mine. Yoonha reminded. You are done explaining? Do you have what I asked for? Seojin smiled. Yeah, I do. She showed. Here's a device and a magical stone. She aimed it and examined. Not bad. Nuna, is this really okay? Yoonha nodded. Yes. Yoonha worried. Then I won't stop you anymore. But you will have to take a test. This is the device. Hold it carefully. Yoonha happily. Okay. Got it. Yoonha hesitated. I do not know what you mean by got it. But alright, let us start. Once I say it is over, you throw it down. The stone quickly burst with beautiful blue light. Pink monster appeared. Ina nervously held her sword. That is an 8th level Bori. Ina stared at it. Is this really a monster? Ina said calmly. It is an 8th level monster named Bori. Your name is Bori. Now she said coldly. Destroy it. Nuna, Yoonha thought. Even after all this, I still can make her reconsider. But now that we are here, I have to make her understand how brutal a player's journey can be. Bori quickly lunged forward. Yoonha affectionately looked. It clearly is not dangerous at all. Yoonha ran forward. Don't let your guard down. Says Ina turned as Bori opened its mouth ready to attack. Ina quickly knocked it away. Bori flew back. Landing painfully on the ground, she scolded. If you hesitate or judge a monster by its looks, you will end up dead. No joke. Yoonha worried. You are so loud. Can I keep going? Ina recalled and ran off as Julieta counterattacked. She thought, I do not want to be protected by anyone anymore. I want to protect those I truly care about. I can't let Ina carry this responsibility alone any longer. Ina looked up. Alright. So I have to get through this. The magical blue stone appeared. Ina exhaled softly to gather courage. Jun lowered her sword. Ina sat down. Seoljin witnessed. After 15 tries, she finally succeeded. Yoonha was out of breath from exhaustion and fear. He approached Ina and said, You did great. Really great, Seoljin commented. I struggled hard to get where I am today. Players have to be incredibly strong. I can't believe that kid suddenly forced Nuna to do something so bizarre. Ina, that kid is seriously scary. A few days later in class, Duhun brought in a heavy box. He explained that the class president should stand up and grab as much milk as possible for everyone here. Also, do not forget to put the empty milk cartons back in the box. The whole class said in unison. Yes, the class president shouted. Line up and who wants to go get milk? Step forward. Everyone laughed. Anyone want to drink my milk? Drink mine too. Yoonha observed, thinking it over. That brat. Habeklian hates drinking milk too. Someone teased him. Big bro? Big bro? And he sneaked over. Hurry. Take this. Yoonha was surprised. Here, this is a magical item that can turn regular milk into chocolate milk. He turned and asked, Where did you get this? Inheek grinned proudly. You are the only one who knows. I bought it today at the store near the corner. Yoonha worried. Aren't you afraid of getting caught and punished? Inheek shrugged. Since when did you start fearing stuff like that? Big bro? Yoonha frowned. Makes sense. Yoonha said, Give it here. I will heat it up. Inheek beamed. Just like I expected from Big Bro. By the way, what is that thing they have been putting in the milk cartons recently? Ina looked at the milk carton. So it is that time of year again. He climbed the stairs, thinking Nuna was in room 4 of grade 6. Yoonha recalled it was all because of her, but he also felt a bit touched seeing her cry like that. Hopefully, she is not too upset. Sang Hike bumped into him. He grumbled. Damn it, you are annoying. You bastard. Sang Hike sneered. Hey, are not you in grade 6? Who let you up here? Ina scratched his head, running into troublemakers again. The guy was annoyed. Troublemakers? You should apologize for bumping into me first. What kind of brat are you to be so cocky? Yoonha thought. But this guy looks kind of familiar. Isn't he Lee Kang-heek? Lee Kang-heek is a dominant player in the back alley area of SKBCU. He is not skilled, but he is good at manipulating others' weaknesses by controlling his subordinates. It is no exaggeration that all info about the slums in Xkong BCU goes through Lee Kang-heek's hands. He must have loved Xkong BCU since he was a kid, but maybe that is also why he became an info trafficker. The other lackey sneered at Yoonha. Kids these days are so cocky. Sang Hike grabbed his shirt. The lackeys cheered. Sang Hek, teach him a lesson. He is annoying. And I was just about to put him in his place. The lackeys provoked. What are you staring at, kid? Dante snitched to the teacher. He thought to himself, should I scare them off gently? Sang Hike shouted. You are so bold. Brat. Yoonha prepared to fight back. Suddenly Yoonha appeared as a girl's voice called out. Haley Kang-heek. He was surprised, recognizing the voice. Everyone turned to look. Sang Hike blushed. Inho was puzzled and full of shock. She scolded. Didn't I tell you not to bully others? Sang Hike was scared. Ina? I did not. She fixed her outfit. Oh no? Do not tell me this brat likes you. He quickly apologized. Ina was furious. How dare you? That is my sister. I will beat you up. The lackeys tried to calm him down. It is not like that. It is because he bumped into Kang Hike without apologizing first. That is why we were just going to teach him a little lesson. Ina pushed him away. A lesson? You said you wanted to teach my little brother a lesson. Kang Hike was surprised. Little brother. He looked back and forth, but you two do not look alike at all. Inho was irritated. These guys. Seriously, Kang Hike awkwardly said. Anyway, sorry. We did not mean it. We promise it won't happen again. Sorry. You are Eunha's brother, right? Are you hurt anywhere? He glanced. What the hell? That brat's attitude is worse than before. Ina pulled him away. Let us. Ina, Kang Hike called out. Ina, have a good day. Little brother, if anyone at school bullies you, just tell me I will deal with them. Ina turned around. Thinking, what the hell is that crazy guy saying now? Says, do you actually like that guy? Ina teased. Like what? Kang Hike's older than me. He shrugged casually. That guy. Him. Whatever. Do you like him or not? Ina stayed silent, then walked on. Smiling, Ina turned back. You are my favorite. Let us. I will take you back to class. Ina hugged him tight. My Ina really likes me that much. So cute. A few days ago. It was pouring rain. How long had the kids been here already? Eunha checked her phone. Eunha had really grown up a lot. She happily stepped forward. Then suddenly heard a noise from a small alley. Did I mishear that? She turned and focused on the dumpster. Eunha approached. Oh my. She opened the lid and found Parang Kozer. She was gentle. So it is an Asian child. Such a tiny kid already having gone through such terrible things. She worried. Kid, are you okay? Oh my. Your body's freezing cold. Parang recalled. Look, that is an Asian guy. Right? Maybe sell him. What do you think? No one would buy someone like him. Better to just use him as a cutting bag. Then toss him when done. No one cares if an Asian kid dies. Parang pushed Miss Ina's hand away. He dragged himself out of the dumpster. She screamed. Parang snapped. Mom. Damn it. Get lost. She was saddened. Doesn't this kid have any adult to protect him? He is badly injured. And it is so sad. Parang shouted. I am warning you. Do not come near. Ina was firm. I can just leave this kid like this. Parang raised his hand to block and dodge. Peeking through slightly, Ina gently asked. If you have nowhere to go, would you like to come to my home? He and Eunha ran over. Madam? She smiled. Hello? You have come. My Ina has grown so much. Mom sighed. You act like a kid around her. But with me, I get upset. Euna scolded. You have 3 kids and still act like a child. Mom whined. I do not understand a word you say. Euna asked kindly. Son, living with my daughter must be tough. He scratched his head and laughed. She stepped forward. So you are Une, right? We met last year. She said. Une looked shy. Madam? Ina gently asked. That is right. How old are you now? Une. The girl suddenly jumped up and showed 3 fingers. Oh my. So cute. Eunha beamed. Everyone must be hungry. Let us go inside to eat. Both happily agreed. She opened the door. He and Eunha stepped in first. Ina felt uneasy. He sensed mana. Says, wait, is that a monster? But it seems so calm. Or maybe a thief. If it is a thief, I want to let it slide. Who dares enter Grandma's house? The poor guy was not big. Then Parang's hand shot up. He turned back. Huh, is the chicken here? Eunha decided. I can attack directly. He quickly leapt at Parang. Outside. Mom, Dad, and Grandma were urging them inside. A loud noise caught everyone's attention. What is that sound? Eunha was surprised. Why are you here? Parang groaned in pain. Oh God, what is going on? He was annoyed. Is the chicken still not here? Eunha gasped. Din, Din. He shouted. Din Parang. Ina's dad understood. So that is it. He looked embarrassed. Mom should be told us. Mom covered her face. Right? We had no reason not to tell you. Grandma laughed. I was planning to tell you when you arrived. All 3 sighed. Una looked at Parang. Thinking. This really is his hometown. Who knew our friendship would start like this? How much has the future changed already? Parang glanced. Why are you staring at me like that? He shouted. This is mine. I am not sharing a single bit. Get away. Ina was scared. Parang, I told you not to use words like that. He was stubborn. He looked at me first. Damn it, Dad laughed. It is just because of the way Eunha looks when resting. A bit shy like that. He said. Parang, have you finished eating? Let me get you some more. Parang cursed silently. That old woman is really something else. Eunha cursed under her breath. That old lady. Huh, I still remember when we first met. I thought he was crazy too. But even so, how dare he talk to my grandmother like that? Alright, but when the pup is still young, we just need to fix his attitude a bit, Eunha suggested. Grandma, Parang and I want to go outside and play, he snapped. Are you out of your mind? Why should I go with you? Yunha ignored him. Grandma. Please. You are so gentle. It is right if you two can get along well. That'd be great. Go on, kids. Grandma will drink some water. But know your limits. All right, Ina spoke up. I want to go too. He blocked her. Sis, just keep eating. All right. Parang, let us go outside. Parang worried about food. What? Who said I would play with you? Inha grabbed his collar. You better shut up and come with me right now. That evening, Yunha and Parang went outside. He threw him hard to the ground. Parang painfully got up, angry, shouting, that is my chicken. Hey you bastard. Do not you know you can touch the dog's food, but even a piece of my chicken. You want to leave it alone? Yunha replied coolly. Not touching the dog's food is only because they are afraid of getting bitten. Parang scared. What the hell is this? Yunha thought. If anyone heard this, they would be annoyed. Not as big as Seo John's. But definitely enough. He stepped closer. You are not a dog either, but with the way you just acted, you barely deserve to be human. Let me teach you how a human should live. Parang clenched his fists. You are challenging me. I have never liked you from the start. Yuna jumped up, grabbed a bottle, and swung at Parang, who was hurt badly. He shouted, I am the one who has the right to say that. You bastard. Parang wondered. What did he hit me with? Cannonball. Yuna struck and thought, treating your benefactor like this after they fed you. The dog stays in the house, but you are not even kind to it. Parang collapsed. He fell straight down. Yuna angrily said, how dare you call her that old lady, yeah? Damn right. No manners or shame at all. Huh. Parang yelled. Help. Yuna smugly said, let me warn you first. Yelling won't help. No one outside can hear you here. Parang scratched his head. Warn me first. Fine. You hit me. Now you warn me. Yunha laughed. But if you had telepathy, maybe you could still call for help. Parang annoyed. How would I know? How am I supposed to use telepathy? Ina smiled secretly. So he was lying about knowing telepathy at 10. Since he lied, that just gives me more reason to give him a beating. Well then, let us have some fun together. Parang scratched his head. Lucky. It is not over yet. Sounds of hitting continued non-stop. The next day, Parang screamed. It hurts so much. He always hits me where no one can see. Is he really a 9-year-old kid or some disguised gangster? He knelt inside the house. Ina's dad worried. Parang's already 10. Ina's mom hesitated. Then he should probably be in 3rd grade. Dad answered. That is right. But since he has never been to school before, Parang cut. I am not going to school. Dad glared. Parang flinched. Go to school. Yunha recalled hearing before the reset that Parang was accepted to an academy a year ahead of him, but got bullied a lot there. This time, let us go together. All right. Ina put a hand on his shoulder. I think 2nd grade would suit you better. Parang glanced. I already said I do not want to. Dad glared. Ina's mom asked Han. Parang, how do you feel? Parang stammered. Want? 2nd grade. Ina happily said. So you can be in the same class with Parang. That is great. Right, Parang? Your aunt laughed, saying it has only been a day but Parang and Yunha are already so close. Mom's happy for them. Kids really do make friends easily. Parang stayed up sad. What are you guys saying? Didn't you see I was just threatened by him? The 3 cheered up. Parang smiled and looked much cuter. He cursed silently. It is not about that. Yunha put her hand on his shoulder. Parang, can we go out to play some more? Parang, sweating nervously, said, please no. Early morning. Gayun sat seriously in a meeting. Anbak reported, we are working on helping 4,000 Korean citizens stuck in Italy return home. However, that depends on your country helping us capture a new monster that appeared in the North Atlantic. This monster is beyond level 1. This terrifying monster can cause disasters that wipe out entire nations. It is a level abnormal monster. Although we have some insight, this is truly the worst case scenario. Gayun sipped her tea. It is tough asking us to send our rival to a completely unfamiliar place. Maybe we should provide herbal medicine for Northern Europe's opponent instead. Enbak looked at the tea. The herb you showed us before the meeting is indeed excellent. A revolutionary item that works without needing to enter the body. However, we can also exchange it using mana alloys. Gayun was serious. But that is something they desperately need. Janko slammed the table, sending wood flying everywhere. He was frustrated. Why are you guys so cheap? We are asking for your help to bring your people back home. But you have to help ours first. Maybe Korea's rivals are too weak to stop clinging to the goddess like that. Ambak spoke up. Jain-ko, you are crossing the line. He glanced over. What? She did not even bother to respond. That is why I hate Korea. Besides kimchi, what else do they have? Gayun mocked. This blonde hair nonsense. Suddenly everything turned gray. The ground trembled in fear. Fine. To ensure the safe return of Korean citizens still stranded in Italy, We will fully support your withdrawal. Besides the strongest warrior of this country, we will also send 2 more of the 12 kings. I believe that is more than enough for you to safely return our people. Gaion signaled, and both Mbake and Janko sighed warily. Mbake slammed the table. Doing this one tea and well for you. Gaion was straightforward. If you want to complain about what I just did, go ahead. I will also report to the International Mana Management Association about the leaders who sent these reckless negotiators to deal with us. Janko groaned. You all should know your place. You are just nobodies. Let us wipe you all out, Mbake said. Janko. Wait, as he prepared to strike. Suddenly a sharp gaze flashed. Janko froze. I will lose if I move. Gaion turned. Looks like you are not an idiot after all. Let us end this meeting here. Please leave. She left, slamming the door shut. Janko was angry. So annoying. At the Blue House office, a voice said. An office like this is too reckless. You should be more cautious. Sangjin was serious. You are no longer just a famous actress. You are a goddess now. Gaion called, grabbing Sangjin. Did you say that as my bodyguard or as Lim Gaion's manager? Deng Higu laughed. You are such a coward. So what if you are good at your job? You do not understand how women think anyway. Gaion reminded him. Like Deng Higu, you should not have said that. Deng Higu bowed. Yes, I am very sorry. That reminds me. Madam gave us a Maserati Gran Turismo. Gaion was surprised. A Maserati Gran Turismo. Deng Higu explained. From what I heard, they sent a car favored by Madam to show goodwill to us. Gaion sighed. Send it back. Tell them I do not want it. Deng Higu was embarrassed. But Madam, it is a Gran Turismo. Gaion said coldly. Madam, even though I have never met her, I know she is no good for Cam. Sending people like that as ambassadors definitely means there is some scheme. Or simply, they look down on us. Gaion ordered. Deng Higu, send some trusted people to follow those ambassadors. If anything happens to the master, report it immediately. He gave the command with authority. Deng Higu quickly left, and Gaion stood up. Sangjin reported. The negotiation results are better than expected. She was calm. Mostly thanks to the Alice Group's draft. Looks like we owe the engineer in the mansion and the Alice Group a big favor. After finishing the tough negotiation with the Italians, we should return the favor. Sangjin nodded quickly. I will report back to your superiors. But still, provoking the Italian ambassador is way too risky. Gaion brushed by and said, Did you say that with my dignity in mind? Sangjin avoided eye contact. She smiled. The saint is still on guard just in the next room. If anyone has a problem, it should be those Italians. Not me. On the way back, Julieta was happy. She recalled the doctor's words. Congratulations. You are pregnant. The fetus is 6 weeks old. Julieta looked up at the plane, smiling brightly. Then suddenly remembered something. She called, Ru. It is. Bruno asked him. Have you eaten yet? Julieta thought. I really want to tell him right away, but it is better to wait until we meet. I am about to go eat now. Have you eaten yet? Bruno replied. I am on my way too. You are going to the hospital today, right? Are you okay? Julieta shyly said. I am. Ru. You must come home early today, he replied calmly. Okay. Julieta was thrilled. Just wanting to see his happy face soon. A voice called out. Who is there? Isn't he that Julieta Valentine? She looked up. Scared. Hello? How have you been lately? You look much prettier than the last time we met. But too bad, she said as she grabbed Julieta. He narrowed his eyes. Little canary. Time to go home. Bruno was working when his phone rang. He turned, wondering what was going on. Just had a call earlier. Bruno answered. What is it? Julieta. Julieta calmly said. Ru. Thank you for everything. Don't look for me anymore. Bruno worried. What? Julie. Julieta hung up, smiling. The right choice. Princess. You should let the one you love live a normal life. Right? School's out, Xiana happily said. I am feeling better now. Hajayang. Want to come over? My dad's cafe has air conditioning. And Heek followed. I want to go. Xiana laughed. Come on, and Heek casually said. Then I will put my bag away and come after. Minji agreed. Me too. Minji teased. You will play with an A, lose track of time, and be late again. You are sneaky. Did you follow me just to scold me? Minji looked over. That is Julieta, and noticed Julieta being forced into a car. Jang, you. Myron? Chetty C. What are you doing here? Come to think of it. Did not the Korea-Italy talks happen around this time? The mission to defeat the level 2 Leviathan monster and safely bring the Korean-Italian person back was led by the goddess government, sending 3 of the 12 guardians. Because of that, Korea was short on forces. Saint Warrior Gong Sangan lost his left arm, and Storm Warrior Shin Mangwon can no longer function normally due to mana poisoning side effects. However, the sacrifice of Guardian Ji on the mission was widely accepted, but Anji did not die. She was imprisoned in Italy by none other than Taejang Komiron, visiting Korea as an ambassador. Many countries, including Korea, strongly protested. The event ended with the goddess Mama ordering his public execution, and I guess this person was with Julieta again. He ordered, Minji, stay here. Whatever happens, do not follow me. The girl worried. Doubt. Where are you going? He calmly said, I told you, do not follow me no matter what. I have to find out their purpose and contact Sinsel John or Bruno. He activated his mana shoes. Minji shouted loudly, Hey, Enha. He quickly chased after the car. Enha dashed around the turns and got closer to the vehicle, and Beck suggested, Janko is arrogant. I am wondering who has been watching us all this time. Suggested, Enha is worried. They have noticed us already. Janko steps down. Kid, what do you want with us? Anna sees him attack. You got hit. Anna quickly backs off. Janko challenges. What is your deal? Kid, I guess kids here are good at using mana. And Beck warned. Do not mess around. This kid's special. He laughs. Oh yeah? Then this one be easy. Janko rushes forward. I will handle him. Anna quickly dodges the kick. Damn it. He is trying to take me out. You spin around. Anha moves fast in front of Janko. You kick him in the head. Janko dodges quickly. Grabs you with his hand. Anha is frustrated. It is hard to dodge in the air, so I will focus mana on my legs. Janko is surprised. You kick his hand fast. Anha flips in the air, creating a mana orb. Anha unleashes it at Janko, landing on the ground. Janko comments, his mana skills are not a joke, but even so, you are still just a kid. Janko says as he moves behind Anha. You turn around. Janko grabs your neck, lifts you up. He is more interesting than I thought. Anha struggles. Janko channels mana inside. It is not that fast. You are not the only one who knows how to use mana. Anha worries. At this rate, I am done. Damn it. I have to break free. I am about to suffocate. Julieta steps out. Let that kid go. Didn't you promise not to harm anyone I know? Janko, you know this kid. Julieta shouts. You can do that. Julieta yells. He is just a normal kid. Glut him. Janko laughs. But he is not as simple as you think, from my experience. I need to eliminate guys like this as soon as possible. And Beck speaks up. Janko. He is stunned. Janko lets go. Damn it. I got it. Anna plops down. Panting, Julieta rushes over. She is worried. Anha. Thanks for helping. But you did not have to do that. You turn to her. Says, what is wrong? Julieta is silent. She takes off a ring. Julieta asks, can you give this to Blue? Tell him I am sorry. Anha is scared. Says, Julieta smiles. And even now, I am so happy. You stand up. Sister Julie. Sister Julieta. Hey, come back here while I am still talking nicely. Janko pushes Anha hard. You fly into the opposite container. Janko points. Get lost, kid. Then drives off. Anna falls against the container wall. You think, my second life is definitely different. I saved my family, who should have been lost, and saved my friends. I minimized damage from that mountain bastard Bukan. And I got proud of it. But who wants this to happen? Anna stands up. Who wants the past to stay the same? When I am struggling to change the future, you look at the ring. Your happiness includes her too. You clench your fist. Do not decide everything on your own. Seogan sets down the box. Sighs. Sugan worries. To meet the government's required quota of spells, I had to sleep less. Suddenly Sujin brings a glass of water. Here, Sugan takes it. Curious? What is this for? He smiles. Nothing. I am just happy. Sujin smiles back. Really? Phone rings. Sugan answers. Hello? Anha. The voice on the line replies. Yes, uncle. It is Anna. Sorry for calling suddenly. He is cheerful. No worries. What is up? You gently say. There is something I want to ask you. Sugan is surprised. Ask. At noon, Seojan and Anha are training. Behind Seojan was a mana plant creature. She snapped her fingers. The garden vine grew longer, rushing toward He. She watched intently as He jumped to evade the monster's attack. Seojan commented. Nice reflexes. How about this? Surprised. He played along as a whirlwind formed. It sucked inside. Seojan observed. Her skills still need work. She noticed He was surfing on a skateboard inside the vortex. She spoke up. Siza, you should not strike so suddenly. Seojan calmly said. Training's better when it is realistic. She is responding pretty quickly. Then I will try this. Okay. Seojan made the whirlwind disappear. He looked down in surprise and quickly dove down. He shouted. Jilly, restore my mana now. He landed safely and dashed off quickly. Seojan watched. Well done. He ordered. Jilly, swallow that bullet fast. Seojan praised. Since she is a kid, her quick thinking is impressive. She has enough mana to defend and counterattack. I knew she was a rare gem. He smiled. All right, Seojan quickly said. Not yet. She still has a long way to go. Suddenly, the vine snapped and grabbed her. Seojan shielded her fan but noted it has improved a lot in 3 months. She shouted. Give up already. Let her go. She laughed. The struggle is part of the training. He called on the phone. Seojan was surprised. It is rare to hear from her. Don't tell me she is causing trouble again. That afternoon, The empty road. Bruno opened a suitcase. It was a weapon case. He picked it up. Ready. Bruno changed clothes and stood in front of the incense. Bruno remarked, "Looks like I have lost some muscle. If someone called me the beast of the Valentin family now, that'd be a stretch." He recalled Julieta's voice. "Bru," she pointed at the strangers. I did not know she was the princess of Valentin. Blonde hair, that kind of attitude. And you actually said that in Sicily. Everyone's heard of the young lady," and nervously said, "It is true. I am just a visitor to Sicily." Bruno stood firm. "No excuses. Nothing changes the fact you insulted the young lady." Bruno gloated arrogantly in front of the pervert and turned pale with fear. Bruno landed a punch on the pervert Vang Sadie. Julieta stepped forward, loudly praising, "Truly the beast of the Valentin family. Thanks again, Bru." He blushed. At the Grand Palace, the elder chose the Myron group to take over Sicily. Everyone panicked. Why Myron? Why not? What do we do now? Our side already fought with the Myrons before. Those poor guys, the boss shouted. Silence, he ordered. The Valentin family has decided to merge with Myron. Julieta worried. Father, calling it a merger is misleading. Dor trembled in fear. That is right, boss. At this rate, we will end up kneeling before those damn Myrons. Boss is serious. Do not talk nonsense. All of this is to protect the Valentin family's interests. The Valentin family will never kneel to anyone. We are just temporarily making peace with the Myrons for a short while. Also, to show our goodwill. Julieta will be engaged to Vincent Myron. She is shocked. Aunt. Vincent Myron, the flashy playboy from the Myron family. If we are talking about the son of the Myron head, it is definitely that bastard. Boss ordered it marry Vincent and give him an heir. Julieta is furious. Dad, he is so calm. My Dari is a mana enhancer of incredible power. If Julieta has a child with Vincent Myron, that kid will definitely inherit the mana enhancer's power. The head is worried. Boss? You mean? Boss nods. Yes, that child about to be born will surely be more talented than Vincent Myron himself. We will take that child and raise them as a prodigy to rebuild the Valentin family. Julieta angrily stands up. Bruno watches. Before, they forced her into things she never wanted. Now, they treat her like a commodity. Could it be that, in boss eyes, nothing matters except the Valentin family's growth? Everyone speaks up. Miss, please think of the Valentin family's future. We beg you, please think of us. The head adds, that bastard is clever. Definitely no illness. Please. Miss, be wholehearted for the Valentin family's future. Boss sternly says, if you want to remain a Valentin member, endure the humiliation and be that Myron's lover. Julieta shouts. But he interrupts. The Valentin family has given you a comfortable life. Now fulfill your duty to the family. Everyone pressures her. Your duty, miss, is to bear a child. Please, miss, give birth to a healthy child. Julieta stammers. Bro. Please. Glass's face turns away. Julieta freezes. Then bows her head in agreement. Everyone leaves happily. Bruno watches Julieta. In her room, he asks, tell me, be honest with me. Julieta bows her head. Bruno steps closer. Julie. She stammers. I do not want to marry like this. I do not want my child treated like a pawn. I am sick of this place. Bruno takes her hand. Julieta and Valentin, I promise I will protect you, even if it means fighting the whole world. Bruno kisses Julieta's hand. Do you want to leave with me? She cries. Julieta happy and relieved, the window wide open. The sunlight floods the room. Bruno says, Julia, just wait a little longer. Bruno checks the location. No matter what, I will save you. He opens the door. Anha. Wait. Surprised Bruno. Are you ready? Anha. Yes, I ready. Let us. Bruno and Anha leave together in the night. He is worried. I know Anha trains much harder than regular players, but our opponent is Jake. I do not want to drag him into danger. Bruno warns. Anha. Just as I thought. You need to leave now. Things are getting dangerous. You look away. I know what I am getting into. I mean, you should be told me before we left. Right? So I am coming with you. Bruno sighs. Do whatever you want. Anha asks. Do you think we can find her? Bruno checks. Looks like she has got a phone with her. He points. Alyssa Hotel. That looks like the place. Glances over. Speaking of which, should not we wear armor? It is super dangerous going in without protection. Anha pulls at his shirt. I wish I could, but nothing fits my tiny frame. Plus, just wearing this is already hard to move in. Bruno comments. He is basically gearing up for battle. Has he done things like this before? He says, I have the ring you gave me, so do not worry too much. Bruno is curious. You know how to use it, right? Picking it up. Yeah, just a quick glance. Can't believe his wedding ring is actually a mana enhancement item. You're 26 in the goddess calendar. The Southern European Alliance succeeded in raiding the Abyss. Everyone on Earth thought it was impossible, but they hailed those who managed to raid the death prison. Players reread the raid journal with excitement on their faces. However, The truth recorded in the death prison journal was utterly disgusting. Most players from Italy, key members of that raid, all shared the surname Myron. The woman used as a breeding tool for Myrons, especially Strong Jean, was their mother. I think Bruno could not save her and died before I regressed. Bruno announced. We have arrived. Didn't he regret it? I thought silently. Regret? Those words should be for those bastards white-haired and blonde curiosities. That is who they are. Bruno said. Then let us get going. Right? You nodded. Okay. Both quickly sped off, taking out the target in one clean strike. Janko's hotel room. He was angry, wondering why they suddenly changed the hotel location without notice. Tun explained. I mean, maybe they had a reason or something. Strange that there is suddenly a problem with the hotel on the day of the meeting, when they were notified days ago. Julieta teased. Seems like the hotel does not want scumbags like you guys in... Janko cursed. Damn it, Tun awkwardly said. But I really did not know Miss Julieta was in this country. Janko laughed. Me neither. If we had not seen the news, we would not know. Well, at first I did not believe it either. But since my older brother confirmed it, it is probably true. Julieta mocked. I find it hilarious that a bunch of men planned to capture one woman, and even came all the way here. Seems like the Myrons have no shame. Janko grabbed his weapon. Hey, Princess of the Valentin house. Why do not you sit quietly and keep your mouth shut? Think we can touch you. But we are not doing it out of pity. Julieta shot back. What? Janko put his hand on her shoulder. He smirked slyly. If we wanted, we could be had some fun with you in bed by now. Julieta pushed him away. You crazy bastard. And spat in Janko's face. He shouted. Damn bitch. You are asking for it. A voice called from behind. Janko. Anbek Gayamana. He looked seriously at Janko. Janko was embarrassed. Brotherly love really is touching? Huh? Anbek asked. Where are you going? Janko cursed. This damn place. I am stepping out for some fresh air. Tum showed him something. Julieta said. Anbek, I am buy me a bento box from the convenience store, and some snacks too. Anbek sighed. Tom Myron. Tum shook his head. Why do not we just order room service? Anbek sternly said. Haven't you heard she wants food from the convenience store? He was scared. Right after walking a bit. Tum said. Anbek? Remember, you are not Anbek Valentine but Anbek Myron. He looked at Tum. Anbek casually said. Don't worry. Tum laughed. All right then, in that case, I will be back later. The door closed, leaving only Julieta and Anbek. Anbek saw her stand up. Where are you going? I told you not to leave the room, Julieta angrily said. You still have zero tact. I am going for a major bathroom break. Oh God, Julieta slumped down covering her face. She recalled, even if the whole world is against me, you will only protect me. Will you come with me? She whimpered, then buried her head and cried from the bathroom. Jiang happily left. On the way back I will call room service. Jiang was surprised. He turned around. Expression sharp. I was flying in with a weapon. Jiang blocked the slash with his hand. He stumbled back a few steps. Jiang hit his head on the wall. You challenged. Looks like I am lucky today. Jiang angrily gritted his teeth. You bastard. Swing that sword. Hey, pull your cloak up first. I will give you some time to put it on. 1 hour before infiltrating the hotel, soon John cast a spell to boost physical speed accelerate. Then he cast a spell to enhance muscles and strength. Spells were cast nonstop. Defense, healing, mana recovery, and magic resistance. Unha gratefully said, Thanks, Sis. But what about the guests in the hotel? What if they get caught in the fight? Sunjan smiled. Do not worry. The angels in charge have already ordered the hotel to evacuate everyone outside. You are all set. Enjoy it. That is a relief. Perfect. With the mana flood you got from Sok Hun's spell, your power has increased significantly. You are ready to go now. Unha faced Janko. Now's your chance. There is not much room, and he is unarmed. You can miss this opportunity. He is charging violently. I will finish you off. Janko threw a punch, but luckily Unha dodged just in time. His attack hit the wall, shattering it. Unha pivoted and counterattacked, sword in hand, eyes blazing with determination, armed with all his buffs and magic spells. Let us give it our all. Shall we? Janko raised a shield, pretending to defend. Unha did not back down. Aiming straight at him, his sword clashed hard against Janko's protective shield. The shield was pierced after that impact. Janko smirked. That kid is nothing like the one I met before. He even set up 3 layers of shields. And Unha still broke through them all. Unha seized the moment. Is that all you have got? He kicked hard, sending Janko flying back. Hit hard. Janko crashed into the wall and howled in pain. Once again, he raised his shield. No other choice in this situation. Janko was frustrated. Damn it. The space is too cramped to go all out. He had to get out of here at any cost. He narrowed his eyes. Relentless in his assault, a critical strike was launched. The sword aimed straight for Janko's head. He immediately dodged quickly. Janko pulled a gun from his pocket. Unha raised his shield to block. Suddenly, Unha sensed something was wrong. Janko was fleeing. Unha shouted, "That bastard's running away." He gripped his sword tightly and gave chase. "How dare you run?" Janko's defenses were heavily attacked and shattered when he could not hold anymore. Janko gritted his teeth. Never expected things to get this bad. Unha saw him desperately trying to escape. He is reckless, but in the end, the tower still belongs to the 13th. Seeing Unha chasing, Janko cursed, "You annoying brat," then drew his gun. "I will finish you." Unha did not hold back either. "Look who is talking. This time next year will be your downfall." He calculated quickly. No time left as buffs and mana were running out. Unha drank some potion. Janko was surprised to see it. "Don't tell me, is the magic elixir the angelic authorities bragged about? This annoying guy is too cautious. Should we taken him down earlier?" No time to chase him up to the 18th floor now. He had to find something to use as a weapon. Janko spotted a knife. Unha lost sight of him and noticed a nearby room. He rushed forward, sword ready to strike at Janko. Suddenly, he sensed danger. Unha's sword clashed against the knife. The force shattered the surrounding glass. Janko glared. "Who the hell are you?" Unha said flatly. "I am the one who is going to finish you." His power was overwhelming, pushing Janko back. Unha lunged forward, swinging his sword at him. His sword pierced Janko's shield. Janko smirked. "You are done for now." "Huh." He grabbed your hand at that moment. Unha was held by him, unable to strike with the sword anymore. "You were subdued by Janko." He snatched Unha's sword, planning to finish you off the moment he got the chance. "You think I should not have a weapon to fight with too? A sharp aura spread around you." Unha shouted, soul burning with revenge. A dark energy enveloped Janko's body. He panicked. Was this some skill eating away his mana from inside? What a pain. "Get lost, you pests." Janko glanced sharply. Noticing something, Unha aimed directly at him with a sweeping step. A swift sword slash cut through sharply. You kept launching relentless strikes, leaving Janko no time to react. He struggled to defend. That damn brainless guy, unable to hold on. Janko was knocked far away by Unha's attack. Objects around shattered and scattered. The room below became a wreck. Their fight showed no sign of ending. Janko smirked. "What is wrong? Your attacks are getting weaker. Where's that fighting spirit you had just now?" A tall figure stands waiting at the door, and Beck's face is stern. "Julieta, this is all for the Valentine's clan's benefit." No sound comes in response to his words. Growing impatient, Anbeck says, "I am heading out. If you need anything, call Tom or just phone me." Suddenly, he stops, standing like he is waiting for someone. Anbeck frowns slightly, pushing up his glasses, and calmly says, "Long time no see." Bruno stumbles over from afar. He narrows his eyes and asks sharply, "Where's Julieta?" Anbeck glances over, showing irritation at the question. He says bluntly, "Bruno, whoever took Julieta from the clan will be dealt with. You realize the consequences could cost you your life, right? But I will give you one chance. Come back to the Valentine's clan, Bruno. Come back and help me take them down." Before he finishes speaking, Bruno attacks him. Bruno's voice is sharp. "Do not waste your breath." Anbeck pulls out a gun, trying to stay calm. "Is that? Come on then." He points the gun straight at Bruno. Bruno does not back down either, ready for a fight. The previous fight between Anbeck and Bruno ended with Bruno's defeat. Janko smugly says, "What is going on? Your strikes are getting weaker. Where did that fighting spirit go?" And has smirked. "Where could it be? Here it is." He shouts, "You sneaky brat. You look confident now." Laughing loudly. "How about you just drink the magic potion already? Don't you have one?" Janko bares his teeth angrily, draws a sword, and swings at you. Nha is caught off guard, struggling to defend. It seems his strength has not fully recovered. He is about to give out. In the end, Nha can to hold on and is knocked backward by Janko's attack. He quickly regains momentum, not letting himself get thrown too far. Janko taunts, after drinking the magic potion, "That is all you can do? You have gotten weak. Have not you? Why do not you play with my dogs a bit?" Nha leaps up to dodge the dogs conjured by Janko's power. He thinks to himself, "This won't work," then spins his sword, creating a drill-like power to pierce through. Without hesitation, he charges at Janko. By the time Janko notices, Nha is already right next to him. Janko is briefly stunned. Luckily, Nha moves fast, constantly keeping him off balance. Janko quickly pulls a gun from his pants, and Nha draws his gun to fight back immediately. Janko fires, aiming straight at the target on the other side. Nha pulls the trigger almost at the same time. Janko manages to use a shield to block the bullet. Meanwhile, Nha takes a bullet to the shoulder. He cries out in pain, then exhales deeply. Finally catching a breath, "This is my territory," he says arrogantly with a grin. Arrows infused with power fly toward Nha, scattering wildly. His eyes flash with cruelty. Nha flinches slightly, grits his teeth as the arrows pour toward him, and quickly dodges. Janko boasts, "You little rat. Let us see how long you can keep dodging." The arrows relentlessly chase after him. Dodging constantly drains Nha's strength, regains momentum and spins to counterattack. Nha fights back hard, trying to hold his ground. Despite being pierced by arrows, Nha endures, Even as the wounds bleed heavily, another arrow pierces through. Chasing him, Enha grits his teeth tightly, determined to resist. The arrows vanish, and he stands exhausted. Enha clenches his teeth, trapped in a desperate situation. Janko is not done yet, pulling out his gun and threatening. Your end is near. The dogs from earlier reappear, biting and holding Enha's legs tight, startling him. When did they get here? A whirlwind forms above his head. Stay calm and think it through. If you can escape, then do this. One piercing strike. Then quickly break free from the dog's grasp. Unha spins around, aiming his gun straight at them. They keep trying to crawl up and bite his legs. Unha leaps forward, right up to Janko, swinging his sword straight at him. Janko's eyes widen. But luckily, he flips Unha up into the air. The moment Unha's feet touch the ground, he steps into circles of power. They surround him from every side. Unha is stunned. This is 7 spells. By the time he realizes it, it is already too late. Everything instantly shatters into pieces. The ground beneath him cracks apart. He collapses to the ground, fresh blood dripping steadily at his feet. Inside, Unha calculates silently he can't run anymore like this. He has to recover first. But suddenly, Janko snatches the potion from his hand with a sneer. Janko says, planning to drink that all by yourself. He snatches the potion away in one swift move. Unha silently curses that bastard with rage. Janko Myron stands there, rambling nonstop. This potion is pretty good in this country. It restores stamina and mana instantly. Unha ignores him. All he thinks is, I have to get out of here first. Janko suddenly launches a sneak attack. He storms at Unha fiercely. Unha is shocked but immediately counters. His weapon drops to the ground. Janko aggressively kicks him in the ribs. You are close to dead. I am not going to deal with you so easily. Unha instinctively falls back, thrown far away. His body crashes into the wall with a massive explosion. Janko Myron grins. Animals need a beating to understand. What is a little mutt like you doing sticking your nose in this? Red blood gushes violently from Unha's body. Janko Myron stands right there, frozen. He doubts. Is this kid dead? He should not have logged out yet. Suddenly wide-eyed, Unha throws the empty potion bottle to the ground, his voice cold. I should have used this sooner. Emerging from the smoke, his face icy, eyes blazing fiercely. Janko Myron screams in fear. You bastard. How many bottles have you had? Unha replies coolly. I have got a whole set of fruit-flavored potions. So what? Janko wonders. Just recovering stamina and mana from near death is impressive, but he did not expect Unha to refresh all buffs instantly without cooldown. Even more, his mana seems to have grown stronger than before. Could it be? Unconsciously, he mutters. A new power. Unha adds. Not just power, I have got this too. Janko's face pales, unable to draw blood. He freezes in shock. That is, the ring in Unha's hand is a power amplifier. Jiang looks doubtful. No way. How much stronger can this bastard get? But I still have a chance. He is not that accurate. I am way more precise than him. Unha grips his gun tight, eyes burning like he is ready to devour Janko alive. Without a word, he points the gun at him and pulls the trigger. Myron counters, thinking bitterly. You are wrong, punk. You pulled the trigger too soon. I am the one who will win. Unha deftly dodges a critical blow. Before Jiang can react, Unha grabs the bait and Janko dropped earlier. Janko freezes, confused about what just happened. Unha is ready to finish him off. He aims the baton straight at Jiang's gun hand and strikes hard. The pain shoots through his arm, making him grimace. His arm splits in two. Unha coldly says, already hurting. I am just getting started. Didn't you say animals need a beating to understand? He gritted his teeth, clutching his arm that kept bleeding fresh blood. The pain just now has returned to Unha's place. Jiang bit through his teeth. But the beast is not me. He is frantic, still stiff and stubborn, but is not at you. In the quiet hallway, a shadow was struck hard. Bruno Valentin unleashed a furious flurry of punches, like a raging beast. His fist slammed down the hallway, shattering bricks and stones. Enbeck Valentin sat watching this, his brows tightly furrowed. Bruno Valentin did not pause for a second and kept attacking. Enbeck Valentin quickly dodged away. Seeing this, he turned and ran to escape. Bruno's strikes relentlessly chased after him. He stumbled and lost his footing. Bruno Valentin caught up in an instant, face fierce with rage. His deadly fist swung toward Enbeck Valentin's face. He sneered. Your skills have not changed at all. Then he grabbed Bruno's arm tightly, with a mocking tone. I have been eager to see how you fight now. What a disappointment. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the hallway. Enbeck Valentin pressed his gun against Bruno Valentin's chest and pulled the trigger. Strangely, the bullet did not pierce his chest, but dropped straight down. Enbeck Valentin lost his patience. What are you going to do? Just stand there and take it. Bruno Valentin used his martial shield to survive with one life left. Blood dripped from his mouth. He could not hold back. Aggressively raised his fist to strike Enbeck Valentin. But before Bruno's fist could reach Enbeck's face, he cut. 2 reasons why you lost. First, your moves are way too predictable. Second, your mana is nearly gone, and the magic effect is about to end. While the magic effect lasts, you can move. The only thing you have is defensive magic, which traps you in a corner. Bruno Valentin saw his mana. His shield cracked and shattered. Enbeck Valentin raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Julita Valentin ran over. She shouted, stopping him. Stop. This is not what you promised. You said you would not touch anyone around me. Not only did he not stop, but he also pointed the gun at her. His voice was cold. You came here just to talk about our promise. Anbeck ordered. This side is almost done. Stay put. His gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Juleta gripped the gun tightly, challenged him. Shoot if you dare. No one expected her to do that, and Beck Valentin was furious. She turned to Bruno Valentin. Bruno. Go back. Do you really want to die? He is not the only one. Jianko and Taman are here too. Do you think doing reckless things like this will make me happy? What I need is— She did not finish her sentence. Bruno Valentin cut in. I promise to protect only you. Miss, just one word from you is enough, she shouted. Don't move. Bruno Valentin. But he took a step closer, and Beck Valentin did not hesitate and grabbed the gun. Juleta Valentin screamed in despair. Bruno Valentin raised his hand to block the bullet, and Beck Valentin was confused by his actions. Bruno Valentin's hand grasped that bullet tightly. He said, one word was enough. Juleta. Even if the whole world stood against the lady, his eyes remained sharp and clear, his voice grew firmer than ever, saying, I only need you. So Bruno Valentin unleashed a blazing fire, and Beck Valentin was stunned watching him, then quickly raised his shield and dodged aside, avoiding the surprise attack. He hid behind the shield to block the raging fire, aiming to kill him. Bruno Valentin clutched his aching arm and gently called out, Juleta. She weakly replied, Help. Slowly reaching out her hand, warm tears streamed down Julieta's face. Her voice was gentle. Save me, on Yunha and Janko Myron's side. The two stopped fighting, hearing Janko Myron's stubborn tone. He sneered. Just losing an arm. Do you have to overact? His arm lay in a puddle of fresh blood. Yuna asked indifferently, You can still use healing magic to reattach it, right? Seeing this, Janko panicked and yelled, Stop, but of course, he would not let him off easy. Janko Myron glared at him. Ina stomped hard on the arm on the ground, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Janko Myron could only stand there, helpless. Then he muttered curses under his breath. This Janko, he's got a sudden burst of fire magic. Yunha wondered, Is that a large area bombardment spell? Watching the fire magic approach, he calculated it would not cause damage if he stayed out of the blast radius. The fire magic clung to him like a hungry beast chasing its prey. Inha gritted his teeth in anger. Even using mana from the heavens, it still catches up. The fire magic was now close to his feet. As expected, a huge explosion erupted behind Yuna. His body was thrown dozens of meters by the blast. When he finally stopped, Ina was furious. Before he could recover, he sensed something was wrong. Janko Myron launched a second wave of rapid-fire attacks, but Ina felt no fear at all. He matched the attack with a precise, piercing strike to counter. Gritting his teeth, he thought, just a bit more. Faster, as Yunha moved forward. The explosion behind him roared again. His fierce glare locked onto Janko Myron. Janko was scared. He was about to get hit. Suddenly, Ina felt something wrong in his body. Frustrated, he thought, Why now? My young body is already at its limit. Seeing Yunha like that, Janko thought quietly, Not sure what is wrong, but this is my chance. A steel cage appeared, enclosing Yuna's body. Janko Myron used a restraining cage spell to trap him. Yunha broke the cage, thinking, Damn it, I need to deal with this before I completely run out of energy. Without hesitation, he decisively slashed to break the steel bars, but that shattered the sword in his hand into pieces. Yuna's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. Janko Myron struck suddenly, making him stagger back. After the blow, Yuna quickly regained his footing, one hand on the ground, while the other charged with energy preparing to counterattack. Slammed the ground hard, channeling all his willpower into a decisive strike called the Spirit Blade. Janko Myron blocked, sneering, What good is that? His hand gripping his sword bulged with veins. Facing Yunha's attack, he shouted, I have already lost an arm. Suddenly, something struck the gun in your hand. The clash of two opposing energies shattered the ground instantly. Yunha and Janko Myron both stumbled back from the impact. Pain shot through your hand holding the gun, deep to the bone. Pain was clear on Yuna's face. Janko Myron yelled, Go to hell. Ina swiftly dodged. You immediately planted your feet firmly and fired continuously at Janko Myron. He was hit by a bullet in the chest. Blood sprayed out. Enraged, Janko recklessly charged to counterattack. Janko Myron's grip tightened around your leg. He yanked hard, causing you to lose balance and fall to the ground. Your arm slammed forcefully onto the ground. Janko Myron followed up with a blow to your chest. He aggressively raised his fist and delivered a brutal punch to your face. Janko Myron went mad, punching and cursing like crazy. Go to hell. I am telling you. Go to hell. Janko kept shouting. Your arms flailed helplessly in the air, too weak to resist. Your arms fell heavily down. Janko Myron did not stop, kicking you relentlessly. He slowly stepped back. His voice was triumphant. This is the end for you. At that moment, Janko unleashed a decisive flurry of shots. He watched the dust rise thickly. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Janko Myron laughed smugly. Done. I win. But then he hesitated, wondering if he really was done yet. I will keep dragging him down until there is nothing left. But as Janko reached out, Ina grabbed his arm tightly, like a wild animal. Ina bit down hard on his arm, refusing to let go. The sudden pain made Janko Myron flinch. Damn brat. He kicked Ina hard, commanding, Let go. His kick sent you flying, crashing hard against the floor. Janko Myron taunted. You are just good at running away. You have really shown me how pathetic you are. But what are you gonna do now? I am still here, alive and kicking. Suddenly, he started coughing up blood. A bright red gush fell to the ground. Janko could not believe it. Had he really taken so much damage he was coughing up this much blood? Had he lost control of his mana? His hands trembled. His legs gave out and he collapsed, in agony tearing through his body. Janko Myron finally realized it was mana backlash. He roared furiously. What did you do to me? Ina calmly raised a green veil. Voice soft. Level 6. The poison from a ghost spider. That vial contains ghost spider venom, which blocks mana flow, causing mana blindness that leads to death. Janko is suspicious. Did he hide the poison in his mouth? Janko Myron writhes in pain, still cursing relentlessly. You stupid bastard. Are you trying to take me down with you? You are joking. Idiot, who only carries poison. He pops open the vial in his hand, drinks it all, and says, of course I brought the antidote. Lying on the ground, he curses like a madman. Ina picks up the gun and slowly says, stop cursing in Korean. What is wrong with your accent? She points the gun at his head. Even now, Janko is arrogant, asking if you are confident you won't regret this. I am part of the Chidi family. Do you know that killing me will cause a global problem? If you do not kill me, the whole world will be your enemy. Are you ready to face the whole world as your enemy if you finish me off? Before he could keep speaking, she shouted, shut up. Because of too much talking, she lost patience and shoved the gun straight into Janko's mouth. Ina sat coldly before him, saying the survivor decides the value of your life. I will decide if the world becomes my enemy or not. You lost. Now go meet your ancestors quietly. Janko Myron's eyes widened in horror as the cold bullet pierced his throat. He dared not take risks and obediently raised both hands. She sank down to the floor, exhaling deeply. She muttered, I only have one veal left. Should I drink it now and head to Bruno? I am almost dead. Behind the wall, Tom Myron was hiding. Watching her, he gripped a plastic bag tightly to steady his nerves, wondering what was going on. Unbelievable that Italy's Chidisi would be taken out by a kid. It is not that I can handle someone about to die, but dealing with him might take more time. Before the Korean players arrived, the Cell Zone was already planning to go to the Alice Hotel. Tom Myron thought handling Julieta Valentine was the top priority. Bruno Valentine, like a beast, swiftly grabbed Mbek Valentine. His face showed extreme fury. Mbek Valentine looked terrified at his expression as Bruno's punch sent him flying. The punch tore a big hole in the floor. He thought, maybe the difference now is because of the darkness earlier. Quick as lightning, Bruno Valentine surged forward, ready to strike again. Mbek Valentine did not know what to do, just stared at him wide-eyed. Just as Bruno was about to finish it, a voice cut through. Stop. He pressed the gun to Julieta Valentine's neck and said, it is, if you do not want to see Julieta dead before your eyes, drop the man. Bruno Valentine anxiously called her name. Julieta. Tom Myron slashed across her neck as a warning. Do not move. Don't just stand there. Raise your hands. If you think I won deal with her, you are dead wrong. He dared not take risks and obediently raised both hands. Tom Myron turned to Mbek Valentine. Mbek, this ends here. No time to waste. Janko's days are over. He calmly loaded his gun and said, got it. So Janko has met his end? Tom Myron quickly replied, better to finish this before the Korean players burst in. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet hit him straight in the head. Tom let out a helpless groan, then collapsed. Julieta Valentine was shocked. What? She was trembling witnessing the horrifying scene. Julieta broke into a cold sweat. Understood. The barrel of Mbek Valentine's gun still smoked from the recent shot. He laughed triumphantly. Finally you are gone. I have been waiting for the chance to take his life, but I did not expect you to die before I could act. Even Tom Myron had to meet his end, and the Myron family was wiped out from this country. Bruno. Julieta, I have another offer for you too. Return to the Myron family, because Janko is done for now. It is time for us to destroy the Myron family and rebuild Valentine. Julieta Valentine bluntly said, Big brother, have you lost your mind? The Myron family won't fall just because Janko is gone. She doubted it. He is not the type to say nonsense like that. Is the pressure of leading Valentine changing him? He is not the man I once knew. He grinned slyly. We can use Janko's death in Korea, then the Myrons will retaliate against Korea and destroy themselves. Come back to Valentine. Now I can protect you. Julieta. Bruno, if you still appreciate what Valentine has done for you, then return with Julieta and dedicate yourselves to Valentine. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Who gave you permission? And Batch Valentine flinched. He rushed forward like a spear to block the question. Who are you to take my people without asking? No words. He struck first, slashing hard at him. And Batch was quick, immediately leaping to dodge. Then he kicked at him fiercely, and Batch's face full of aggression. He returned the blow by stabbing through his thigh. Bloodied, and Batch Valentine drew his gun and fired. The shot was dodged but still hit the thigh, and Batch stepped back against the wall, ready to defend. He heard a voice promising, I want to do that again. Then she reluctantly stopped her attack. The sheer power overwhelmed and Batch Valentine gritted his teeth. Damn it, Gelada Valentine looked truly pitchable. He is targeting Mbak's name. He is targeting Mbak's name. Every attack Bruno Valentine threw was blocked by his shield. Still, Mbach had to endure some force and was knocked back. He quickly dodged, wondering if he was guessing right. Damn, this is strange. 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 He is targeting Mbak's name. 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 He is taking Mbak's name. He is taking Mbak's name. He is taking Mbak's name. And every attack from Bruno Valentine was blocked by his shield. Still, Mbak had to endure some force and was knocked back. He quickly dodged, wondering if he had not been forgotten after all. Mbak Valentine slammed hard into the wall behind him, the impact making him spit blood on the spot. Bruno Valentine grew even more aggressive. Mbak Valentine still wanted to fight back. Holding his gun with both hands, he aimed straight at Bruno Valentine, firing while shouting, shooting in rapid bursts. But Bruno Valentine was no less skilled. He blocked the shots with his hand. He charged forward, ready to finish Mbak Valentine. His fist slammed down on Mbak Valentine's face, distorting it. He yelled, "Go to hell." The ceiling shook. Mbak Valentine was blasted out of the building, hundreds of glass shards shattering. Despite the pain, he stubbornly refused to give up. "I have endured too much humiliation. I told the Valentine family I would destroy the Myrons, and I swore to my father I would rebuild Valentine. This is just the beginning." His body covered in blood red, Mbak Valentine was still unwilling to accept defeat. He could not end it here. The impact caused a loud explosion. From the pit, his hand reached out, crawling out of the rubble. Mbak vowed, "As long as I live, there is still a chance. Before Bruno catches up, I have to escape." Suddenly a voice rang overhead. The wind has changed direction. Mbak Valentine, ambassador of Italy, because of your arrogance, I am arresting you for masterminding the terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Meanwhile, in the reception area of the Blue House, Gan spoke up. The situation has changed. Your intrusion into our country is a serious offense. Don't you think so? The mastermind behind the bombing at the Alice Hotel, Mbak Valentine, currently locked in a glass cage, his limbs immobilized. Mbak calmly said, "I am not the one who planned the attack. You are baselessly accusing an Italian ambassador and unlawfully detaining him behind dung." Anger flared. "That crazy bastard." Guyan interrupted. "So what? What are you going to do? We have video of you killing Tom Myron." And Genko Ma, surrounded by evidence, also cornered an Italian woman. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth tight. "You keep pushing that a grade school kid killed Genko Myron, and he is the mastermind behind the terror." Gan smiled smugly. "Who do you believe that?" Mbek glared silently in anger. She revealed, "I analyzed Big Mama's political standing and power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Genko Myron and are trying to curb the Myron family's power. Right? But it seems like you are all talk." Gaon continued, "I heard besides you too, some players allied with Italy also came here. Must be rough for you." Mbek realized then. So Tom Myron was not the only one sent to watch me. "The Myron family has been acting in secret," Gaon announced. "We are holding all the Italians who were here. They will be my bargaining chip for a truce with you." He quietly asked, "What do you want?" She stepped forward cautiously. "But I have already seen through so many lies." Then she looked straight into Mbek's eyes, implying, "I want a lot." Scene shifts to hospital. Sunlight gently streaming through windows. In Unha's room, a voice spoke. "Aren't you going to listen to your mother?" She scolded Unha. "You were injured last time, and now you are in the hospital for 12 weeks with this injury." Unha winced in pain. "Who else would be?" Unha's mother expressed, "I do not want you to overexert yourself." He obediently replied, "Yes." In a mother's eyes full of endless love, she reminded him, "I will come visit again. So take care of your health." His mother left quickly, leaving Unha alone with his pain. He wondered, "Dad and my sister are coming to visit soon, right?" Unha recalled his sister chasing him away roughly. Looking out the window, he felt guilty for his whole family. Then he hesitated. Should I watch the news while waiting? Unha pressed the remote. The V sound came on. Here's the next report. Last night, loud noises were reported at this location, the Alice Hotel. The source of the loud noise remains unknown. Many locals were frightened for a long time. With help from Italians at the hotel, the report said Mana was misallocated, turning the place into a prison, with no citizens left inside. The Italians who were there entered the prison to investigate. An outsider might believe there was a showdown between Korea and Italy. I wonder what they gained. A hand opened the door. Julieta asked, "Is Bosson okay?" Behind her, Bruno held a cake. Unha said awkwardly, "Please do not call me boss anymore." She replied, "Bosson has boss grown up now, so you should learn to take pride in that title." He recalled the couple's playful scene, wondering if they felt guilty for forgetting him at the hotel at that time. He kept seeking attention. "Hey sis, did you know you left me behind? Didn't they feel bad for forgetting me at the hotel?" He kept trying for attention. "Hey sis, uncle, I am hurt here. They just cleared their throats a few times. Suddenly, Julita and Bruno looked at each other. Overwhelmed. Unha did not understand what was going on. Julita suddenly knelt down, saying, "Thank you for saving me. Without you, I would be trapped in despair forever." Bruno did the same. "Unha, I could never repay what I owe you in this lifetime." Seeing this, he got embarrassed. "Hey, Uncle please stand up," she swore. "Tonight, under the calm sky, with shining moonlight and stars, I humbly make this sacred vow." Bruno also respectfully vows to wholeheartedly serve the one who saved him and swears to protect his brother's honor. "If anyone asks where I am from, this is how I will answer." Both placed their hands on each other sincerely. They spoke in unison. "My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon." Unha breathed softly, looking at them with fondness. Julita joked, "With this pact, I will call you Big Bro Unha. Okay, bro? Or maybe we should make our kid Unha's official disciple." He agreed. "Good idea." Unha once slipped through the boss's fingers. "I have no intention of becoming a player or joining the mafia." He raised his hand to object. "Why did you two decide without asking me?" Julita suggested. "How about we make our kid Unha's official disciple?" He was confused. "What kid? What kid?" She happily shared the good news. "We will tell you soon. We are really looking forward to it. Now you get it. Congrats to you too, sis. I am so relieved you are safe." Julita rummaged through her bag. "Here, check this out." She handed over an ID card. Unha took it, asking, "What is this?" Julita said, "Look at the name." Unha examined it. "Whose name?" They were the two young couple's ID cards, but with changed surnames. Unha was stunned. He exclaimed, "How did this happen?" She spread her hands wide. "After that, they decided to live a new life, so they changed their names." Julita nodded seriously. "In this case, taking Unha's surname makes the most sense. Right? Call them No Julita and No Bruno." Unha stared hard at the ID card. He shouted, "Oh no!" In an old hallway lined with bookshelves, Junxi sat in the room watching something, saying, Bruno spoke up. "I heard you blocked information about us." He bowed in thanks. "We owe you another favor. Elder," he thought quietly. "From the place Elder let us stay when we first came to Han. In this case too we have received so much help since then." The man smiled lightly. "Calm down. I did pull a few strings. The goddess is very curious about your identity." Junxi recalled talking with the goddess. She kept asking, "Who are those people? Who are they? Who are they? Who are they?" Bruno awkwardly replied, "I do not know what else to say." "Thank you," he explained. "With medicine, I will keep it, because Hotel Alice has fallen into Dun and EH hands. At this point, I had to quit the hotel business and decided to invest more in pharmaceuticals." Junxi, "Be careful." The goddess said she wanted to investigate further, but you can trust her word. Bruno nodded. Yes, he showed interest. "Also, you are currently jobless, right? Have you thought about joining me as my exclusive player?" Bruno stood there unemployed. He offered, "I can do anything if you do not want to." But then, he guessed. Meaning, once I expressed, "If you do not want to be my bodyguard anymore, just keep protecting the kids like you have." He looked at Junxi as a kind man and laughed. "Don't stare at me like that, you are drilling a hole in me, yes?" He replied. A happy family photo appeared with Junxi's warm voice. "I have no other goal with these kids who came into this old man's life. I just want to see them smile brightly." Bruno did not hesitate. "I accept your offer," he replied. "Thank you." He immediately stepped out and closed the door behind him. Junxi sat alone in silence, thinking, "I really am getting old." His eyes were full of emotion. Moved at this age like this, Junxi stroked the book in his hands. "Do you think so too, my dear?" The photo of him and his wife still sat in the usual place, full of love. The sea roared under a gray sky. A tsunami as tall as a wall crashed fiercely with violent waves. The ship rocked wildly. Lightning struck like drums signaling the disaster about to strike. The sailors on the ship scaredly stepped back. "It is coming here." From the dark sea, a giant figure surfaced, revealing sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. It rammed hard into the hull, making the ship violently shake. The ship split in two. It immediately dove down as a voice echoed at that moment. The sailors trembled in fear at the giant shadow. The commander ordered, "When it appears, Leviathan strikes back fiercely once more." It lunged forward. Its sharp teeth like steel blades aimed straight at the bow. The sailors turned pale, trembling at that terrifying force. Leviathan appeared, covered in dark purple slime shining like wet metal, its long body twisting like a dragon, each step stamping on the water. The ship now seemed tiny compared to Leviathan, which roared, shaking the sea into chaos. The warrior sang and ordered to move. Leviathan was held back by a block of ice. Sungun jumped off the ship, saying, "I will clear the path with blood." He landed on the giant ice block. Facing the massive Leviathan, Sangan showed no fear. He charged fiercely, saying, "I will leave you with one arm." The ice slowly melted. Leviathan struggled to break free, letting out a deafening roar. Sungun leapt powerfully down onto it from above. He used the ice blossom spear technique, Aiming it at Leviathan's mouth, the power of the fierce snowstorm surged into Sungun's weapon as he thrust it straight at Leviathan. Meanwhile, Anna held her phone watching the news. The Leviathan expedition had succeeded, but the damage was huge. She thought to herself, Sangun would retire and leave the 12 within a few years. At the Sochung Academy entrance exam day, Anna's little sister ran loudly. Brother, the child jumped onto his lap. Play with me. I am. Anna looked at her. Really? He wondered. But why has Natsis come out yet? She suggested, let us play connect the dots. Yunha guessed. I heard the exam time got extended because too many people registered. Hopefully, nothing bad happened to Sis. Anna said, I will go first. It is chill. Hours earlier, the screen recorded everyone's actions. At Sochung Academy's entrance exam, the supervisory committee watched cameras covering every corner of the school. This exam was not to test talent but to identify who could become a player. The chief supervisor ordered all cameras from training rooms 2 to 39 and 40 to be brought in. Another supervisor spoke up. Room 40. You mean Reo Sanho? The candidate with the highest mana. The black-haired red-eyed said. No doubt about her skills before the exam even started. She is already considered a prodigy. Sanho breezed through the challenges easily. The chief supervisor asked. What about room 39? Eunho is trailing right behind Seonho, also very sharp. The assistant checked the list. Number 39 is No Yuna. She is diligently keeping up. A burst of fire shot up. Seonho elegantly dodged and kept going. Next, a powerful blue circle radiated. Eunha quickly surpassed it and moved on to the next challenge. The chief supervisor watched with some admiration for both their abilities. He asked, is she also a prodigy? The assistant replied, she is not. Seeing Seonho breeze through casually while Eunha enthusiastically fought, the chief supervisor guessed. So there is a new rising star, he thought. I figured watching the prodigy and the rookie would be enough. The supervisor concluded. The champion of this round is already decided, that red-haired girl. But she did not even use any mana. The chief supervisor was stunned. Really? Meaning, Sanho and Eunha both relied solely on physical power. The chief supervisor was surprised. They passed the test using only physical ability. The exam ended. First place, 6 minutes 3 seconds. Number 40 Ryo Zian-ho, grade A+. Second place, 6 minutes 39 seconds. Number 39 No Yuna, grade A+. Eunha remembered San's advice, do not use mana during the test, only if absolutely necessary. She thought, but better to avoid using it. She recalled during practice. She wanted to ask, why? Isn't being a player about mastering mana control? She explained that players often face tough situations. So we have to train in advance to prepare for those moments. Now I realize, Seo Yang was right, it is easy to overuse mana. Her eyes suddenly lit up with interest as she looked over. Surprised there is someone else who does not use mana like her. She stared intently at Seonho drinking water. She thought to herself, and she's even faster than me. She approached and started a conversation. You are really good at running. Excited. I did not know you could run without using mana like me. Seonho seemed indifferent. Just nodded lightly with a blank face. Then quickly turned away, leaving her confused. She wondered, is she shy about talking? The teacher began explaining. Now I will explain the final exam to you all. Behind this gate is a maze. Its structure changes at certain times, and you will be placed at random spots inside, in designated areas of the maze. Assistants will provide food and drinks so you can rest. She and Seonho listened attentively. The teacher continued. In this exam, you can use mana and weapons, and you may also cooperate with other candidates if you want. Hari turned to greet them. Excuse me, you two were first and second in the last exam, right? She quickly noticed. She introduced herself with a wave. Hello, I am Chori. She replied. Nice to meet you. I am Na. Hari reached out to shake hands. I am from Ronggak Elementary, the closest school to the quarry, and at school, I am very skilled with mana. She immediately sensed Hari was very confident. Hari pushed forward. Hey, Yuna. Do you want to join our group? She blushed. Cooperate. Aren't we supposed to be separated once inside? Hari smiled and clarified. I mean cooperate if we meet inside the maze. Let us promise to watch each other's backs. No funny business. Hearing this, she quickly agreed and turned to ask Seonho. Do you want to join too? The girl bluntly said. No thanks. I am fine on my own. She waved. All right then. See you later. Hari seemed to notice her expression. Their two friends followed Hari. Showing concern. Yuna, are you okay? She is so rude. Ignoring people like that, she felt hurt. She awkwardly replied, I am. You do not need to comfort me. She did not do anything to upset me anyway. Their two friends kept bantering, acting like she was the worst, all arrogant like she is the best. Such a weird attitude. It will be hard to get close to these girls. She struggled silently, her face a bit forced. She thought again of Seonho instead. The moment when she started talking to her popped up. She thought she could get closer to her, although Seonho had just given a cold glance. The teacher's voice rang out. Now, the final exam begins. The gate opened, and all the students waited eagerly. The students were led into a maze built with tall metal walls. The paths looked identical, straight, with no special signs to guide or confuse them. She hesitated, standing before two forks. Which way should I go? She recalled Xian's advice. When stuck, the first step is to grasp the mana flow. Her eyes lit up as she began sensing it. The mana flow appeared clearly, guiding her. She followed it. Mana flows toward the exit. So I just need to go that way. She walked a bit when a voice called out, "Hello?" The teacher waved from a banquet table. "You are the first to arrive here." The teacher handed her a bottle. "You must be tired. Want some water? I have already opened it for you." She took it happily. "Thank you, teacher." The teacher watched Ina drink water contentedly. The teacher suggested, "Let me give you a hint." She was surprised. "Are you sure? This is a test," he replied. "Of course. Since it is the final test. It is tough, so this is allowed." The teacher pointed. "This is the correct path." She immediately bowed her head. "Yes, thank you so much," and dashed off. The teacher's face showed a sly grin after waving goodbye. Aneta followed the direction for a while, when suddenly something caught her eye. She looked around suspiciously. "I do not see the mana flow here. How could the teacher deceive me?" Aneta glanced another way, guessing, "The teacher's there, so I must be on the right path." Haiji looked over attentively. "Huh, no Yuna." She ran over and greeted. "Hi Haiji." She waved. Just in time. "We are asking the teacher which way to go," the students pleaded. "Teacher, please guide us," the teacher enthusiastically said. "Okay, no other choice. Which way should we go?" The students shouted in unison. "East." They happily ran east. Haiji grabbed Ni's hand. "Yanetter," the teacher said. "East. Let us." She hesitated, looked back, and felt strange. The mana is flowing the opposite way, along the guided path. Aneta kept sensing something was off and kept looking back. Every time she felt the flow was in a different direction, but Haiji urged her on. Ina thought, "Something's wrong. The teachers keep telling us we are going the wrong way." At the next checkpoint, the teacher praised. "Well done, everyone. This is the final fork," he suggested. "One of these paths leads straight out." A student begged, "Can you tell us which way? It is almost over. The test's ending. I'm exhausted." The teacher hesitated. "I can say," but he winked and signaled toward the other way. The students got excited. They quickly went that way. "This way. Let us. We will be first." Haiji praised. "Great job, everyone." Suddenly Ina spoke loudly. "Wait." Her voice made everyone stop and turn around. She pointed the opposite way. "I do not think that is the exit," insisted. "The mana flows this way." Her friend did not believe her, but the teacher said this way. The girl next to her urged, "Time's running out. Why are you like this?" Ina hesitated. But the mana flows, they were too loud. The exit was right in front of them, all thanks to the teacher's guidance. The friend complained, "We are exhausted. Why are you like this?" "Seriously," Haiji called, annoyed. "Yuna." She hesitated. "Hey, Haiji." She sneered. "You could be wrong. Stop being stubborn." The gossip is flying around. "Coming in second is nothing to brag about. You think you are better than the teacher, or what?" Teacher Mkwan watches Unha, who looks scared. She worries inside herself. Is she really afraid? "I am just stating what I see." Unha starts nervously wringing a paper in her hands. A thought crosses her mind. If I were Unha, what would I do now? On the bus, Unha planned to say, "Do not trust anyone." She asks again, "No one at all? Not a single person?" He answers, "That is right. Did not I say, as a play, you can trust anyone. You can only trust yourself." Unha takes those words deeply to heart. "Trust yourself." She nods firmly. "Yeah, that is right." Her mind clears suddenly from the chaos. "Do not forget." Unha stops nervously wringing the paper. Why am I remembering her words right now? She narrows her eyes. "The exit is this way." Unha replies. "Fine then." Looking on with disdain, teacher sees the mana flow swirling at Unha's feet. She quickly steps forward without hesitation ahead of the other students. Unha sneers. Is she stupid? Meanwhile, Unha speeds ahead. Unha tosses her hair defiantly. "Whatever. Let us get to the exit." She thinks, "I really do not understand." The answer's right in front of her. Yet she chooses another path, but with so many people. She charges straight ahead. I am already faster than the second place her. Proud as ever. Moving forward, after passing the test, her foot just touches the finish line. Suddenly, she is back in the familiar space. This is the starting line that made Haiji so angry, now that Unha is out of the maze. She thinks, the exit was almost right there. I am so lucky. I passed second place, but the test took longer than I thought. Everyone's probably waiting for me. I will grab a drink first. Unha and Yuna must be starving. As she is pressing the button, a hand reaches out. "Hello?" Senho hesitantly offers a soda. "I bought one to try." The blushing girl explains. "About your team proposal earlier. I did not refuse because I do not like you." Unha is delighted. "You are shy? That is adorable." She takes the soda. "Thanks. I will enjoy this." She opens the soda and says, I wonder how this will turn out. Unha offers. But I am no Yuna. If we meet at the academy, let us team up. Sunho hesitates silently, then replies with the soda. I am Rikshin-ho, outside the school. Unha carries her sibling, sighing. Oh gosh. When will you come back? Mom and Dad are waiting together on the bench. In classroom 3, a student reads aloud while others listen attentively. Unhyu whispers. Big bro? Big bro? Teacher Jo-hun is our homeroom teacher again this year. Unha adds. And we are back in middle school. The boys excited. I knew we would be in middle school again. That is awesome. Unha is not too interested. Siona mutters behind. Weird. Really strange. Siona wonders. Why are all the people I told him about in middle school? Earlier, Junsich asked, Siona, who do you want to be in class with? The girl enthusiastically names. I want to be with Unha. Yuh. Minji. Unhyu, but not with Jin Sena or anyone I do not like. For homeroom teacher. I want teacher Jo-hun, he is the best. The girl teasingly asks Unha, you know something, right? She shrugs. Yeah, it is strangely fitting. Unha also remembers lying in the hospital when Junsich asked everyone to look after her. The teacher replied, because the Alice Group president requested it. We will take good care of her. Siona still grumbles behind. You are lying. Tell the truth. Duhun taps Siona's head, making her shout. He calls out loudly. Jin Siona, you are brave. Daring to not focus in the first semester of the new school year. The girl lowers her head. Apologizing. I am. Duhun sternly laid down the rule. When class ends, go to the teacher's lounge to clean up. The girl replied shyly. Yes, sir. Feeling embarrassed inside, this was the first time I got scolded so embarrassing. He continued. Unha, you are coming too. You have talked, right? Startled. She answered. Yes, Duhun sternly said. Go clean with Siona. Unha immediately obeyed, while Unhigu beside them chuckled. Oh no? Big bro pointed and said. You too. Unhigu. The kid was startled. Yes, why do I have to go too? Duhun coldly added. Because you smiled. Unha suddenly looked fierce. You smiling? Now's not the time to laugh. Siona, full of intensity, asked. So you think this is funny? Both agreed. Let us clean up happily. Unhigu silently decided. I am growing up. Minji turned around confused. We are already third graders. Why have not they changed at all? Jiang beside her just smiled. During the apprentice fight, the air was fresh. Unha stretched feeling refreshed. She rushed over and hugged Xianho tightly. I missed you so much. Xianho. So you have fallen for me too. Xianho hugged back and replied, yeah, Unha said. We are in the same class now. Awesome. Xianho replied shyly. I feel the same. She suggested. We should head to class now. Then suddenly turned her back. The students murmured. Is someone famous coming? Everyone was excited. Wait, is not that the sound of footsteps grew closer, and a pair of white shoes appeared. Everyone gasped it was the chosen one to join the 10 thrones at age 22. Her scepter shone and swung as she walked through the crowd with power and beauty. Mother Didius of Hiren. Whispers spread. Is that really Mother Yik? Why is Mother E here? Hiren smiled faintly. Oh dear, though she looked friendly. Inside she screamed. I am not Mother Eek. I am only 20 and already called Mother Kik sounds ancient. The student's eyes lit up. Mother I. The 10 thrones. Hiren changed her mind and walked toward Jaina with Xian Ho. Hiren's eyes analyzed Mana. Although she last met her during the Kraken incident 4 years ago, but she would grown so much that Hiren could not tell how much mana she now held. And a look shy. What does she want from me? And the student beside her, Nena whispered. She is a genius. Xian Ho replied. Not really. Hiren guessed. Looks like she is a seed of Elder Nam Gong. Xian Ho asked. You do not know who that is? She shook her head, amazed that her mana was so strong it affected her body amazing. But what interests me most? Hiren said. You probably already know who I am, right? She placed a hand on Zaina's shoulder. Kiddo. Hiren asked. Do you want to be my seed? Hiren's face was full of confidence. Anna looked confused, not understanding the offer. Hiren guessed. Unless you are a star, time mage, or someone like Xiaoying. No one else can teach you to control such massive mana, so I have to be quick. Her eyes full of hope on Dunna spoke. Sorry, but I have to decline. Hiren froze at the answer and explained. I do not know who you are, and I already have a good teacher. Xian Ho behind looked a bit sorry for her. Hiren stood frozen. Breaking inside, the two quickly walked away, leaving a withering Hiren behind, and said, I will be going then? She repeated, a good teacher. Everyone around was left speechless. Tears welled in Hiren's eyes. Desperate does not she know who I am? Suddenly, Hiren's phone rang. It was Eunsu calling. Inside the class, the students sighed with regret. I should have taken a photo with her. A sigh escaped. Hiren answered the call. Master, what is going on with a... Her face suddenly darkened. As if hearing bad news, Hiren said seriously. We need to hunt down a monster pack. The morning news reported disappearances and murders in Ho Chi Minh City. When the first person disappeared, everyone ignored it, thinking it was just a regular missing person case. But soon after, some bodies were found with bite marks that looked like they came from a monster. The police found the bodies in the forest. And that is when they realized all this was caused by a monster. Everyone who heard the rumors was terrified and opposed the goddess government. To ease the fear, the goddess government sent kings, brays, and Regulus to Flower City. At the mysterious Flower City reservoir with its swift waters, part of a monster appeared. It was a giant lizard god with razor-sharp teeth perched on a tree trunk. A level 6 spike-tail monster. From the dark, deep shadows of the forest, a pack of lizard monsters suddenly charged out, roaring together toward Hun Qian. He swung his sword with all his strength in a swift slash, instantly incinerating the spike-tail lizard. It fell to the ground, its huge burning body letting out a fierce roar. Hun Qian stepped forward and placed his foot on its charred body. He spoke. How the hell did these bastards still manage to hide until now? Someone behind him answered. Monsters have intelligence. The one leading this pack must be smart. It probably told the others to run because humans are dangerous. While they spoke, a monster ambushed from behind, but he did not care and coldly swung his sword that was Xian Su. Hun Qian wondered. How do you know what they are thinking? If they were a bit smarter, they would probably trap us. Sun Tzu pulled back his sword with a delayed slash. Don't underestimate the monsters. The two moved closer as their teammates shouted. Su warned. If you get reckless, that is when you die. Our teammates, including Hiren, are getting treated inside. Hun Qian glanced over. I know. Hey, Hiren, you are here to hunt down the monsters, right? She replied. We have killed most of the monsters in the area, but some escape, so we have to form a team to chase them. Sun Tzu laughed bitterly. I can't believe someone as dumb as that Ning let the monsters slip away. When Jun jumped down from a tree, we did our best, he explained. If monsters can move like a pack, they will run to the leader's hiding spot. Hiren quickly approached. I get. So you are looking for where the leader is hiding? A clear voice responded. We found it. Her legs radiated a mysterious power from the treetop. Wenjun gallantly caught her arm. Careful coming down. While beautiful Sunjae stepped down gracefully, Su asked, the hiding spot. She pointed. Over there. And everyone looked that way. Hun Qian repeated. The spiked tail monster's hiding spot. Pointing straight ahead not far away. Hun Qian asked. Is that the reservoir? The clear blue water of the reservoir appeared ahead, but deep under the reservoir was the lair of a ferocious monster. Its eyes glowed. Sensing humans, everyone moved toward the reservoir. Hiren quietly admired. Amazing. No matter how hard I try, I can cast magic like that. That gaze was for Jun Ji, who was casting wide area magic, planting flowers on the water's surface. She pondered silently. No denying it. The gap in talent was clear. Just as the thought appeared, someone came up and flicked her hard. The flick made Hiren jerk her head back. Hiren grinned and watched as she held her arm, groaning in pain. He asked, what are you spacing out for? Hiren yelled in pain, tears streaming down. What was that for? Hiren blurted out her thoughts. Jealous of what? Done to you know your role. Hiren hugged her arm. I know. I am here to heal and support. He laughed. Sure you do. She felt even more annoyed. I said I know. Hiren quickly asked. Then why are you so touchy? Hiren argued. I am not touchy. Sun Tzu and Sunji laughed watching them argue like kids. He called out. I know you two are flirting, but come take a look at this. She blushed with embarrassment while he casually observed the reservoir and asked, what is this? Pipa? Inside the reservoir, a cluster of giant flower trees with thick trunks big enough to hold a person were growing from the bottom. Sensu ordered. The Economic Association will survey the terrain and handle the remaining tasks. Grace and Regulus will split into groups and enter the base one after another. He turned to ask, Sunji, how long can your magic hold? She replied, with enough mana, up to 4 hours. Sun Tzu instructed, I will leave a few people to guard you. Stay here and watch the reservoir. After hearing his mission, Hun Qian immediately jumped down. He leaned and slid down the cliff edge, finally setting foot at the forest point. He shouted to those above, I will go in first, then jumped into a giant pipe. Above the cliff, Hiren panicked and cursed. Seriously, this crazy guy. Sun Tzu and Sunji looked on admiringly. Youth is something else. Knew it all along. Others also climbed down one by one, entering the pipe, shouting, wait for. News reported that the goddess government declared they will do everything to eradicate the monsters living in Ho Chen Lake. According to the Korean Mana Management Association, the 12 players, including Sunji, Bi Hai, Hiren, and Kang Hun Qian, participated at the dinner table. Upon hearing the news, Anna turned to ask her sister, is this the right time? She asked suspiciously. What is it? He brushed it off. Nothing. But still thought the mission would negatively affect the future. Unha wondered what to do, since the initial monster hunt went well but ended in failure. Inside the pipe, shadows gradually engulfed the hunting group. Hun Qian growled fiercely. Damn it! Inside the pipe, sharp-tailed lizards bit and tossed them around, then stuffed them into a large pot boiling over a fierce fire. They even hung the bodies upside down from the ceiling. Sun Tzu guessed, could those be the missing people? Hiren looked seriously at the gruesome scene before her. His expression was not much better. Hun Qian's brows tightened. The sharp-tailed lizards all turned toward the tunnel entrance at the sound outside. A massive flame surged forward, burning the creatures as they screamed and fled. Through the flames, a figure appeared, shouting, "Don't you think you are safe?" Hun Qian's face emerged from the fire, and right behind him, he lunged forward, stabbing a sword straight into the open mouth of the sharp-tailed lizard before him. After taking down all the creatures, Sun Tzu ordered them to stop attacking, check for wounded, and find anyone still alive. At Hun Qian's feet lay many people scattered across the ground. Their blood soaked the earth, and a flame within him began to flicker. Then the fire blazed up fiercely, forcing the survivors to raise their protective shields. He placed a hand on Hun Qian's, urging calm. "Fire demon, settle down. You forgot someone's still missing." He glanced at Sun Tzu nearby and asked, "Isn't it that your responsibility?" He cut off Hun Qian's reminder. "Fire demon, this is not a place to act on impulse. If you represent a nation and a guild, then act professionally, kid," he said, gripping Hun Qian's shoulder harder. Hun Qian stared at Sun Tzu silently. The others worried aloud. "Don't you tell me those two are about to fight. They can throw punches in such a cramped space. We are doomed if that happens." Finally, he exhaled, and the flames around Sun Tzu's body slowly died down. He calmed down and bowed his head, saying, "I am Then, lightly punching Hun Qian's shoulder to comfort him, he looked up. "Fire demon, you are not the kind of person to bow to me." Once he was pacified, Sun Tzu told everyone, "What are we waiting for? Keep searching." After searching around for a while, someone shouted, "Regulus guild leader, someone is still alive here." Hun Qian searched the area, then returned to her saying, "There is nothing unusual here." Hiren asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He replied, "What do you mean?" She followed up, "You just got scolded." Hun Qian scratched his head shyly, admitting, "If I mess up, I get scolded." He thought sadly, "I know, the village's brainy players all secretly look down on him." And Sun Tzu deliberately calling him Fire Demon instead of Kang Hun Qian or Blaze Guild Leader made it worse. Sun Tzu's anger was understandable, he still had flaws, but that did not justify his outburst. Hiren gently took his hand, saying, "Let us learn together." Hun Qian straightened up, confused. She explained, "Compared to the veterans, we are just rookies." Hiren's soft voice reassured him as her hands used magic to heal his wounds. Hun Qian hesitated, then said, "Bok Hiren." She smiled brightly. "Just call me Bok Hiren, it has been a while." He thought to himself, "Yeah, that was not really me just now. Bok Hiren can be that cool." Hiren scolded him angrily. "I was trying to cheer you up, and you say stuff like that." Hun Qian resolved, "One day, I will catch up to you all." Sun Tzu stepped forward, asking, "Found the boss yet?" The other pointed at the door. "The energy here is strongest. That must be the boss monster's room." He gathered everyone before the door. Su decided, "Everyone, assemble. We will form a team to take down the boss." Everyone agreed in unison. "Yes." Suddenly, he remembered and turned to ask, "Fire Demon, I will lead?" "Okay." He set the condition. "If you let me take the main attack." Sun Tzu eagerly agreed. "Fine. Fire Demon will attack, and I will support." She wondered, is he back to normal already? He continued assigning roles. He assigned Hiren to defense at the marketplace. She accepted immediately and cast spells to share buffs, speed, protection, and blessings. Sun Tzu reminded everyone, "Once we enter, stick to this battle formation." Navigators, remember not to let the mage and the special forces see. Both navigators shouted out. Finally, the two slowly opened the heavy door in front of everyone. He gave the signal, "Let us," and they all rushed forward together. The rolling god woke up, his pupils narrowing into a vertical slit. He spread his wings wide to protect his eggs from the attackers. Everyone charged fiercely past the giant eggs, as big as themselves, rushing toward the rolling god. Hun Qian swung his sword while conjuring flames with his other hand, striking toward its nest. Seeing the nest burning, the rolling god curled an egg into his arms to protect it, then lunged at the attackers with a fierce roar. He leapt into the air and swung his sword straight down at it. The beast countered by slashing its sharp claws toward Hun Qian. He quickly reacted, jumping high to dodge the attack. Just as Hun Qian launched himself up, Sun Tzu charged forward. Sun Tzu slashed across the rolling god's body with a blazing red sword crackling with magic. The moment he landed, Sun Tzu withdrew his sword, ready to strike again. The rolling god roared angrily, flexing his muscles as he struggled to protect the egg. He leapt forward 2 lightning-fast steps, channeling power into his sword. In an instant, Sun Tzu landed on the beast, raising his sword high, then decisively stabbed down, making the creature roar in pain. It turned its head to see the attacker clinging on its back, its golden eyes flashing dangerous light. After the strike, he quickly jumped off the rolling god's back. On the other side, He gestured forward, preparing to coordinate the next move. Flames surged from Hun Qian's hand. Confidently, he said blast, then shot the fire toward it. The rolling god king was trapped in a sea of flames, with a spear still stuck in its back. Sun Tzu looked a bit regretful. Even though it was not his spear, it was a shame not to grab it. Hun Qian replied coldly, such a good spear, but I need to kill that monster. No choice. We can't underestimate these monsters. They can speak. Only scream. Damn it, Hiren reminded the two. It is not over yet. Stay focused. She slammed her staff into the ground S formation and shouted loudly. A massive force wrapped around the neck, legs, and body of the rolling god king. Hiren announced, now, full power attack. All strikes. Rain of arrows, scatter shots, aim for it all at once. Sun Tzu and the others stood nearby, watching intently. Suddenly, Hun Qian felt something was wrong. The spears stuck in it were slowly cooling down. The rolling god king growled. Why do you humans dare? He wondered. It can speak. It has awareness now. Everyone prepared for the next attack. The rest placed their hands on their weapons, ready above their heads. No one noticed the eggs behind them were starting to crack open. A spike-tailed godlin poked its head out of an eggshell. It suddenly lunged and bit the nearest warrior's shoulder. Other godlin hatchlings also broke free, attacking, forcing the group to desperately defend themselves. Someone asked, well, what are those things? Archers? Focus fire on the monsters crawling from the eggs. Hun Qian heard their shouts, spun around in alarm. What? In a moment of distraction, the giant body of the rolling god king rose and charged toward the two. Luckily, before its whole foot landed, he and Sun Tzu jumped back in time. He observed the baby spike-tailed godlun, thinking of how to respond. On the other side, a soldier called out to Sun Tzu and threw something from his hand. Sun Tzu caught it. It was his broken sword piece. Sun Tzu quickly communicated. Fire demon, I will handle these stinky ants. They split and ran in opposite directions. Hun Qian warned, watch your back. He replied, got it. From above, the rolling god king looked down, gritting its teeth. Come get some. He furrowed his brow. Sensing something, the monster opened its mouth wide and breathed out a blast of blue-green gas. Hun Qian quickly covered his mouth to avoid inhaling the gas, cursing silently. Damn it! My vision, is this poison gas? Hiren caught a wounded guide and reminded him. Right side. Hun Qian caught the warning, his eyes burning with determination. As the rolling god king attacked the right side, he quickly jumped to the left. After retreating some distance, Hun Qian stopped and looked back at the monster. He reached behind his back, pulled out a small vial, and took an antidote first. She communicated again. Don't worry about the poison. Find me. Keep attacking. Hiren said. Hun Qian smiled confidently. All right. And quickly moved forward. His whole body was engulfed in blazing red flames. She then cast a spell, sharing the antidote charm. Hun Qian praised. No wonder you are called the saint. Hiren replied annoyed. I told you not to call me that. The rolling god king was not weak either. It swung its arm at him. Hun Qian saw the attack coming and dodged by leaning to the side. He charged forward confidently, taunting. You think I am scared? One of the rolling god king's strikes turned towards Sun Tzu. He shouted. Finish it. Fire demon. He stomped his foot on the ground. Then he leapt into the air, answering Tzu. Got it. Hun Qian unleashed a devastating strike death flame, cutting into the monster. It roared in pain as its body was pierced through a hole. Hiren signaled to the defenders right at that moment. Everyone fired simultaneously at the monster's body. Despite being hit by many arrows and bullets, it still curled up with determination. I have to protect the emperor. Its eyes nearly lost focus, and the lizard king's body collapsed onto its nest. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at its body full of wounds, and asked, Not bad. Huh. Is everything settled? Sun Tzu replied. Almost. Han raised his sword and then decisively stabbed an egg. Sounds echoed from inside it. Sun Tzu warned everyone. There are still plenty of eggs around. Everyone went on to destroy the egg clusters, all complying. Yes, hearing the noises, the lizard king barely breathed his last and squinted. He looked at the destroyed eggs with sorrow and whispered, My children. From the egg he protected, a massive slime oozed out. The body of a sharp-tailed lizard emerged from the tube, leaving behind the lizard king with a wish. Please survive, O Emperor. Before your final breath, you silently hoped the day would come soon when I grow up. A monster stepped out of the lake, quietly trudging into the city. A week passed since the successful monster hunt in Quochan City. On the grass, Siana and Minji bet on who would lose and wash the dishes. Thanks to the intervention of the Throne's elite, many people were saved. The badly injured victims are being treated in a hospital in Gangnam. Hajang energetically spiked the ball, and Eunhyu shouted excitedly. Awesome. Furthermore, according to the city police investigation in Quochan, there are no more monsters left in the camping area around Quochan City. Eunhyu got hit in the face by a ball from Siona. He rolled on the grass shouting, and the girl ran over worried. Sorry. Hajiang worriedly asked. Unhyu, are you okay? He grimaced and said. Switch teams. I want to be on Siona's team. Minji immediately objected. If you and Siona are on the same team, it will be boring. Hajiang, I want to be on Siona's team too. Then Minji. Hajiang, and I will team up. Unhine, do you want to play alone? The girl teased, and he begged to join. How can you play volleyball alone? From afar, Unha peeled potatoes and thought, this is really fun. You all should thank Uncle Bruno. No. Previously Bruno Valentin, a former member of the Valentin family. We made it here thanks to him. Otherwise, we would not have gotten this far. Snapping out of his thoughts, he spoke. Uncle, thank you for letting us go camping, Bruno calmly replied. You are my boss? Unha laughed. Sorry about that. I have some things to do. Can I come back later? I have finished peeling the potatoes, he said as he carried the peeled potatoes over to the table. Bruno agreed. All right, need any help? Unha distractedly said. Can you put some chili in here for me? And also, can I borrow your knife? Bruno silently did not answer. He quietly pointed to a spot. If it is the knife you asked me to bring when coming here, it is in that bag. The code is the same. Unha nodded. Got it, he instructed. I will be back today. If the kids look for me, just make up an excuse. Hearing that, Bruno offered. If it is something tough, let me come with you. Unha declined. You have to protect everyone, he insisted. I can handle it myself. Amid the lush green grass stood a greenhouse quietly in the middle. The door creaked as Unha pushed it open and stepped inside. I have finally arrived. He stood still. Unha looked around and quietly said, just like in my past life, I want to be helpless against you. Lizard King. Suddenly, he drew his spear, his whole body radiating the aura of a warrior ready to fight. Inside the greenhouse, the Lizard King lunged at his claws, and Unha reflexively blocked the attack with his spear. But unexpectedly, it grabbed the spear's blade with its hand. The impact between them created a powerful force that threw both the monster and Unha backward. He furrowed his brow, staring fiercely at it. The Lizard King hissed aggressively. Memory surged back the occupation of Seal. When the Saint Limgaol was absent, the monsters led an army to seize Seal. Unha recalled that back then he had just graduated and had not yet earned the immortal title. There were a total of 4 bosses invading. How can we possibly win against them? A helpless, trembling image flashed in my mind. Most players, including myself, felt discouraged after seeing those boss monsters. Among them was one leading the Lizard God Legion, terrifying players with its deadly weapon. That monster was the Lizard God King, beyond rank 3. Ridiculous. No one noticed it here until it had already grown to beyond rank 3. Seriously, back in reality, Unha gripped his weapon tightly as steel flashed sharply. He charged straight into the Lizard King's lair. His powerful slash only just chipped the thick scales on its exterior. Unha hesitated for a moment. He assessed it. Though not fully grown, it was still tough. The Lizard King snarled in anger, glaring fiercely. Unha wondered if it was using camouflage. In his past life, it also used this annoying skill to cause chaos. Without hesitation, he moved quickly. The Lizard King closed in, and Unha swung his blade horizontally, just a trick. He raised his knife wide, aiming right at the vulnerable spot. Another strike slammed down on the Lizard King, sending it crashing to the ground. Unha stepped forward, mocking it openly as the beast growled in frustration. He sighed, this is useless. I only brought this to stop its camouflage. Immediately, Unha dumped a whole jar of chili powder into the Lizard King's face, making it scream. The Lizard King leapt onto a tree trunk behind, and then Unha grinned. That is what you get for messing with me. Enjoy your last meal, he said as it clung tightly to the tree. The Lizard King's eyes glowed red with rage. Fangs bared sharply, it opened its mouth, spewing fierce blue flames. Unha readied himself. So you are trying to use poison against me? Huh. At that moment, he lunged forward so fast the Lizard King could not react. Gritting his teeth, Unha attacked with both hands gripping the knife, swinging a fierce double slash. The slash cut deeply across the Lizard King's neck, blue blood pouring out like a stream. A heavy thud echoed through the greenhouse. Unha stood there breathing heavily, watching it fall defeated miserably. Flames burst, engulfing its body. He taunted. You are really weak. I thought you were born a Lizard King. Nha's cold gaze said, goodbye. The Lizard King fled quickly. I have used up all my stored mana. Nha stood still, watching it created a clone to escape. Having no other choice, the Lizard King was in pain, growling. Stealth, poison, none helped me defeat him. He dodged all my skills like he knew exactly what I would do. It was unwilling to accept defeat. I can win now, but just wait. You bastard, I will come back stronger and finish you. Nha raised his sword. Where do you think you are running off to? The Lizard King looked back in fear, then was slammed far away. It crashed through the glass, landing against a distant tree. Nha approached and asked, you used mana then stealth to try to escape? Did you really think I would not notice? The Lizard King snapped madly, standing and swinging its tail. It charged aggressively toward Nha, who watched calmly. Not bad. Nha immediately gripped his sword tight, making it glow blue. He quickly leapt forward. This was what a real fight looked like, and he jumped high, aiming straight at the Lizard King. His determined eyes flashed as he raised his sword and unleashed a cutting strike. Hitting its mark, the Lizard King roared in fury. Enha summoned a purple glow around the blade. Using the Spirit Curse technique, he created multiple purple lights. The purple lights swarmed the Lizard King, causing it to scream in pain. Enha readied himself for the next strike. Soon after, he raised his sword high, aiming again, and unleashed a powerful slash. In agony, it collapsed. Trembling, "Why? You ended me again." You still calmly look up with cold, clear eyes. "What is that?" Enha presses the sword deep into the Lizard King's belly. "For a monster like you, I do not need a reason to take you down." You slowly loosen your grip on the sword. "Monsters like you and humans can never coexist, even if the world collapses. That will never change." The Lizard King is pinned tightly against the tree trunk. He wonders, "I have not done anything wrong." Without answering, Enha continues to shout, "Spirit Wraith." Immediately, purple glowing orbs attack the Lizard King one after another. He is in pain and begging, "Stop, please." But you remain cold. "The fate of monsters is only one thing," Enha says tensely. "In this fight, either I leave or you do." The purple orbs surround the Lizard King. He is in extreme pain but tries to respond. "It is true we can coexist. We are both predators. Our only option is to take each other down. Now I have lost, but this is not the end yet." Suddenly something hits the Lizard King's snout. He still tries to speak. "In the end, you will suffer the same fate as I have." You hold the gun in your hand. "You are right. I have thought about that many times too." Enha recalls his past life, the life of a hunter. 1. To end all these troublesome monsters. 2. To be ended by monsters. You watch the Lizard King slowly burn away. "But this time, I will change everything. I won't fall while you still exist." The past Enha seems to appear behind you. Suddenly, brightly colored stones fall to the ground. You sit down and watch. He leaves behind a skill stone and a seemingly ordinary stone. The skill stone is a magic gem storing the skills of defeated monsters. These stones are rare drops. The stones themselves come in different tiers depending on the monster type. Enha holds the yellow stone in his hand. If absorbed, players can use the skill stored inside the stone. You see the stone through the other hand, but you can always absorb skill stones. It depends on many factors, mainly whether the user is compatible with the skill. If compatible, the stone glows. If not, it does not. Enha observes, and it looks like he can absorb this skill stone. You look at the remaining stone and decide to try this one. Enha grips the stone tightly. If compatible, it will shine brightly. A yellow light appears, and the monster's creation will soon benefit players. The bright glow from the stone makes you happy. Alright, one beautiful morning, Enha is happily training in the meat yard when Enha runs over from afar. You sit down and open the weapon box. Nobruno carries a tray of food and asks, "Finished your work yet?" Enha happily replies, "Hey, thanks to you I finished this weapon. Really appreciate it." He brings over a plate of delicious grilled meat that leaves you stunned. Nobruno puts the meat on the grill tray. "Alright. Dinner time. Let me know if you need anything." You shyly say, "Thanks, I am starving too." Enha calls out, "Let us eat. Guys, these hungry kids look so good. Give me more. Please." "Me too." You stand behind listening to the kids. "I want some too." Then a voice stops them. "Wait, this is not ripe yet." Enha laughs carefree hearing the warning. "Hey Enha, do not take that. It is not ripe." The kid stubbornly replies, "But I already ate it." A scene of innocent fun. "You go first?" "Wait a bit. I got here first." Outside a huge villa in Pyeongchang City, home of Chairman Sirius. Inside, 4 people sit together. Enha's dad soothes. "Are you worried?" Enha's mom, a bit anxious. "How do you look today?" He compliments. "You look just like always," making her blush. "Don't say that. I'm serious. Do I look hey?" Nearby, the slightly open door reveals Enha peeking out. The host introduces herself. "I am Choi Subun. The journey must have been tough." She replies warmly, "You look radiant. Your skin glows." Enha's mom humbly says, "Thanks for inviting us to this party." Subin smiles gently. "Oh, do not be formal. We are about the same age, so just relax and chat." She still sounds a bit stiff. "Alright. That works." Subin chats happily. "There are so many delicious dishes today. The boss spent a lot of time preparing." Enha's mom replies, "That sounds wonderful." Enha observes silently. Seems like she has already gotten close to her mom. Suddenly someone arrives. "Greeting. Hello, I am CLJ. I just started middle school this year." Enha happily shakes hands. "I am Noan, same age as you." CLJ smiles. "Really? I do not have many friends. So we are friends now." She asked, "You go to the player academy, right? Is it hard there?" Confidently, "Yeah, it is tough, but my dream is to be a player, so I am trying hard." CLJ admires. "That is impressive. Give me your number so we can call each other." Enha eagerly says, "Okay, here's my number and my Facebook too." Enha feels happy too, truly like her sister. Always good at making friends anywhere. From afar, someone passes by. Surprising him, he looks over. "Hello, long time no see." But Enha stays silent. Worried, Seohun stammers. Says. Then the girl gently says, just relax and be comfortable. 2 years ago, during Unha's first-year final semester at the Myeongdong branch of the Exa Bay Off Hotel, Sirius Group held an annual year-end ceremony with its subsidiaries as a reward for a hard year. In the crowd, Unha looks admiringly at Unha far away. She is good at talking to strangers. She is amazing. Unha's dad stands nearby recalling Unha's mom holding crying I want to go too. Have fun, he says sadly. It would be great if Mom and Unha could come too. Poor things. Unha can only comfort him. Mom can't come. She has to take care of Unha. Suddenly, some voices greet from the front. Nice to meet you, sir, head of the servants. Unha's dad looks surprised toward the speaker. He replies politely, I am not head of the servants yet, but thanks for calling me that. The other smiles. New Year's coming, so we can start calling you that. I have to take the chance to get on your good side. Dad was promoted from department head to division chief, the highest rank there, becoming the core of Sirius Group. Here, he suddenly wonders, with a guy like him as division chief, will this company be okay? Dad, Sirius Tools will be famous soon. No worries. He looks around quietly, thinking, is there anywhere quiet to look? His eyes stop at a corner of the room where a girl is already standing. The girl stands silently, staring out the window. Seeing this, Unha approaches. You are missing out on life's joys. The girl turns, surprised. Missing out. Unha holds a plate of sweets, chewing. He says, how often do kids like us get to eat food like this? Better to eat whatever you can. We are young. No need to worry so much. Don't you think so? Saying this, he feeds her a piece of cake. The girl looked at him and replied, we should not eat at the party, Unha said with surprise. But continuing, what are you talking about? Food is meant to be eaten. The girl did not say more. Just softly, that is right. She slowly opened her mouth and took the cake offered in front of her. Then she chewed happily. Unha looked at her and asked, what do you think? Delicious. The girl answered lightly, very tasty. At that moment, Unha's father called from behind. Unha turned around. Surprised. Dad. He stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder with concern, and said, why did you suddenly leave? I was worried. There was someone following you. That person also spoke up. Is this your son? Unha looked at him, eyes wide with shock, his mind racing. That person, Han Jojin, chairman of Sirius Group, kept asking him. Luckily we found you. Right? Unha's father replied relieved. Yes, seems like no trouble yet. Unha quickly introduced himself. Hello sir, I am top male student in 4th grade middle school division. Jojin smiled warmly. So you are Unha. I have heard a lot about you. He introduced. This is Han Seoljian, my daughter. She reached out to him, and Unha replied, hello, I'm Han Seoljo. Nice to meet you. Unha looked at Seoljian, silently judging. Han Seoljian is Han Jojin's only daughter and an excellent manager. I have to make a good impression on her. Jojin pointed behind Unha and said, and that is Unha. Unha turned, surprised, thinking, what is that reaction? Could it be? Jojin introduced. This is my second daughter, Han Seolhun. Seolhun smiled and said, nice to meet you. Unha felt confused. In his past life, Han Jojin only had one daughter. Before he could think further, Seolhun slapped his shoulder, emphasizing, and I am 2 years older than you. Unha thought. She just skipped formalities. Quickly, he stepped back and said, can I call you sister now? The girl did not react immediately. Calm voice. You can just talk to me normally. Just as he retreated, he added, all right, I can call you. Hey, is that okay? Hearing this, Seolhun's whole presence radiated dominance. She said, what did you just say? Unha panicked and stammered, I just meant normal talk. And Seolhun, with a fierce look, said, you can call me Seolhun. Unha replied with a simple yes. Thinking, why is she leading this? Jojin, watching nearby, finally interrupted, you have a good relationship with Seolhun. Huh, I will invite you over next time. I will remember to come. Unha quickly responded, I just thought he was being polite, but turns out he really invited me. Now, Unha's whole family was at the Saho Villa. Subin sat opposite and asked, how's the snack? Sitting on Unha's lap, eagerly said, very tasty. Jojin next to Han asked, come to think of it, Unha just entered the player academy this year. Right? Unha brightly replied, yes, I am a freshman. Jojin took a box in his hand and said, I should give you this before you go. If you are a player academy student, you should have a way to contact us anytime. Right? Unha's father, sitting nearby, said, Chairman, we appreciate the gift, but it is a bit. Before he could finish, Jojin interrupted, head of staff, I am counting on you to help me in the future. Don't you think so? At times like this, Just accept it and say thank you, Unha's father awkwardly muttered. It is. Then Jojin turned to Unha. Now, open it quickly. She shyly tried to refuse. But I already have a phone, she said. He continued. This is a newer model, made by Sirius. Jojin looked at Unha's father and asked. Right? Head of staff. Unha sitting nearby also looked confused and asked. Is that right? He awkwardly replied. Yes, Unha's mother reminded. Unha, say thank you. Hearing this, she quickly said. Thank you. Unha looked at them suspiciously. Thinking. Strange, not only invited for dinner, but also gifted a present. Why would he go that far? Why? He wondered, taking the cake Unha was offering. Then Unha noticed Unha had been sitting next to Seal Jojin for a while, and they were happily chatting. I will call you when the meeting happens. You should come. I will be there. You look at her helplessly. When did you run over there? Says, above all, since when did you promise to attend? I have been looking forward to it. Seal Jojin turned to ask, is Unha coming too? Would be great if you could make it too. Unha, you are still chewing the cake, looking like you do not really care. Seeing that, Seal Jon added, Seal Hun has no friends, so he rarely joins meetings. I would be happy if someone close to him came. Seal Hun. Hearing this, put down his glass and turned around, asking what she meant by saying he has no friends. Seal Jon suddenly turned cold. You do not have any. Can you call those who cling to you friends? Seal Hun, confronted with his weak spot, bit his lip and said nothing more. Seal Jon then returned to her enthusiastic tone. Anyway, I hope you can attend. Seal Hun will have someone to talk to. Yuna chimed in. Come with us. Yuna now realizes and thinks to herself. So finally the plan is revealed. There is only one reason a kid shows up at a meeting: to build influence. In other words, she wants me to impress her. Normally, I would turn down this offer. Suddenly, applause breaks out. Subain, with a warm expression, says, listen to them. As Seal Jane said, Inha should come too. Jojin sitting nearby agrees. It is great to learn social skills young. Right? Inha can only force a smile. She thinks, look at that, I am cornered. As expected, she really is the heir to the serious group after Hun Jojin. She easily steers the conversation while pretending not to pay attention. I have no reason to refuse the company my dad works for. Business people are complicated, and I can't leave her alone. Thinking this, Yunha agrees. Yes, I will come if I have time. You are happy too. Seal Hun really has good friends. Do not. Seal Hun. Meanwhile, on a quiet street, a drunken man is staggering unsteadily along. From afar, loud noises. Stop. In that area, the man hears and groans. What the hell? Suddenly, a strange wind blows from nowhere. Something seems to be rushing straight at the man. He does not understand what is happening and looks around. A giant nose is right behind him, flying at level 7. Its eyes glow bright red, and it stabs a giant needle straight into his shoulder. The sudden attack makes the man cry out in pain. The cane he held falls and shatters on the ground. The nose eyes, like mirrors, reflect the image of the man lying sprawled on the ground. From afar, heavy footsteps can be heard approaching. After the nose strikes, it flaps its wings preparing to fly away. The group chasing shouts loudly. There it is. It is running. Chase it. They spot the man lying there and call out. Captain, someone's unconscious. What do we do? The other responds indifferently. Everyone can see he is out cold from the cane. Let him be. But we should alright. Take him to the hospital. Suddenly, the wound from the nose sting on the man glows with a strange light. At the hospital where Julieta gave birth, a heat wave warning is issued. We have also started the summer break for 3rd year. Julieta sees visitors coming to see her and the baby. She beams happily. Hello? Everyone. Her friends and Eunhye each come over, happily greeting back in unison. Julieta worries the baby might wake up, so she quietly tells them, Donna, speak too loud. Okay? The kids obediently answer. Yes, everyone eagerly crowds to see the baby. All amazed. Eunhye, wanting a look, pushes forward. Me too. I want to see. Minji sighs. So cute. Hajiang shares the same feeling, excited to say so. Minji. Siuna, look at her hands. So tiny. Siana agrees. Really adorable. Una steps in from outside, impressed by the scene. Amazed the baby is not fussy around strangers. Julieta proudly says, Of course. She is my child after all. I suddenly interrupts. Curious? Julieta. Is the baby a boy or a girl? Julieta, as if long expecting this question, answers excitedly. Bambino is a healthy baby boy. Anha brought a box of cakes and said softly, I brought some tiramisu cakes. Then Yoon will be the big sister. Remembering the visit and Yoon's excited face when she saw the baby, Julieta recalled. Yoon came by today. She was so excited. Anha asked gently, What is the baby's name? Have you decided yet? Julieta smiled proudly, her tone full of pride. Of course. I picked the name even before the baby was born. The boy's name will be Vevener, which means dream, hope, and future. Anha was stunned. Vevener, a memory suddenly flashed in his mind before reverting to when he read the Conqueror's diary, the Abyss Dungeon. It is one of the names listed among the Conqueror candidates. Vevener Myron. His ally is Diamond Fist, who is said to hold an important role in the Abyss Dungeon resistance with his fists, probably the same person. Looking at them, Minji softly pleaded. Says, can I hold the baby? Julieta happily agreed. Sure. Be careful. After a moment's thought, Anha concluded before reverting, the reason Julieta did not pick self-reflection despite a tough life was because of this child. Unlike those with twisted thoughts, these kids surrounded him with joy and innocence. Minji held Vevener warmly, excitedly saying, he is yawning. Siona joined in. So cute. After a short thoughtful pause, Anha revived and cheerfully said, since he is your little brother, he is mine too. Julieta was glad to hear that, gently reminding, that is right. He is your little brother. So take good care of him. Bruno and I will do everything. We will help this kid grow up as fast as possible. She said she would let me sit on the boy's shoulders. Imagining that scene, Anna forced a smile. No thanks. By then, I will be an adult anyway. Anhuk quickly cut in. Can I ask, does Vevener's last name also know? Julieta was happy to answer everything about her child. The boy's full name is No Vevener. Anha was shocked to hear his own surname used as the baby's name. His scream echoed throughout the hospital. After visiting the baby, the group pulled each other to leave. Outside was a different heat compared to inside the hospital. Minji was sweating profusely as soon as she stepped out. She complained, it is so hot. Anhuk was not much better. Sighing, it is really cool inside the hospital. Ajang suggested, there is a pool at the community center. Shall we go there tomorrow? Anhuk instantly agreed. Minji fanned herself to cool down, and the others happily agreed too. Sounds good. Hajang noticed Anha was distracted and asked, you are coming too, right? Anha had been unconsciously watching the kids being handed food over there. He muttered to himself, realizing today was Wednesday. Everyone did not get his hint. Asking, Their gaze followed to a scene where countless kids gathered happily, waiting for food distribution. The Vojia, the name given to orphans who lost their families to monsters. These kids, born in slums or abandoned, are cared for by the goddess' government through shelters offering free food every Wednesday and other services. That does not change much of their harsh fate. Suddenly, a kid dashed by, shaking the cardboard boxes and knocking them over. A boy froze and turned around, unable to dodge in time. Seeing this, Anha jumped up instantly. He darted through the boxes like a flash. The boy nearby was so scared he clutched his food tightly, trembling all over. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from Anha beside the boy. Are you okay? At that moment, Anha was like a hero who saved the boy from danger just in time. The boy's eyes sparkled as he smiled brightly. His innocent voice spoke. Angel. Anha was confused. Angel. Angel. Your grace is mysterious. Angel. The boy shone with a brilliant light, explaining innocently, Mom once told me that whenever I am in danger, an angel will come to save me. He also came to eat. I guess. Anha reluctantly agreed. Is that so? Anha and the others ran over from afar. Worried? Big bro? Are you okay? Anha calmly replied, yeah, I am. No worries. After seeing Anha's strength so many times, and Hikyu could not help but feel less shocked. Definitely the big bro. But what is this place anyway? Minji shared the same question. Why are there so many kids here? Among the group of homeless kids, two boys who seemed quite mature ran quickly toward them. One boy anxiously hissed, dummy. The boy saved by Anha sensed the commotion behind, happily looked over, and softly called out, brother. Two boys ran over and pulled the little boy toward them. Surprising him, the one-armed boy was so worried he could not hold back. Brother told me not to talk to strangers. Another boy acted wisely, repeatedly bowing his head. He is still a kid and made a mistake. Please forgive him just this once. The one-armed boy joined in, not forgetting to nod at the younger boy to apologize. Say sorry quickly. The little one did not understand but repeated. Their constant apologies left Anha and the others speechless. The two boys, looking wary, quickly dragged the little boy away, while the little one happily waved goodbye. Minji muttered, those kids earlier. Hajang stammered out her thoughts. They look scary, and has silently observed this scene, thinking maybe the kids were scared because of their appearance. It is understandable no parent tells their child stories about the homeless. Kids only know school and play. They never meet homeless people or venture into slums or places people usually avoid. Siona suddenly remembered. Oh right. Today the church where I grew up is also handing out free food. Unheek, curious all along, turned and asked, big bro, who are those people? And had decided not to expose the kids to reality. Casually replied, you do not need to know, but deep down, he thought, they do not need to know yet. The dark side of the world. A cruel place for children, At the park the next day, Heek ate ice cream thoughtfully. It is really sweet. Hajiang noticed the time was late and felt a bit worried. It probably 1 TB too late. Siana reassured. It is we 1 TB late, and Heek teased loudly. Big Bro and Minji must be really hungry. That is why they only ate ice cream on the way here. Siana added. And how is always the last to arrive? From afar came the sound of someone dragging themselves dangerously close to the ground. A terrified-looking man muttered repeatedly. No way, he must be a quack, suffering from mana concentration loss. I think it is best if he goes to a bigger hospital. There is no way someone with normal mana like me has mana concentration loss. After dreaming about that giant nose burning me, my body feels weaker. Or maybe it was just a dream. There is nothing on my shoulder. So I guess it was just a dream. As he thought this, he looked down and saw his hand had somehow transformed into a monstrous shape. The man's scream echoed sharply, catching on Heek and the other's attention from afar, and Heek anxiously asked, Sir, are you okay? The man kept blaming himself, forcing a weak smile, pretending to joke it off. I am just tired. That is all. He grabbed his phone, muttering, I have to call the director and tell him I am not feeling well. But on his phone screen appeared a clear image of a monster wing. The man panicked, screamed, and threw the phone down, and Heek ran over from afar, gently asking, Sir, are you okay? You do not look well. The man reluctantly replied, I am, but his eyes showed a deep terror that made him instinctively shout, Go away. And Heek was hurt when suddenly rejected, but he did not leave and kindly kept asking, Sir, are you really okay? The man's mind was no longer clear. He could only shout unconsciously, I said go away. Damn it. Get lost. Hajiang's eyes flickered with a strange light, as if she had realized something. No matter the situation, Hajiang shouted loudly, The boy turned around, curious at the call. The man's face began to distort while he kept mumbling. Impossible. Impossible. The body kept transforming, even his skin was no longer intact. Hajiang urgently warned, Run. Hyuk was stunned for a moment, unable to react. The man had fully turned into a monster. He stood frozen, staring at Hyuk, ready to attack at any moment. Under the scorching sun, Noanha walked through the street. Sweat lightly traced her small face as she sighed tiredly. It is so hot. Noanha softly called. Hey, Jim, the girl replied. What do you want? Noanha suggested. It is too hot. Let us go get ice cream before heading home. Kim Min-ji's sweaty face showed a hint of anger. You idiot. We are already late for the appointment. You got so caught up playing with Y that you forgot to get ready for the pool. Calmly, Noanha said, They are probably just waiting nearby. Even if we are late, they will still be around. Noanha kept pleading. It is too hot. I can't walk anymore. Let us just get ice cream. But the girl refused firmly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Noanha's mind. No way. As if someone was jumping on her and hitting her during a fight. She startled and looked around. Huh? Did you hear Sianha's voice? Kim Min-ji was still grabbing Noanha's hair. Hey, stop fighting and changing the subject. Soonha's voice rang out again. Can someone please call a player? This time, both heard it clearly and froze. Kim Min-ji looked around nervously. Is there a monster here? Because I just heard Sianha's voice. Noanha bent down to fix her shoe and said, I know. You call the Player Management Association, right? You have their number. Kim Min-ji hesitated. Yes. But before she could finish, Noanha was already done. Suddenly, a wave of blue energy appeared at Noanha's feet as she dashed off quickly, leaving Kim Min-ji stunned. Wait. No. Noanha leapt into the air. Jim. Helpless. Called out. You have to tell me where the monster is before you go. Every living creature has mana inside, a power that can keep the heart beating with just a small amount. However, the amount of mana a body can handle varies. If someone absorbs more mana than their body can hold, they transform into a monster far from human like this giant flying beast attacking people. Choi Un-hee was shocked. What is that? I am not seeing things. Right? That guy just turned into a monster. Jin Seona spoke up. There is no time to think about that now. Run, or we are dead. Everyone took off running. The huge noise from the flying beast roared as it charged at lightning speed, tearing through the space around it. Hajiang panicked slightly. Seeing this, Jin Seona worriedly asked, Hajiang, are you okay? I am. Choi Un-hee glanced back, his face turning pale. Choi Un-hee thought, if this keeps up, that monster will catch me. But I am not confident I can block its attacks with mana while running. Can I do it if the boss were here right now? The boy remembered what Noanha and Hajiang said. You are the only one who can protect everyone. He braced himself and reassured himself. Stay calm. Choi Un-hee seemed to grow tougher. I am the only one who can protect my friends right now. Choi Un-hee steadied himself and asked Jin Seona. Seona, can you run while carrying Hajiang? The girl looked a bit confused but agreed. Yeah, I can. Hajiang insisted. I can still run. Without letting her refuse, Jin Siona grabbed Hajiang's hand and hoisted her onto her shoulder before she could react. She advised, "Just do what Eunhyu says. He must have a plan." Jin Siona looked at Choi Eunhyu and asked, "What is next?" The boy laid out the plan. "Hajiang, create a barrier to keep the monster away. You can do it, right?" Hajiang glanced at the flying beast, chasing close behind, and answered, "I can do it. I will." It is getting closer and closer. She stretched out her hand, creating a source of energy. That power was released by Dung Hajiang strongly like a shield, blocking the flying beast that was nearly upon them. Choi Eunhyu relaxed his face a little. The kid instructed, "Keep that shield up. Siuna, you." Before he finished, Jin Siona already understood. "I got it. I will send a signal to everyone nearby." Saying that, she closed her eyes and began sending the signal. Golden energy radiated from Jin Siona. "Please save us. We are being chased by a monster right now." Everyone heard her cry for help. All confused. What is going on? Jin Siona's signal kept broadcasting loudly and as far as possible. Everyone could hear the plea for help. Dung Hajiang spoke up. "Eunhyu. The monster's trapped in the barrier now." Choi Eunhyu saw it was his turn. "All right." And the kid formed a ball of power in his hand. Eunhyu threw the ball with all his strength toward the flying beast and shouted, "Get lost." She saw and acted too. Dung Hajiang opened the barrier so the kid's energy ball could hit it directly. The flying beast took a heavy hit from the combined attack of all three. Choi Eunhyu shouted, "Run." The kid even praised, "Good job, Hajiang." Dung Hajiang and Jin Siona quickly escaped too. Then the three continued trying to flee from danger. The black smoke gradually faded. The flying beast seemed okay, just groaning and shaking a little. It was not pain but pure rage. Its eyes changed, becoming sharper and more intense. The flying beast growled, "I do not want to die," then wildly lunged toward the three, terrifying them all. Dung Hajiang seemed to notice something strange, thinking, "This is really odd." She sensed inside the beast's mana was mixed with human mana. Could it be a human-turned monster? Choi Eunhyu yelled, "Create the barrier." Dung Hajiang snapped out of her thoughts, and behind them the beast was already close. Dung Hajiang screamed in horror. The shock triggered a burst of energy from her. Her power blasted far past the flying beast and also hit Jin Siona, knocking the girl forward. The beast was thrown far back, and the girl stumbled hard, unable to steady herself. Choi Eunhyu called out anxiously, "Siuna?" Dung Hajiang snapped back to awareness. Panicked. Once calm returned, Dung Hajiang ran to ask Jin Siona, "Sorry, Siuna, are you okay?" Though hurt, the girl tried to reassure her. "Yeah, I am." The kid helped her up. Choi Eunhyu scolded a bit. "Dung Hai, snap out of it." Dung Hajiang noticed Jin Siona's leg was badly wounded. "Your leg." The girl comforted her. "Aya? Really? Do cry." Jin Siona became serious. "There is something more important now, right?" They all suddenly remembered and looked toward the flying beast. It had recovered and was flying toward them to attack again. Choi Eunhyu gathered mana and took a risk. His legs injured. "We can carry him and run." "Hajiang, you shoot mana at the monster too. We have no other choice but to hold our ground here." Dung Hajiang listened and replied, "All right. I understand." Then both fired a large amount of mana at the flying beast. It was hit by a heavy barrage of mana from Choi Eunhyu and Dung Hajiang. Both kept trying to stand guard in front of Jin Siona to protect her while attacking with all their might. But the flying beast seemed unfazed and instead got more aggressive, charging at all three. Caught off guard, she could only raise her shield again to defend. Dung Hajiang held the barrier while the kid kept blasting mana. The girl was injured and silent. Hajiang and Eunhyu stayed calm, but this could not last forever. Jin Siona noticed Hajiang's expression changing. He seemed overexerted and guilty. If this continued, his vision would fail. Tears welled up quietly in her eyes. Feeling helpless that everyone might be eaten by the monster with no way to fight back, Jin Siona let out a thick, heavy groan. "You guys just left me behind and ran off." But Choi Eunhyu tried to reassure me. "It is she said softly, but then yelled, "What do you mean it is okay? Hurry up and run." The kid seemed confident and explained, "You still do not get it. He always shows up at times like this." In the air, someone's shadow was rapidly approaching. Jin Siona, relieved as if seeing a savior, suddenly had a foot appear in front of the flying nose. Startling it, one strike sent the flying nose tumbling away. Unable to recover in time, Hajiang was happy. "I knew you would come." And Choi Eunhyu was full of energy. "Why are you only here now? You are so late." Eunhyu spoke up, "Just playing around. I arrived right on time." "So why are you all so down?" Eunhyu appeared like a light, saving others from danger. Eunhyu attacked the flying nose. Catching it off guard, he kicked the flying nose hard in the face, sending it flying away. Hajiang cheered. "I knew you would come." And Hai excitedly said, "Why are you only here now?" "Too late." Eunhyu turned back smiling, sighing, "I am right on time. So why are you guys still whining?" Eunhyu dropped his bag. "You guys should hide behind until other players arrive." The flying nose trembled as it stood up. The girl worried. "Eunhyu?" "That monster," the kid said. "Yeah, boss. Some dude suddenly transformed into that monster. Unha looked back at it. Transformed, Unha said. So that is how it is, he thought to himself. Instead of eating people, the flying nose steals their mana. Then the victim's ability to control mana becomes unstable, and while recovering some mana, their bodies overload with mana, causing them to explode from the excess, or they transform into monsters. The flying nose attacked Unha, who punched it straight in the face. He thought, if infected people are wandering freely, then the players or hospitals are not handling post-treatment properly. This was still before anyone wrote guidelines for dealing with incidents like this. The flying nose kept attacking relentlessly, but Unha dodged lightly, thinking, whatever, these idiots did not handle things properly. Unha unleashed his power and clenched his fist, charged at it, thinking, and they expect me to clean up this mess too. Unha punched hard into the flying nose's face. Its head slammed into the ground, cracking the earth. The flying nose cried out in pain. Hurt so much. Save me, he was surprised. It still had some sensation. Black energy radiated from its body. The flying nose groaned. It hurt so much. Unha quickly stepped back as the flying nose began to transform, begging, please, save me. He signaled his friends to leave quickly. Is that the flying nose arm getting bigger and stronger? Unha wondered if it was turning demonic. It grew large and terrifying. Constantly muttering, save me, he reflected. Before I regressed, a group called the Sheep Demons terrorized all over Korea. Each of them was a living disaster, calling themselves the Human Erasers. But the chance of humans turning into demons now is almost zero. How is this possible? Unha asked. Hajayang, are you sure that uncle turned into a demon and is not a woman? She answered. Yeah, it is definitely him. Unha said. I think so too. It is a man. He thought, so it is not her. Bap, one of the sheep demons. Definitely a woman. They won't show up for another 10 years. The flying nose screamed, flying high into the sky. Save me. Unha formed a manosphere and shouted. Who said you can run away? He threw the sphere at the flying nose, which twisted to dodge. Unha jumped high, thinking, damn, just a mana ball does not do enough damage. I need a weapon to catch that monster. What can I use around here? He spotted the main hall. And elsewhere, a tall building in the residential area. Subin was holding a little kid who cried out in fear. Mom, the flying nose appeared in front of the mother and child, making her scream in terror. Unha showed up, forgot about me already, was startled. You slammed your weapon hard into the flying nose. It tumbled, then quickly got up and backed away. The flying nose escaped surprised Unha. You glanced at Subin and warned, then hurried after it. If you want to avoid becoming a monster, go get your mana checked at the hospital. Unha leapt into position, ready to attack again. The flying nose panicked, charging mana. You swung your weapon at it. The flying nose dodged. So Unha pushed more mana into the weapon. Sharp spikes from Yunha's weapon shot toward it. The flying nose quickly dodged and fled. It dashed into another house. You said. Good dodge. A cry out, grabbing Yunha's attention. It hurts. It hurts so much, Mom. You rushed inside, breaking the window glass. Unha landed lightly, cursing. Damn it, in front of Unha lay motionless. Injured people, you were furious. It was too late. Most who lose their mana to thieves die from mana overload. Unha told himself before it caused any more damage. He saw the flying nose attacking others. I have to finish off that monster. Unha charged at it. You struck the flying nose hard, making it howl. The flying nose crashed loudly into a door. Unha observed as the creature reverted back to its monster form. The mind of that uncle had been consumed, because he never completed the demon transformation. It flapped its wings and tried to escape again. You were angry. The victim of its attack trembled and called out, Brother, angel brother. Unha was surprised. You turned to look as a rock suddenly fell above Unha's head. The house exploded with a loud bang, thick smoke clouding vision, and someone's voice calling out. A loud shout came from the other side. You woke up, rubbing your sore head. Unha looked up to see a group running across the rooftops. If it goes inside that building, shoot that damn monster as soon as it comes out. You wondered if those players heard Sona's telepathic call and came to finish off the monster. He wondered if those players heard Sona's telepathy and came to finish off the monster. Unha looked at the boy, then said, let us leave that monster for them to handle. The boy Wojaku called out loudly, Brother, angel brother, this is the boy you once saved. Is that right? One of Wojaku's eyes was transformed. The boy was panting but smiling happily. Before the regression, Suwon City at night countless skyscrapers lie in ruins, and corpses are scattered across rooftops. A voice echoed, once I realized you losers are not the 12, I got pretty bored. Jin Parang clutched his injured right shoulder. His face burned with anger as he stared at the opponent. Behind him, Yujung was using her power to heal Unha. They are the Mist Flower team. A woman rested her chin on her hand, smirking, surrounded by giant red-eyed bugs. But you guys really are something. Your skills are impressive. From above, she looked down arrogantly. That is Bill Jabop, the great bug overlord. Hearing that taunt, Parang lost his cool, wiping sweat off. Shut up. Nonsense. Yujung was healing but still worried for him. Parang, Oba, the female demon showed no concern. calmly said, "So you are just a mad dog." Spreading her arms wide, Parang wiped off sweat at rocket speed. Suddenly, he got hit, clutching his face in pain. Yu Jung and Unha rushed to support him. "Stay there. Biljabap suddenly stood beside Yu Jung. The demon's large hand wiped across her small face. Startling her, Biljabap's voice was amused. "The only thief from Mist Flower Team, you must be from the Ha clan." Someone shouted. "Let go!" In a flash. That hand was sliced off. Biljabap stared at the severed hand flying through the air. Unha quickly pulled Yu Jung away from danger. The demon calmly said to the bleeding arm, "You are hot-headed. Huh. You are the infamous soldier, or rather." The immortal focused intently on her, signaling Yu Jung to move behind him. She spotted someone from afar. Was that the girl? A red-haired woman clutching her stomach. Leaning against the wall, Biljabap's red eyes gleamed. Wings sprouted behind her, wielding destruction rivaling the 12. Hundreds of bugs swarmed out from her body. Instantly, a fireball was launched at the red-haired girl. Biljabap grinned as the girl quickly used her power to dispel the fireball. That was the Death Witch. But her body was riddled with wounds, her eyes bloodshot. No longer fully human, Biljabap sneered. "Big name. But weak. Your magic resistance is no joke though. Around the witch lay fallen bug soldiers, even torn apart by my children. You are the only one who has not turned into a monster. You should be proud of that," she said with vengeful eyes. Parang could not hold back anymore, charging forward with his sword. "Shut up, bastard," grabbing a long whip. The female demon mocked. "You are fast. Huh. The Reaper already healed you." Instantly, she swung the whip. Face fierce, Parang's sword and her whip clashed non-stop, too fast to see clearly. Nearby, Dung was trying to save the witch, but the situation looked grim. She softly said, "Captain." Unha, her eyes never leaving the fight. "What is going on?" From behind him, the witch's voice begged, "Please end my suffering." He turned to face her opponent. Strange growths were appearing on her body, despite the pain. She joked, "What is wrong? Could it be you have got a crush on me?" It sounded gross. Then she smiled bitterly. Witnessing this, Dung could not hold back tears, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. After a moment, he decided to approach her, replying, "All right." Unha raised her sword. Face cold. "See you again in hell." One strike, and it was over. Then a young voice asked, "Are you an angel?" A boy about 5 or 6. His left eye deformed beyond recognition, covered in blood but still forcing a smile. Unha looked much younger now. It was the boy Vosaku she had saved before. "They are all gone now." He stammered upon hearing that everyone truly treated me badly. Unha stepped over to the boy. Now, all that remained in the boy's eyes was despair. "And I was about to die from sorrow too," he replied coldly. The boy asked, "Angel, why did not you smile?" Then a flood of painful memories came back. The monster Kraken who caused the disaster, and young Yunha was clutching a photo of his late sister. Crying bitterly, "Please, please do not go. Sis, don't leave me alone." "Mom, Dad," he said bitterly, "I forgot how to smile long ago." Hearing that, the child urged him, "But you have to smile, okay?" He wondered, "Why?" "Because they told me to, if you smile." One day, the child's body began sprouting strange parts. Those things. His whole body trembled as he smiled brightly. Just like the red-haired witch who cheered him up. Unha silently watched the boy. "It will hurt a little." His weapon glowed. The boy replied, "It is o." He raised his weapon. The cold boy asked, "Is there anything else you want to say before you go?" The trembling child said, "Mom, I miss you." His eyes reflected the image of the one who saved him. In a ruined building, bodies lay everywhere. Only Unha and the child had escaped. He sneered. A tear fell. "I hate kids," he thought bitterly. A child playing nearby suddenly tripped in front of him. It started crying loudly, and its mother appeared. "I hate their selfishness and shallow minds. They think crying will make their parents solve everything." He watched as the mother comforted the child. Turning away, the child giggled. Childhood smiles in the arms of parents, as if hell did not exist, believing happiness would last forever. Since witnessing the death of loved ones right before my eyes, that faith no longer exists. At Unha's feet was the stuffed bear he had saved. He dusted it off. "I smile so no one worries." Emotions had numbed on the battlefield. After regressing, I felt nothing anymore. Even if you all died, I could not shed a tear as I placed the bear into the doomed child's arms. A loud voice snapped him back to reality. "Mission to eliminate the monster is complete. She is turned into a monster. Kill her before she escapes." A boy fiercely clashed with the female monster. Another wielding a sword struck countless blows at the monster, causing it to cry out in pain. Unha recalled witnessing the child's death, declaring boldly, "But I will kill all of you monsters." News reported the monster's defeat. Thanks to the quick response of the half-human girl, the flying nose was eliminated. Unha listened closely as Mir Befu awarded the girl the brave seedling prize. Une quietly observed her brother from afar. Lately, he has not smiled much. I do not want him to be gloomy. Remembering her sister's advice, Une said, "If he is sad, I have to cheer him up." Remember, How? She asked. Well, running quickly to her brother, she called out loudly. Brother, sister said. Une has to hug you tight. She suddenly threw herself into his arms. His face softened. What has got our Yune so happy? I just want to hug you. Hearing this, he smiled kindly and said, Come here. The little one nestled into his arms. Hey, big bro, what is up? What is up? Suddenly, she kissed his cheek lovingly. She said, I like you the most, like the sky, like the earth. She waved her hands adorably as she spoke. He touched his cheek, lost in thought. Then smiled. Me too, Une asked cheerfully. Really? Outside the school gate, a voice from the loudspeaker announced, Now, let us start the team-finding race. Signaling the game is start, Une opened the mysterious paper she just received and muttered, Huh. The teacher searched around, confused, saying, Where should I look now? While the kids scattered to start their missions, suddenly, Noana spotted Kim Minji sitting with Jin Seone and called out loudly, Hajin Se, surprising the girl who replied, Huh. Noan did not hesitate or explain, grabbing Jin Seona's hand and running off. Come on, the girl was pulled along confusedly. What does your paper say? Meanwhile, Kim Minji sitting behind urged them on. I do not know. But you guys need to hurry. We have to beat that guy. The two finally arrived. The teacher asked, Let me see your paper. Noana excitedly handed it over. Here it is, while Jin Seona panted behind. Pale-faced, when the teacher opened the paper, it simply said puppy. He wondered if Seona was the puppy, making Jin Seone unable to hold back anymore. She got mad, grabbing Noanha's shirt and shaking it. Hey, why am I the puppy? I'm a fox. Hearing that, Noanha just glanced away. Seona, our blue team has to win. She refused to argue further but recalled Kim Min-ji's words, trusting them both. I am sure we will win and I will become class president next time. Everyone, help me out. She bit her lip, feeling uneasy, then barked twice to prove her point. The teacher was pleased. That is right. You really are a puppy. Lunch break. No's eyes sparkled as she held up her lunchbox proudly. Oppa, you made this. Noana happily accepted the box, then pointed at the smiley face on the rice and asked, Looks delicious. But who is this? She happily closed her eyes and said, Oppa. Well, Kim Minji and Jin Seona sitting ahead looked on jealously. His eyes sparkled like stars. Kim Minji glared at Noanha angrily. Why can't you treat us even half as well as Yun? How dare you call Seona a puppy? At that, Jin Seona pouted in annoyance, while he stayed calm. Nonsense. What is so great about you guys? The angry girl pointed her finger and Noanha questioned. You are making me join the scavenger hunt, or you will slack off again. With a confident look and radiant smile, Kim Minji raised her hand proudly, declaring that as long as she was class president, Class 3-3 would top the rankings. But the sweet dream quickly shattered when Noanha spoke up to expose the truth. Kim Minji angrily threatened. Anyway, if you dare run away this afternoon. Just wait, I want to let it slide, said a girl who had just finished running, breathing heavily from exhaustion. A beautiful woman approached the girl, wiping her sweat and asking with concern, You did well. Are you hurt anywhere? The girl smiled and replied, I am, Mom, a friend. Confused, asked, Hey Young, who is your mom? That woman is Hey Young's stepmother. Minsud, she smiled gently. Stepmom sounds good. It is special and unique, right? She asked kindly. No, seeing their awkward interaction. Recalled that, a few months ago, Hey Young's father remarried Min Soo-jin. Min Soo-jin is the second daughter of Min Yu, head of Alice Corporation. At the wedding, the kids were shocked for a moment, realizing the chairman of Alice Corporation was the uncle who often played with them. Noana happily said, He is still just uncle, making him laugh heartily. Thanks, kid. Looking back, she realized the kids accepted it pretty quickly. Also, Hey Young seemed shy calling Min Soo-jin mom. She clenched her fist, trying hard. I will do my best to call you mom. Jin Seona liked to tease. Hey Young, you are wrong again. Hearing this, Hey Young realized and stopped, while Min Soo-jin smiled and said, It is at noon at school. Noanha was still wandering the schoolyard. She yawned, thinking she should take a nap, while saying there is no one behind the garden, so she would nap there. She noticed Jin Seona sitting in a nearby corner. Seeing that, Noanha approached and asked, Hey pup, what are you doing here? The girl frowned, closed her eyes, and pointed at Noan. I told you, I am not a pup, but because of you, now everyone calls me that. Noanha casually replied, So what if you are a pup? Sounds affectionate and friendly. Hearing rustling behind the wall, Noanha moved closer to check and ask, Why are you here? What is going on? Peeking out from behind the wall, Noanha's face showed surprise for a moment. Then a voice rang out. Mind your own business. It was Kim Min-ji shouting. Why does mom have to care who I hang out with? Her mom calmly replied, Min-ji, that is not true. Listen to me. The calm mother continued. You can play with Noan-hae and Noan-hyuk. It is even better if you are closer to Noan-ha than you are now. But please keep some distance from Siana. Hearing this, Kim Min-ji could not hold back anymore. She pushed her mom's hand away and shouted, "That is exactly what I mean. Why should you interfere with who I should be close to?" The mother could not take it either and yelled, "Siana is a bad influence." The words made no one freeze for a moment. The mother grabbed Kim Min-ji's hand tightly and said, "Min-ji, maybe you do not know, but people usually do not like bad influences. What will they say if they see you close to one?" Hearing this, Noana turned to look at Jin Siona, who sat with her head down, hugging her knees sadly. She looked at the ground and said, "I am." Her hand unconsciously drew circles on the ground as she spoke. "I have always known. Someone like me can have friends." Hearing that, Noana softly asked, "Then what are we?" Siona smiled faintly and said, "I know. That is why I am really thankful and sorry to you all." She stood up, showing she was okay. "I was going to meet Min-ji, but now things are awkward. Let us..." Unha, suddenly her wrist was grabbed. "No," with a determined serious look, said, "It is trust Kim Min." Kim Min-ji's mom's angry voice echoed. "Others told me they saw you hanging out with that girl, so they want to play with the rest. Do you like hearing people talk behind your back?" Those words stabbed at Kim Min-ji's heart, leaving her speechless. Jin Siona could not bear it and begged, "No, Unha. Unha, it is please go." Suddenly, Kim Min-ji spoke up. But still, she bowed her head, clutching the hem of her pants tightly, determined to say it. But Kim Min-ji's last words came through tears but were full of resolve. "Siona is my friend." Those words shocked Jin Siona deeply. Hearing that, Kim Min-ji's mom was silent for a long moment, then sighed and compromised. "All right. If that is what you want, just do not regret it and come crying to me later for the choices you made." After sharing, mother and daughter hugged tightly. Then Kim Min-ji insisted, "I want tea. I am as stubborn as someone else," she said with loving reproach. Noan peeked out. Seeing this, happily said, "Looks like everything is settled." Then he turned his back, teasing as he walked. "Let us, puppy, before someone sees us." Making her so mad she chased after him. "Why do you keep calling me puppy?" Suddenly, Jin Siona stopped and softly said, "Unha," and with a warm smile and sparkling eyes, she added, "Let us win first place today." Jin Siona excitedly said, "We should help Min-ji feel better." And Noan agreed. All right. During the event, the third grade students surprised everyone by playing a ball toss game. Seeing this, the wealthy girl declared, "Team San wins," while Kim Min-ji, confused, turned around and asked, "Huh? What is going on with you?" Noana calmly brushed her hands off. "What is going on?" Her actions made the girl suspicious, who pointed at her and questioned, "Why are you trying so hard? That is not like you at all." Noana looked away, trying to avoid it, and said, "What are you talking about? I am always like this." Elsewhere, Jin Siana also secured a win for the relay race. In the following games, they quickly advanced, and the team also won the high jump. Little Daki said, "That was a piece of cake." Hyan also won the three-legged race, and as expected, the school announced the final winner of this autumn sports day was Class 33. When Kim Min-ji stood up to receive the prize in front of the whole school amid cheers and applause, her face could not hide her happiness and pride. Kim Min-ji held the certificate for the class, and Dak said, "Look, we can do it if we try. You all have to vote to keep the class champion title next time," she said, already feeling the sly looks from the other classmates around her. Noan asked quietly, "Are you all ready?" Siona proudly replied, "Yeah." Then, each of them grabbed one leg and one arm. They gradually lifted Kim Min-ji's whole body, and she panicked, asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jin Siana below ignored her and shouted, "1, 2. When she shouted 3, Kim Min-ji was tossed into the air amid the cheers of her friends. The friends shouted, "Awesome! One more time. Hey, stop it," which even made the parents outside smile warmly, seeing how close the kids were. Right? The classmates shouted again, 1, 2. On the third count, Kim Min-ji's face showed pure joy as she was tossed into the air again.